Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 2 minutes from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 2-minute time check, stations. Attention, stations on the network. Our broadcast will begin in 1 minute from my mark. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. That was your 1-minute time check, stations.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network. From Learfield, Hawkeye Baseball is on the air. Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community by University of Iowa Healthcare. Changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Now live, this is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball.
From the campus of the Penn State Nittany Lions, it's time for Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Live from Medler Field at Lubrano Park in State College, it's game one of a doubleheader between the Penn State Nittany Lions and the Iowa Hawkeyes. Welcome to the broadcast booth alongside color analyst John Evans. I'm John Leo. Well, we'll give this a try again today. Yesterday's game was postponed due to rain and honestly didn't have much of a chance to get it in at any point during the day. So we'll try and play two this afternoon. That rattles the plans of both teams, although both starting pitchers are still in line to get the nod today. The Nittany Lions will throw Jaden Henline. He's their gritty right-handed pitcher who usually goes on their Fridays, while Iowa will counter with Brody Brecht. Weather certainly playing an equalizer this weekend, with both bullpens having strong arms at the ready in a shortened series. Iowa's playing some good ball of late, holding a 30-10 record, tied for fourth in the league. Penn State is 23-14. They're fresh off of a sweep of Ohio State last weekend. A pivotal road matchup before a lengthy homestand for the Hawkeyes. Today we'll play two in Pennsylvania. It's the Nittany Lions and Hawkeyes, Penn State and Iowa, live from Medler Field in the shadow of Beaver Stadium in State College. First pitch coming in a bit. The Hawkeyes run-ruled Upper Iowa during the week. Some highlights from that one. Out of the stretch, Volker's got the sign, the pitch. This is a line drive right to DeRiggi. He caught it. He'll touch on the bag at first for a double play. First one to him, lined into the left center gap and down for a base hit. That'll score Wilmus. Anthony rounding second, headed for third. DeRiggi taking off for second base. He hits a double to bring home the first run of the game. Hawks lead 1-0. Here's Huckstorf swinging at the first pitch. Diving play by the shortstop. He bobbled it, though. Huckstorf will get to first. DeRiggi will score on the backside. 3-0 here in the first.
1-1 pitch. Michael with a line drive into the right center gap. It's down for a base hit. Hucksdorf will score. Here comes Honar. He'll score 2. Seegers slides into second base with a 2-out double. Hawks lead at 5-0. He drives this one deep to left, carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Sam Peterson. Grand slam. Boom. Hawkeyes took care of business over the Peacocks in the midweek to position us at a 30-10 record before our series now with Penn State. All right, doubleheader action coming up in just a little bit, but up next we'll talk with pitching coach Sean McGrath as pregame continues right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing US Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine, too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today we're joined by pitching coach Sean McGrath. Coach, thanks for coming on. We've got a doubleheader today with Penn State. That makes things a little bit interesting.
Sure does. Obviously the playing conditions, we'll kind of see what those look like, but interesting for sure.
You spent some time with the Seattle Mariners organization. Were you ever out there in Seattle? It kind of reminds me of it here today with the cold and rain.
I did spend a summer in Everett, the high A affiliate up there, and yeah, it's really similar. Kind of like doom and gloom 24/7. That's what this weekend's been like so far.
Yeah, no kidding. We've been kind of cooped up in our hotel rooms with the cold and the rain. We're going to be playing through some rain today. It looks like it'll be raining while we're playing. Hopefully not too much. But how does that impact things when it comes to the pitching side from a physical, not strategic, physical, gripping the ball? Does that change your calls at all?
Certainly it's in play, right? You're going to have to be cognizant of what's working, what's not, and in constant communication with those guys in between innings. As it relates to grip on a particular pitch or what have you, but our guys are pretty resilient, and we've pitched in some less than ideal situations going into the year, so we're ready for the opportunity, and I think our guys will manage pretty well.
Brody was supposed to pitch yesterday. He's going to get bumped to today. How does that change up his week at all? Is there any significant difference at all?
No, obviously when you're trying to capitalize on trending economy and things like that, the added day oftentimes doesn't do a ton of good, but for a guy like Brody whose workload's been up relative to obviously last year and his inability to get out too much in the fall, it's not a bad thing to give a guy like that extra day of rest, and I think it'll be good for him.
Last week you told us that you gave Ty maybe a little bit of a motivational speech to get back on track. Have you had to do anything like that with Brody? The past couple starts haven't been as sharp as he'd like.
Yeah, we talk. We're in constant communication, and Brody is about as hard on himself as anyone is, so less of a motivation. He's internally motivated and disciplined in that way, and more of a, this is how we're going to get out of this little bit of a rough patch. Designing a game plan that will allow him to be successful and efficient was our goal for this week, and I think we have a pretty good one going into today. We'll see how it goes.
How do you see us matching up with their hitters, their offense?
They have a long lineup. Nothing like what we saw at Nebraska, with two guys that kind of run the ship, but those guys are good. The offense is good. This lineup, they could do some damage and beat you 1 through 9. But with that being said, it's a pretty good matchup. What they do well is kind of combated by what we do well. And some of their holes we'll be able to exploit throughout the weekend.
Talking with pitching coach Sean McGrath on our pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Okay, Marcus in game 2?
Yep, Marcus will go game 2.
He's been incredible lately.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job. He's kind of committed all in on his mental side of things and what it takes to be really consistent and really, really good. And so, yeah, no concerns with Marcus. And, the doubleheader is a variable, but it's not one he hasn't done. He dealt with it at Minnesota and did fine with it. So excited to get him out there game 2.
Bullpen seems to be settling down a little bit.
Yeah, obviously when you have a couple guys step up like we had with Whitlock and Savary in particular, those guys have jumped into roles that they weren't in the beginning of the year, and that's a good sign of a good culture, and for them, being internally motivated and disciplined to their work and pushing their rock, that's been really good for them.
You mentioned the culture. We seem to have a pretty strong one here in the black and gold. The pitching staff, does it have its own culture that it brings to the team?
No, I mean, a little bit, right? They have their own personality, a little bit different from what the hitters are. But Rick's hands are all over the culture of the team, and it's evident when you watch and observe our pitching staff and the way they go about things. There's a standard for excellence here that is really exciting to be a part of, and our pitchers embrace it quite well.
There's a possibility with the weather tomorrow that the game does not happen tomorrow. Does that change how you kind of put all hands on deck into the games today when you go to the bullpen?
A little bit. I think based on conversations, that's what we expect from them. We're kind of in that middle ground where we are torn whether to anticipate a third game or say, hey, Ty's the best guy for this spot. I think if push comes to shove and we got to win a game and Ty's the best guy for the job, he'll be out there. But it's kind of a toss-up right now, I would say.
Finally, before we let you go, Coach, John and I had been talking a little bit about how strong our scouts seem. Like when we come to the scouting report in the morning, do you and Marty work together and kind of cross over? Hey, he gives you some tips on the opponent hitters because he works with the hitters, and then you give him some tips back on the pitching side of things. It just feels like our scout team is really good here at Iowa.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're as invested in not just your position group, but in Hawkeye baseball, like Marty is and myself, you're going to get crossover, just due to wanting to win and that standard of excellence. So throughout the work week, Marty will come in and talk about certain hitters, and his experience in the league certainly has helped me. And then there's things I notice within the, pitching strategy or sometimes, confirming a tip that, I'll go into his office and just, make a note of it. But yeah, we're constantly bouncing ideas off of each other, and Marty's been really good for me, especially with, like we said, his experience within this conference, knowing teams' DNAs, general approaches. He's been extremely helpful. All right, Coach, that sounds good. Thanks for your time. Let's win the day and take down Penn State. Yes, sir. Let's go.
Pitching coach Sean McGrath from our pregame show at Penn State. Following this break, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today from a rainy State College, a double dip with Penn State. We'll take on the Nittany Lions for two. Today we're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a 30-10 record to this point. Maybe a few thoughts on the season to this juncture.
No, I mean, it's been a good run so far, and I've played really well the last 7 games, and getting another test, a weekend where you sit in the hotel basically for 2 days, and now we're going to try and play a doubleheader today in wet conditions, and it's not warm either, and just the challenges just are always going to be there for you, and to make it through a long season like the college baseball season, the teams that can persevere and find ways to get it done in these situations are the ones that come out on top, and I feel good about our guys and where they're at, but you never know until you get out there, and hopefully the rain does stop. I mean, it's just light rain right now, but they pulled the tarp, and so it's been raining on the field for a while, which is an interesting thing. But it does appear that it's going to be out of here for quite some time. But I've also seen it on fronts like this where the low-level clouds don't even register on the radar, and then it just mists all day long. And I'm hoping that's not the situation, but it kind of looks like it right now. We are still pretty early. We're going to hit inside and hopefully take infield around 12-10 and get her going.
You've talked about the weather being an equalizer before. I can't think of a game that we've had this season where that isn't more of a case than today.
Yeah, and that's the story of our spring so far. It's just the breaks haven't really gone the way you would have liked them with that, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's an uncontrollable, and that's in our program we don't really focus on the uncontrollables. We focus on the things we can handle, and that means we have to play extra clean and do a great job of being disciplined on offense like we were last weekend, and if we do those things, we'll be fine. But you give a lot of free bases and give them some opportunities, especially a very good hitting team like Penn State, and an older team with experience, and so it's going to be one of those days where you really really hope that you play clean baseball.
In your coaching career, have you had a season like this, weather-wise? Just want to finish up with the weather thought.
Yeah.
And then because you seem very seasoned in the message to the guys to keep them locked in.
No, I mean that's what baseball in the North is in the spring. It's the rarity is having a nice spring, which I don't know that I've ever had one that you would call nice, but there's been a few years here and there where once you got to April 10th or 15th, you had pretty good weather the rest of the way. But the weather's trending in a weird way. The last 5 years, April and May have been really cold and windy and I don't know what the story is, and I try to follow the weather a lot because I end up having to be the weatherman most days. But that's the trend, and that's what the meteorologists are saying, that the winter's shifting more towards spring, and that's really what it looks like. I mean, last year was the coldest spring in my career. This year hasn't been quite as cold, but the wind has been insane. I mean, we had seven days in April where the wind, this would have been probably April 20th, but 7 days where it was over 40 miles an hour, and the lowest wind day we had was 32, and but it is what it is. There's not much we can do about it until we push the season back, and even if we push the season back, we're still playing in April. So it's just something that you have to deal with, and something that we've done a really good job with over the years, and have again this year. It's just frustrating, like when you get when you have a more offensive team like we do this year, and then the wind blows in, in all but one of the games so far in conference play, where you can't really take advantage of it. But again, if you can survive it, it prepares you for what's to come, and that's tournament play, and dealing with. You're going to have to deal with all of this in a microcosm. In 1 week, you're going to deal with all of it. And so we will be well prepared. You just got to fight and find a way to get through it, and focus on the things you can control, and still find a way to come out on top. So that's the message, and that's what we do, and I expect our guys to go out and give a great effort today.
Team's playing really well right now, Coach. It seems really important to get these games in this weekend to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and just you just can't miss a weekend at this point in time. I mean, we've already had too many days off, in my opinion, since we played Upper Iowa, and definitely need to play today, and it looks like that's going to happen. Looking at the forecast tomorrow, the odds look not good for Sunday. I mean, it looks terrible. So we're going to do everything in our power to try to get at least two in today, and when you're in those situations, how well you perform and how consistent you can be and how clean you can be is magnified, like we've talked before.
With what you said about tomorrow not looking great, does that change anything for how you approach these games today? Is it a one-game series? Is it a two-game series? Does it change anything for you from a coaching perspective?
Well, you definitely have to think about it. Quite possibly you'll just roll the dice and throw the guys regardless of where they were scheduled, you might just throw guys that are scheduled for Sunday and roll the dice, just try to figure out a way to get it done. That's kind of how Penn State does their rotation each week. They pitch inline on Friday, the first game, which is who we're going to see in game one, and then they don't announce a starter. They basically have all hands on deck starting game one, and whoever they don't use, they start in game two, and the same in game three. The thing I don't like about the fact that we may only play two games is that definitely helps them with their bullpen, and they're much more designed for two games than three, and that was kind of one of our big plans coming down here, was to get into the bullpen and really work the starting pitchers over and get them out of the game quickly and force them to go to the guys that they want to go to, 3 innings before they wanted to do it. And then you really put yourself in a good spot on Sunday when that happens. But, who knows? We can't worry about tomorrow. Right now it's just worry about today and find a way to get it done.
So Brody was supposed to start yesterday. He's going to get the ball in game 1 and then Marcus in game 2 today?
Yes, that's how we'll do it. And I don't think an extra day rest for Brody at this point in the season is a bad thing. I actually think that that could be a good thing for Brody.
Talking with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show here in Penn State. With Brody, his last 2 starts maybe haven't been up to his level that he's looking to achieve, and wasn't too happy on Friday night when he was evaluating his performance. What do you expect from him today?
Well, I hope we get a good bounce back, and I know he wasn't happy with how it went on Friday, and he's a great competitor and he has a lot of pride, and I know he went out and had a great work week. And he and Coach McGrath worked on some things, and I expect to see a different Brody today.
On the offensive side of things, a doubleheader for the guys to try to keep it rolling. Yeah,
that's we've been through them before, and that's we've handled them well, and expect those guys to go out and be ready to go. That's the thing with setting so many days. When you're on a pretty good roll offensively, like we were up and down the lineup, you really want to keep playing, and the longer you don't play, it's like starting over again. And hopefully that's not the case, but we've all seen that happen before.
One of the strengths of this team coming into the season was you thought 1 through 9 offensively going to be really strong. You finally think you're hitting that peak now?
Yeah, don't you? I mean, it's been great. I mean, that's what we've talked about the last 4 or 5 games, is that we've been getting consistent production up and down the lineup. Obviously, getting Sam Peterson back into the lineup makes us a lot more dynamic, and it really, I guess, was eye-opening to see how much better the lineup is once you get Sam in there. I mean, with what he can do, on the bases, with his power, with his speed, and just giving you a good quality at bat, time in and time out. That really deepens our lineup for sure.
What do you see from Penn State offensively? We know that their bullpen's pretty strong, but offensively from Penn State?
Offensively, they have a bunch of really good hitters, and guys who've been through the league before, older group, have experienced some success. They're having one of their best seasons since Coach Cooper's been here, close to 10 games over 500. They've played some good teams early, and they won some games against good teams. The offense for them, 1 through 9, pretty darn balanced, and this ballpark is not really built for home runs. It's a big ballpark, 410 feet in the left center gap, but when you look at their home run numbers, if they were in a different place, you're going to be looking at numbers probably in the 60s, close to 70, like Nebraska. That's the type of power they have, and it's a balanced power. If you look at their lineup statistically, just scan down the stat sheet, very, very similar to ours.
A couple of keys to victory today, Coach, to take down Penn State and however many games we play today.
Well, like always, it starts with Brody giving us a good start, and hopefully it's a clean start where we can, give him a lead, and we do a good job of being disciplined against Henline. Really solid pitcher. That's the reason he's out there on Friday. He's a tough kid, and he does a great job of throwing strikes, and doesn't walk a lot of guys. He's their most successful guy. I think he's 5-1. I mean, you're facing a legit Friday night guy, and we're going to have to be dialed in and be able to try to manufacture some things. I think we can take advantage of some things, John, this weekend with the short game, with the bunts. They've had some miscues in our scouting that I think we might be able to exploit. And then defensively, it's always a concern when you've played as many games as we have on turf, and now we're going to a grass field, and not only a grass field, but a wet grass field, and so that's going to be a factor in this game as well, how we handle that, and then just basically being able to dial it in for 18 innings.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day, take down the Nittany Lions.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show at Penn State at Medler Field at Lubrano Park. We're back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball. Today, a doubleheader with Penn State. Starting lineups just now finishing up. We'll step aside for the national anthem, and when we come back, we'll give you today's starting lineups, and we'll get underway with game one of the doubleheader. Back after this. This is Hawkeye baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
National anthem is now complete here at Penn State. We're moments away from first pitch of today's doubleheader. Let's step aside. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye baseball. All right, it's time for today's starting lineups. We'll go with the Iowa Hawkeyes first, the visitors with a 30-10 record. Head coach Rick Heller in his 10th season, assisted by Marty Sutherland, Sean McGrath, Mitchell Bowe, Ryan Colgate, Casey Day, and Ty Snepp. The Hawkeyes will be led off by Ben Wilmus out in right, followed by Keaton Anthony, the designated hitter, and Brennan DeRiggi at first. Raider Tello, Sam Peterson, Kyle Huckstorf make up the middle of the Hawkeye order today. Sam Honar, Michael Seegers, Cade Moss round things out 7, 8, 9. On the flip side of things for Penn State, they are 23-14. Head coach is Rob Cooper, also in his 10th season. Penn State will throw out Jaden Henline, a right-handed pitcher, to take on the Hawkeyes today.
Henline's 5-1 on the season. This will be appearance number 12, start number 6. He's got a 3.40 ERA and 47 2/3 innings, giving up 47 hits, just 19 runs though, 18 earned. So he has only 13 walks, 31 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .257. Gonna have to. Lost my spot on him on the scouting report. There he is. He's got a fastball will be right around 90, plus or minus a little bit, but he's got a good mix. Changeup, slider, curveball. Really will force the Hawkeyes to he'll try to force the Hawkeyes to put it in play. And if the Hawkeyes can dominate the zone, they might be able to catch some elevated off-speed stuff and drive it out into the wet outfield grass.
Yeah, no kidding. He was their Friday starter to begin the year, spent some time getting shuffled around and has earned the Friday start back. John Evans, good to be back on the air with you. A little bit of a delay.
We have 48. We've been here about 48 hours now, give or take, or not quite, and it feels like we should have been at the ballpark a long time ago. It's been a long couple days.
Still overcast skies here in State College today, but dry, and that's what is important. The first pitch to Ben Wilmus is in there for a strike. Comes in at 1:02 local time. Current temperature 52 degrees. Not much of a wind factor today. The 0-1 pitch to Wilmus, that's downstairs, ball one, but a slight breeze blowing towards the left field foul pole.
No wind is a new conversation for us this year.
1-1 to Wilmus. That catches the corner on the inside. 1-2. Yeah, it feels good to go down and get coaches' interviews without having to worry about the wind too much. You don't have to ask about defensive alignments as much. The 1-2's chopped to the right side. This one will be fielded by the first baseman, Spiegel, and he'll step on the bag for the first out.
Got inside, just jammed up Wilmus there, and he fisted it off and thought it might sneak foul. Just needed to catch a break on maybe catching the cut of the grass, but instead got a funny hop back in and ended up a few inches fair right in front of the bag.
Keaton Anthony will stand in now. First pitch to Keaton. That's down the heart of the plate for a strike. 3 infielders on the left side for Anthony. They've got him shifted there. Decent gap in left center for the Hawkeye power hitter. 0-1 pitch. Line drive and over the shortstop's head. That's into left field. Base hit for Keaton Anthony. He'll round first hard and then stay put. A 1-out single for the Hawkeye designated hitter.
Left fielder bobbled that ball, and he's a new one, just making his second start out there. Hawkeyes talked a little bit about this. One of the poorer fielding teams in the Big Ten, running everything out, trying to put a lot of pressure on, and especially, wet ball in the outfield. See if a guy can pick it up and throw it.
Coach had talked about maybe some advantage in the short game. I don't know that we'll see it here with Brennan DeRiggi in the box. The left-handed hitter swings at the first pitch and fouls it out of play to the left side.
Don't see Brennan swing at the first pitch very often. Usually likes to get into the flow a little bit. Must have got a pitch he was looking for.
Anthony at first with a decent lead. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to DeRiggi. That is on the outside corner, 0-2. Brennan will have to protect now. DeRiggi had a nice series against Nebraska. Keep it rolling in conference play now. Here comes the 0-2. Line drive into the gap in left center and down for a base hit. Anthony rounding second, headed for third. That one gets all the way to the track. Will they send Keaton? No, they'll keep him at third. It's a 1-out double for Brennan DeRiggi. Yes!
Good piece of hitting there. Went the opposite way, and we were kind of noticing the dimensions on Thursday when we were here for practice, and that one is right up your alley as a Pittsburgh Pirate fan. As this ballpark mirrors the dimensions of the Pirates, is it's 410 there to left center field, but with the heavy wet grass, the ball didn't quite get all the way to the wall, but snuck out there a long ways, moved runners up, and chance for the Hawks to score early.
In business in the first. Runners at second and third with 1 out. Here's Raider Tello. First pitch to Raider. That's outside, ball 1. Tello, the Hawkeye third baseman, stands in from the right side.
Raider started quite a story adventure yesterday that we'll end up telling later on. It's about my broadcast partner here.
Pickoff move at second. It's a close play, but DeRiggi's back in there safely. Yeah, you find out a few things during the rain delays or during time off in the hotel, and Raider might have been picking on me a little bit.
Raider got a good one started yesterday. We carried it out pretty good.
1-0 pitch. That's down and out, ball 2.
Yeah, we were here yesterday. We came over, ran the normal schedule just in case the game started. We were here, took batting practice down in the tunnel, and then ended up over in the football facility.
2-0 up the middle, base hit into left center. Anthony scores. Here comes DeRiggi. Hawks lead 2-0 on the 2 RBI single. Raider Tello.
Not sure you'd draw up a better start for the Hawkeyes, as they were really wanting to jump on early. The bats had been good. Scored 12 runs in the first inning the last time they played. You didn't really expect that again, but bats had been on a nice roll, and you wondered if the time off might slow them down a little bit. But so far, so good for the Hawk hitters.
And the earlier you can get run support for Brody, the more confident he'll feel, too, although he hasn't thrown a pitch yet. We're still in the top of the first inning. Iowa with 3 hits in it, leading 2-0. Here's Sam Peterson. That's in the dirt outside. Tello takes off for second. Throw down is not in time. He's safe at second base.
Great read there from Rader as that ball was down in the dirt. He saw it the whole way, took off right away, committed to it. Ball was out front of the plate. So the catcher there, that was Bramley, had a good chance to get out and get it, made a good throw, but it short hopped and couldn't get the tag down.
Again, a runner in scoring position for Iowa in the first. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch to Peterson. Got his hands going. Called strike on the outside corner.
Tough pitch for him to do anything with, really, as that's a good pitch there by Henline. Dotted it up right on the low outside corner.
A ball and a strike to the Hawkeye left fielder today. The pitch. Base hit. No. Diving play at short. He picks it up, throws it to second. We got Tello in a rundown between second and third. Rader will be tagged out there.
Yeah, that's just a bad piece of base running from Rader there. Thought it was going to get through, and once it didn't get through, he tried to go back and, commit to your first instinct. Keep running to third, see what you can do there, or don't commit at all and make sure it gets clear either way. On the turf, I think that probably gets through, but here on the grass, the slow dirt too just ate it up, and shortstop there, Harry, was able to make a play and keep it on the infield.
Yeah, I jumped the gun a bit there. My depth perception a little bit off. Peterson stands at first now with 2 outs. They'll try a pickoff move over there. It was a sharply hit ground ball to the right of the shortstop. He made a great diving stop, and then Tello was in no man's land there. Rader probably would have scored, if you think about it, if that had gotten through to left. Here's Kyle Huckstorf. He squares to bunt, puts one down the third base line. This is a beauty. Kyle's hustling for first, and he's there. A bunt single for Huckstorf.
Hawks talked about the ability to have success with the short game, but to bunt, you had to keep the ball in the grass. It's really a heavy lip there. So if the ball rolls off the grass, off that lip, it's just going to be like a downhill flow foul. Huck kept that just 3, 4, 5 inches right on the inside part of the grass. Not a chance to get him out sprinting down the line.
I was getting to Henline in the first. 2-0, 4 hits for the Hawkeyes. Here's Sam Honar. First pitch strike at the knees. Honar, the second baseman, standing in from the left side. Formerly a switch hitter, but is now just a left-handed hitter. No balls and a strike. The pitch is on its way home. That's outside, ball 1.
Hawkeye RBI leader has a chance to pick up another important run here. Just keep adding, make that number more and more crooked.
Feels like a park that he can hit well in. It's a deep park. 1-1 pitch. Honar on the ground to the right side. They've got it shifted nicely. The second baseman, who's out in right, that's Hannon. He picks it up, throws it over to first for the third out. The Hawks leave a couple of runners on, but they score 2 and lead 2-0 as we get to the bottom of the first. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Bottom of the first inning here at Penn State, Iowa 2. Nittany Lions coming to the plate for the first time. They'll be led off by Kyle Hannon, followed by Thomas Bramley and Jay Harry. Bobby Marsh, Grant Norris, Josh Spiegel. There's 4, 5, and 6. 7, 8, 9. Billy Gerlett, Taven Kelly, and Derek Cease. That makes up the Nittany Lion batting order today. Defensively for the Hawkeyes, Brennan DeRiggi at first, Sam Honar at second, Michael Seegers at short, Rader Tello at the corner at third. In the outfield left to right, Peterson goes to the left, Huckstorf in center, Wilmus in right. So a little flip-flop for Wilmus and Peterson this weekend. Cade Moss is doing the catching behind the plate. On the mound, getting the start for the Hawkeyes in game one of the doubleheader is the sophomore from Ankeny, the right-hander, Brody Brecht.
Start number 11 for Brody. He's 3-2 on the season with a 3.67 ERA, 49 innings, 26 hits, 20 runs. They've all been earned, 39 walks, 76 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 157 against Brody. Does have 10 wild pitches. As you know, sometimes he gets hard to catch, a lot of movement. If he walks some batters, runners on base, Cade Moss has to be pretty spectacular to keep track of all of them. So big start here now. He's got him staked out to the lead. You want to see him kind of establish the strike zone early.
He'll face Kyle Hannon first. And a strike to get things started. Hannon is their second baseman. Bats from the left side. Good pitch low and out to start things.
Good 97-mile-an-hour fastball just to say hi.
Same spot. He'll say hello again, John. 0-2.
98.
Hannon is a 295 hitter. Got to keep him off the base paths. Here's the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Good start for Brody Brecht. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, 1 out.
Well, one of the things that the Hawkeye staff felt like they had a chance with the Penn State was their swing rates are pretty normal. When you look at them as a whole, they're pretty average. When they get behind, they swing a lot. And so there you saw it. Brody was able to strike 1, strike 2, and then bury the slider that wasn't anywhere in the zone, but ended up getting swung at.
Goes with a fastball up and in to Thomas Bramley, another left-handed hitter. He's their catcher. Bramley bats .338, which is tops on the team. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Brecht. That's in near the shins, ball 2.
Yeah, he's probably the guy that's the most patient. They're really going to make you come to the zone. 33 walks on the season. Brody will have to battle back here.
2-0 is just high. Ball 3 now.
Yeah, Penn State's not unlike Nebraska with nobody with big pop, but a lot of guys with some pop.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll have some guys up and down the lineup that can hit it a little bit, but nobody quite like Anderson or Swanson.
Brecht walks Bramley on 5 pitches, threw a 3-0 strike, but the 3-1 pitch sailed high, and that's ball 4. So Bramley's on with 1 out in the Penn State first. The Nittany Lions with navy blue tops today. Nittany Lions is spelled out in cursive at an angle across the chest. They've got white numbers on the back. They've got white baseball pants on today. The Hawkeyes going with gray uniforms. As the first pitch from Brecht is in there for a strike to Jay Harry. Iowa with gray tops, black block lettering spelling out Iowa across the chest with black numbers on the left hip, gray baseball pants. Today, black ball caps in the field with the gold block I on the front panel. 0-1 pitch, breaking ball outside, 1-1. This is another one of Penn State's decent hitters, Jay Harry.
Yeah, I mean, the top part of their lineup, the top 6 hitters are all 295 or above, so a lot of good potential there. But, again, they're a team that really wants to swing the bat. You just got to give them the opportunity early, and Brody falls behind again, 2-1.
Brecht seems to be throwing it hard. Trying to find the strike zone today. 2 balls, 1 strike with 1 out. Iowa leading 2-0, bottom of the first. Here's the pitch from Brecht. That's in the dirt. Moss will block it. It's 3-1.
Yeah, back-to-back hitters now that we've gotten to 3-1 after really dominating Hannon right off the bat with 3 quick strikes. It hasn't been particularly close. Hasn't had one of those where he went, boy, that was a tough call.
Yeah. 3-1 is high and out, ball 4. Back-to-back walks now for Brecht. Puts 2 on for Penn State. I know it's a easy thing to say, hey, just throw it because they can't hit you. We've kind of been thinking that not many teams this year have been able to hit Brody at all. And so it could be a simple statement to make, just throw strikes, but it's easier said than done. And Brecht has walked a couple now, and that'll bring out pitching coach Sean McGrath to go to the mound and talk things over with the Hawkeye ace.
Well, and we see it on a number of scouting reports too, and Penn State has a pitcher that we'll use it to describe as well, effectively wild. And Brody can be that at times. What we had started to see from Brody, the Indiana start particularly, was There was no need to be effectively wild. He was just effective.
Yeah.
And so you kind of would like to see that bounce back again. You know, gave up a couple runs in the last few starts, got away with it against Nebraska, didn't get away with it against Minnesota. So kind of need to bear down here as you got the lead. We talk a lot about making sure you put a 0 up after you put up a number. Penn State with a little rally going.
First pitch from Brecht, high and out to the left-handed Bobby Marsh. He's their designated hitter in the cleanup spot, a freshman batting .333. He's got 11 doubles and 5 home runs. Runners at first and second for the Nittany Lions. Long pause from Brecht, the pitch. That's high again, ball 2.
Yeah, he's missing with all of them right now. The fastball's up, the slider's up, and not even hittable up. So no reason to chase here if you're a Penn State hitter.
Goes with the slider low and in. 3 balls, no strikes.
Problem is that one was close, but after the way you've been spraying it around, you're not going to get any type of expanded zone from a home plate umpire.
3-0 pitch. That's up and in, ball 4. 3 straight walks have loaded the bases for the Nittany Lions, and we've got a Hawkeye pitcher jogging to the bullpen in the first.
We've seen this before out of Brody, and obviously we'd like it all to be cleaner, but not a spot that he can't battle back from. He's obviously got the stuff. He's just got to find the zone.
First pitch to Grant Norris is high, a fastball at 98. And Brody is trying to find the zone here with the bases loaded and 1 out. That's low and out, ball 2. And the light crowd here in State College, they're starting to chirp Brecht on the mound, and Cade Moss will have to go out there and settle things down. Brody's still working quickly, and like we talked to him last Friday, like he said after the game, was that he knew what he needed to fix. And maybe it's a situation here where Cade Moss slows him down a little bit and says, hey, take a deep breath and let's focus back in.
Could be. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what the Penn State coach might be talking to the home plate umpire about. Sometimes, again, when Brody works quickly, he doesn't pause. So they might be kind of checking for, just kind of that awareness thing where you ask, hey, will you watch this or will you pay attention to this? Getting kind of an extended break here, which Iowa, or at least Cade, wanted a little bit of it anyway. Turned out to be longer than he anticipated.
All right, 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch on its way home from Brecht. High and tight, ball 3.
Getting closer, but it's out of the zone. And again, just not any reason why home plate umpire is going to help you.
Here we go with the 3-0. That's at the knees for a called strike. There we go. 3 balls and a strike now with 1 out. Bases loaded for Penn State in the bottom of the first. Iowa leading 2-0. The Nittany Lions don't have a hit yet. They're on with 3 walks. Here comes the 3-1. Low and out, ball 4. Walked in a run.
I mean, I guess if you're hunting for a bright side, is the last couple pitches have been more in the zone. They've been lower. They've been aggressive and functional, as opposed to the other ones that were all just high and there were really no chance. If he can throw strike 1 at that level, he'll have a chance to get out of the mess.
Here's one off the plate outside to start off the bat. At bat for Josh Spiegel. He's their first baseman, right-handed hitter. Bases still loaded for Penn State. Iowa leading 2-1 in the first. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's at the knees for a strike. There we go, 1-1.
Like I said, at least what you've seen over the last 5 pitches is more competitive. They've been belt high and down.
1-1 gets by Moss. It was a high pitch, went off the glove, and we're tied at 2.
Likely a pass ball there is looked like a pretty normal pitch, and just kind of got up and away. Cade couldn't snapped off the top of the webbing. Hawks are still in trouble here with Penn State with still 2 guys on.
Brecht will get back on the mound. He's going out of the windup. The 2-1 pitch on its way home to Spiegel. Line drive hard to the right side, foul and out of play. That get out of here in a hurry. It'll be 2-2. We're tied at 2 in the first now with runners at second and third for the Nittany Lions and 1 out.
Brody's thrown 26 pitches, and that's the first guy that's made contact.
Yep. 2-2. Ground ball right side. Honar is ready for it. He'll throw it to first. The Nittany Lions have the lead 3-2.
Boy, and that's where the wild pitch or the pass ball, whatever you want to call it, kills you, because that's a double play ball and you're out of the inning. Instead of being 2-1 with the double play, you're down 3-2 now because you advanced the runners, and those are those free bases, not only the walks, but that wild pitch that gives up the extra base.
3-2 Penn State in the first. Here's Billy Gerlach. Slider missed out to start his at bat. He's their 7-hitter. Jack Whitlock getting loose for the Hawkeyes in the bullpen. Here's the 1-0. Outside, ball 2. Runner at third with 2 outs. Not out of the woods yet. Iowa will have Seegers Moss in the top of the order in the second when we get there. 2-0 pitch is a breaking ball that dropped low, ball 3.
Just missed there. Again, he swings over that pitch if you've been around the strike zone, but at 2-0 and with the way you've thrown this inning, he's not interested.
There's a called strike on the outside corner, 3-1.
Caught a break there as that ball was probably a little outside.
It's been called a ball this afternoon.
Good job by Cade to frame it up, make it look good.
Here's a 3-1. That's inside, ball 4. 5th walk of the inning for Penn State.
That ball was closer to a strike than the other one was, but didn't get that one. Again, you don't get up and in very often.
Now we'll see Taven Kelly. Boy, what an inning this has been. Just made Hannon look silly to start.
Yeah,
three pitches, 3 strikes.
Yeah, thought we had kind of good Brody back, but boy, it's been a chore here now.
Runners at the corners for the Nittany Lions with 2 outs. They lead at 3-2 in the first. Here's Kelly, a right-handed hitter. First pitch from Brecht. Goes off, speed up and in, called a strike, 0-1.
22 balls to 12 strikes for Brody this inning. And 3 of them were on the leadoff hitter.
Yep. Here comes the 0-1. Line drive into left center, that's a base hit. 4-2 Penn State. Runner going from second to third. Here comes the throw, cut off by Seegers. No, they'll let it go through to Tello. And that'll put runners at second and third with 2 outs.
Probably actually
their bottom hitter.
Probably actually should have cut it. He had a chance then. He could have thrown it to second for the out, but let it go through. As a cutoff guy, you're just kind of listening to wherever. If Tello thinks he has a chance, he's telling you to let it come. And that'll do it for Brody's day.
Brecht is not going to make it out of the first inning. Penn State 4, Iowa 2. The Hawkeyes going to the bullpen in the first. We're back after this pitching change break. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Well, Brody Brecht is chased from the game in the first inning. The Nittany Lions with just 1 hit off of him, but Brecht walked 5. through 2/3 of that first inning, and Penn State leads it 4-2. Hawkeyes going to the bullpen now. They have to go with right-hander, the sophomore from Cumming, Georgia, Jack Whitlock.
Appearance number 11 for Jack. He's 4-0 on the season, an 0.68 ERA, 13 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs. Just one of those was earned. 2 walks, 13 strikes. Opponents hitting 119 against him. So big spot here. He came into a big spot last weekend. And needed to limit some damage, and certainly need to see that right now out of Jack.
Boy, it started great in the top of the first, didn't it? Got a couple of runs to our name, or hitting the ball, putting it in play, and then Penn State haven't really earned anything, right? You know, you hate to say that, but they just didn't have to swing at anything.
We talked about it with Henline. He's going to make you beat him. You know, you're going to have to get a bunch of hits. He's not going to walk guys. Iowa had 4 hits, scored 2 runs. On the flip side of that, Penn State's made contact with 2 balls.
2 pitches.
They grounded out to second to drive in a run, and they singled into left center field to drive in 2. But the problem is when or drive in another run. Sorry, just 1. But when you've allowed all the free bases and you've put all the extra guys on the merry-go-round without them having to get hits on there, then all of a sudden those 2 contacts do a ton more damage. And we've talked about it all year with free bases. The Hawks had gotten better and really started to show a lot of positive progress on that. But
and now that probably throws a wrench in our plans, right? Going to Whitlock in the first. You probably weren't expecting to see him even at all in this game. You're expecting Brody to go 5 or 6.
Well, you'd hope Brody got you 5 and Jack would get you 2 or 3, and then Christo would finish it or Louis would finish it. Different process now.
Here's the 9-hitter Derek Cease. He's a right-handed hitter. He's in the box with runners at second and third. 2 down. First pitch strike from Whitlock. Good start for Jack.
Cease just has 11 at-bats on the year, so.
Here's the 0-1, called strike, 0-2. That was a beauty. Cease had turned away from it. He thought it was going to break and hit him. It broke over towards the middle of the plate a little bit more, and it's 0-2.
20-inch breaking ball. Cease thought he was going to catch it in the ear hole. Instead, caught the inside part of the plate. Great block there from Moss.
Yeah, Jack goes low and out with a slider. Cade bounced over there to knock it down. 1-2. Iowa's got their work cut out for him now, trailing by 2 in the first. Whitlock toes the rubber. He's ready. Here comes the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He swung over the top of the off speed from Whitlock, and a good job by Jack to come out of the bullpen and stop the bleeding in the first. Penn State 4, Iowa 2. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
More runs than hits in that first inning. Penn State with 4 runs on 1 hit. Iowa 2 runs on 4 hits. Trailing by 2 as we get to the second. Michael Seegers is in the box. The Hawkeye shortstop takes a fastball outside, ball 1.
Good pitch there, and didn't get any breaks from the umpire on that one.
One out of Seegers' downstairs ball, too. I think the fact that Bramley dropped it, too, didn't help.
Yeah, Bramley tried to frame it up, and when he kind of flipped it instead of piecing it together. This is one of those, again, with the shift on, the good bunting opportunity for Siegs.
There's a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls in the strike now to lead off the second. Iowa trailing 4-2. Henline still out there. Iowa hit him around in the first. The 2-1. Michael squares to bunt, pulled it back, and it's a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, threw the breaking ball there. Michael didn't like it to bunt, but it's a good pitch. Now they'll pull back, and he'll have to poke one through that right side.
That's low and out, ball 3. A good pitch, but Michael laid off. Yeah, the infield has shifted. 3 on the left side of the bag at second. Full count to start off the second. This would be good to get Michael on. Here's the pitch. Ground ball right side through, just like you called it, John. There's a single for Seegers.
Well, I know since teams have started shifting him, that's one of the things that he's worked on is trying to just shoot the ball that way. Again, just 89-mile-an-hour exit velo, nothing spectacular. But rolls it out through the gap, and next thing you know, he's on first, and the Hawks will try to rally again.
Yeah, I have options here with Cade Moss in the box. Bottom of the order, but Moss has been really good. Had a really nice series against Nebraska.
Handles the bat really well, too. Good bunt opportunity.
First one's in there for a strike to Moss, right down the middle. Coach Heller flashing the signals across to Seegers. Moss will peek down at them. Third baseman playing in front of the bag. The 0-1 pitch to Moss. That's low and out. Breaking ball hasn't been sharp from Henline yet. He's thrown it low and out to right-handers a lot.
No, they've done a good job identifying it early, too, so they haven't felt a need to go chase. They've been able to stick to it.
1-1 pitch. Outside again. 2-1.
Good spot here now, maybe to play a little bit of a game. You got a guy that handles the bat well, got a guy with good speed. Henline's quick to the plate. Penn State's been good at throwing runners out, but that'd be a good spot to put Siegs in motion.
I'll check on the runner at first. They might have had the same thoughts as we did. And so they throw one over. Michael dives back safely.
I'm rarely original in my thought process.
A lot of room down the line in left for Cade. He likes to send it over that way. Quicker move over to first this time. Michael's okay.
Yeah, Cade's pull hook into the corner would be good right now.
We'll take that. Here comes the 2-1. Long pause, the pitch. Grounded to third and through, off his glove. Seegers is going to round second. He's headed for third. It's into shallow left now. Michael slides into third base.
That's just outstanding base running from Seegers. I didn't think he had any chance to get to third, and he did it, and that wasn't even close. As a ball just roped right through the third baseman.
We'll see how they score that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'd think of that one. It was right at him. They gave it a hit right away, it looks like, on the scoreboard.
So. I don't think it bounced up like the third baseman Norris thought it was going to. I think it skidded across that wet infield grass. Now runners at the corners for the top of the order in Ben Wilmus. Opportunity for the Hawkeyes again. Top of the second, down 4-2. First pitch to Ben. In the air to right. Carrying well towards the track. Right fielder turns around. Now he turns back and he makes the catch. Seegers will tag and score from third. Iowa cutting the deficit now to just 1. It's 4-3.
Boy, Gerlach all of a sudden at the very last second turned around to catch that again. And probably not the way that anybody's going to coach you how to track a ball. But good job from Wilmus there. Pushed it out deep right field. Just didn't quite have enough carry to get over the right fielder's head.
Now that brings up Keaton Anthony. Iowa trailing 4-3. First pitch to Keaton. Hit sharply down the third base line and foul.
Good grab by Ben Tallman there with the catcher's glove. That's not easy to field ground balls that way.
Yeah, Tallman's walking in with Brody Brecht from the bullpen. Brecht went down there and threw some extra pitches, maybe trying to figure something out. Unfortunately, he's out of the game for now. Here comes the 0-1 to Anthony. Keaton flares it into right center. It is down for a base hit. Moss gets to second. He'll have to stop there. It's a single for Keaton, his second of the day.
Good job from Gerlach. He kind of went with the, I'm going to catch it, and Moss had to just hesitate enough that there was no way he was going to get to third. Not sure if he'd had enough to give it a try or not. But as it is, Hawks have 2 aboard for DeRiggi with a chance to get right back after it.
Penn State's got some activity in their bullpen. Iowa's got 6 hits already. Trailing 4-3. The pitch to DeRiggi is a strike, low and in corner.
Yeah, that's Lunsman down there. We kind of knew we'd see him, and much like we figured we'd see Whitlock. The quicker we see Lunsman, the better.
No balls and a strike to DeRiggi with 1 out. Ground ball right side. This could be double trouble. Flip to second for 1, on to first. Double play. All right, that'll do it for the top of the second. Iowa gets 1 back, trailing Penn State 4-3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth at Medler Field in the shadow of Beaver Stadium, Penn State's massive football stadium just over our shoulder behind us to the left. We're here in State College, bottom of the second inning, Penn State 4, Iowa 3. We've had some pretty good views from our broadcast booth. This is another one. We're right at the base of Mount Nittany out there.
This is a pretty cool one, and when we first got here this morning, there was a lot of low clouds and a little fog hanging around. You couldn't see it, but brightened up a little bit. Now you're able to see out there. You're able to see in the some of the little foothills in the distance. It's a pretty cool backdrop.
Riding in the bus with some of the guys on the way in from the airport, they were pretty surprised that this is what Pennsylvania looked like. A lot of guys on the team that this is their first time out here. We're in hilly terrain and foresty as well.
Definitely, just a good rolling environment here.
First pitch swinging is Kyle Hannon. He sends it down the line and right, angling towards foul territory, and it will land in the Penn State bullpen. Foul ball. Whitlock is the Iowa pitcher now. Came in to get the last out in the first after Penn State batted around.
Whitlock will have to let his fielders get back in spot.
Out of the windup, the 0-1 pitch from Jack. Hit on the ground to the right side. DeRiggi tries to backhand it. It goes off his glove. Into right field. Wilmus will have to come in and pick it up. DeRiggi didn't get a great jump on it. I think he was battling on whether or not he should go after it or let Honar get it. And then by the time he got over there, he tried to backhand it and missed it. Brennan's struggling a little bit today.
Probably should go down as an error there. Just a pretty routine backhand ball. It just couldn't come up with it, and Jack will have to pitch around to leadoff man getting on base.
You got to watch him. He's a stolen base threat as well. He's stolen 24 bases this season. Thomas Bramley's the batter. Bramley walked and scored in the first. Hannon's got a good lead at first. Whitlock gets the sign. A pause. Here's the pitch. That's high and out, ball 1.
Obviously for Hannon, a little bit easier to run on Whitlock because you're going to get, the mid 70s to low 80s breaking ball as opposed to the 97, 98 mile an hour fastball and 92 mile an hour slider. So see if he can time it up over there.
The 1-0 is ripped into right. That's a base hit, dropping in front of Wilmus. Wilmus will pick it up. The throw comes in as the runner goes from second to third. Throw from Seegers to Tello is late. Runners at the corners for Penn State. in the bottom of the second. Nobody out.
Good piece of hitting there. Jack hung that curveball right in the middle of the plate. Stuck to it, drove it out into left. Or I'm sorry, drove it out into right. Runners on the corners now will give Penn State a chance to get their run back.
Second hit of the game for the Nittany Lions. I'll bring up Jay Harry. Harry's been there forever. It says he's only a junior. But I feel like he's been around for longer than that. First pitch to him, a swing and a miss. Good start from Whitlock. Slow breaking ball on the way in.
So he took even a little bit more off that one, a 72-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Hawks would probably take a double play, give the run back up, but if you can do a strikeout in advance of the double play, even better.
Well, not going to get that. Maybe a sacrifice fly for Penn State. This is lifted into right. Wilmus makes the catch. Hannon will tag and score from third. 5-3 Nittany Lions in the second.
There's the error coming back to bite the Hawks. So again, another free base causes a problem.
It's always a point of emphasis, right, from Coach Heller, and I think at this point probably most coaches, most teams around the country. How often do you see that leadoff man not really earning his way on, but getting on anyway, coming back to hurt your team? That's what happens now in the second. 5-3 Nittany Lions, still with that runner at first and one out. Bobby Marsh, he hits it on the ground to the right side and foul.
Well, there's something about if the leadoff guy rips a single and then comes around to score on you, you don't like it, but you can live with it. I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, that's what happens when you let the leadoff guy on. But when you have a chance to get the leadoff guy out and he still ends up standing at first and then he bites you by scoring, that's that one's tougher.
It lingers. Hurts. Here's the 0-1. Good pitch from Whitlock on the outside corner, 0-2. It's going to have to be Jack's game for a few innings. You'd have to imagine if things go the right way for him.
You'd like to get Jack probably through at least 4.
Looks in for the sign. He's got it from Moss. The pause and the 0-2. In the air to center. This is hit well. Huckstorf sprinting back towards the track, towards the wall, makes an over-the-shoulder catch. Huckstorf will quickly get it in as the runner, Bramley, has to scramble back to first base. Huckstorf tracked it down.
I mean, you know, it's hard to describe how difficult that was, but yet how easy Huck makes that look. I mean, that ball is tracked out over his head, 103 off the bat, goes out 384 there to center field, and Huck just makes a pretty routine over the shoulder. I got this tracked the whole way, and throws it back in. Runner has to go back to first.
Good execution on all ends there for the Hawkeyes. Here is the next hitter, Norris. And he kind of breaks the streak of left-handed hitters. Standing in from the right side. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs. Runner at first. Bottom of the second, Penn State 5, Iowa 3. The pitch from Whitlock. This is hit into left. Peterson is over towards the line. He's got it for the third out. 1 run comes across for Penn State in the second. We'll go to the third. Iowa trailing by 2. It's 5-3. We'll have Tello, Peterson, and Huckstorf due up when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Penn State goes back to the bullpen. They go to the bullpen for the first time today in the third. They're early visitors as well. They'll go with a right-handed junior from Altoona, Pennsylvania. Spent some time at South Carolina, Travis Lunsman.
Lunsman's 11th appearance on the season. He also has 6 starts. So, again, a guy you see a lot in the starting staff. 6-2 on the year, 2.91 ERA. Has a save, 46 in the third innings, 32 hits, 19 runs, only 15 earned. Has a little control issue with 29 walks, but 51 strikeouts. Opponents only hitting 194 against him, and kind of confirming that control issue. He's hit 14 guys. His fastball is going to be mid-90s for the most part. Curveball change. But really tries to just hitch his wagon to that over the top 95-mile-an-hour fastball, almost in the Louis slot. Coming nearly straight over the top. Really, will work up and down that way. When he loses control, tends to get a lot of arm side run in on right-handed hitters. So if a right-handed hitter is willing to stay in there, he might be able to wear one and get some free bases that way.
And he's a tall drink of water. 6'6".
That'll do it.
Tello will get the first look at him, and that's in the dirt. I don't know how Lunsman has any type of shoulder left. He throws that in like he's on a catapult. And that thing comes all the way around like he's waving home somebody to score. Here comes the 1-0 to Tello. Ground ball up the middle and through into center field. So Tello timed him up, and it's a base hit to start the Hawkeye third.
Good start for Tello. Couple hits on the day already.
7 hits for the Hawks already.
Well, and that's what, you really, it's the third inning. It stinks to be behind 5-3 when you haven't really done a whole lot wrong offensively, but offense just needs to keep going, pick it up here, and then now we get the pitching is a little better last inning. Now you got to get the defense right.
Yep.
Ooh.
First pitch, strike to Peterson.
Ish.
Oh, boy, that was a little bit outside.
Call it a good breaking ball.
Yeah. No balls and a strike to Petey. Tello at first. The pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2.
Good fastball there, but just in the low 90s, so not really his fastest fastball, but we'll see if Petey can now size him back up here with 2 strikes and at least make sure he advances Tello.
Here comes the 0-2 to Petey. That's outside, 1-2. I got the impression, talking with some Penn State people before the game, especially their radio broadcaster, that if in this first game, if Penn State feels like they could win it or were in a position to win it, they'd bring in Lunsman out of the bullpen instead of starting him in game 2. 1-2 to Petey is in the dirt. Backhanded nicely by the catcher. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're going to see, you're really going to kind of see everything kind of go all in here to try to either get a split and with the idea that tomorrow doesn't matter.
2-2 is low and in, ball 3.
Because, we've got a forecast that doesn't really look like we're going to get a game in tomorrow. You can't blow out everybody, but this isn't that unusual for how Penn State's handled games. It wouldn't be impossible to think Henline could pitch a little tomorrow.
3-2. Petey skies it into the left center gap. It's getting caught up there in the clouds. Still carrying well. The center fielder catches it at the base of the wall out there to retire Peterson. Wow, Sam really gave that a ride, but it's caught for out number 1.
Most of our normal ballparks, I think that ball probably ends up out, but hit it 382 there. Kind of that deep part. They call that the nook out there. Just a 410 out in left center field, so just didn't quite have enough juice to get it that far.
1 out in the third. Here's Huckstorf. He lays off the high one, ball 1.
Yeah, you don't want to go chasing around here, but just kind of to finish up the other thought of, if you think you can win a game today, you go win it because, you're not guaranteed to play one tomorrow. We're not hanging around for Monday, so.
Again, missing high, 2-0. And so that's Penn State's plan, and I think Iowa's mentality has been this whole weekend, let's just ruin their plan.
Right, break the chain. Did a good job, basically. Big swing and a miss there from Hawk. Penn State broke the Iowa chain, obviously, with Chase and Brody, and Iowa did a pretty good job of screwing up Penn State's chain because I think they would have wanted more than 2 out of Henline.
2-1 pitch to Huck. That's a called strike, inside corner 2-2. One out with Tello at first. We're in the top of the third here at Penn State. Nittany Lions on top 5-3. It does feel like this game is hanging in the balance.
Yeah, I mean, it's still there for the taking, but, Lunsman's a guy that could go 4 or 5. He could get into the 7th inning if you don't stick to your plan and keep doing what you do.
2-2 delivery to Huck. Inside, ball 3. It was close, but Kyle didn't go after it. Full count now.
So, from a Hawkeye perspective, it's, make sure Lunsman, make sure you get him out of the game by the 5th. If you get him out before that, great, but don't let him get into the 7th inning.
3-2, Huck pops it up. Shallow right. Gerlach comes forward. He's got it for the second out. Good at bat by Kyle, just not rewarded.
Yeah, stretched him out, kind of extended it. Just when push came to shove on the 3-2 pitch, just got out in front of it a little bit on the fastball and kind of capped it off the end of the bat, just a soft pop-up.
2 down in the Hawkeye third, trailing by 2. Here's Sam Honar. Honar grounded out to second to end the first inning for Iowa, where the Hawks scored 2. First pitch to Sam. Fastball outside, a little bit high, too.
That right fielder is exceptionally shallow for Sam. There's a lot of room in right center field, and there's a lot of room just around that right fielder if he could just elevate it over the second baseman.
Fastball on the outside portion of the plate, 1-1 now. Yeah, I'm not sure why Gerlach is playing that shallow, and there's a lot of room around him, like you said, John. The gap down the line. If Sam could get the hips turned and pull one, we'd be in good shape. The 2-0, the 1-1 is up and in. Ball 2 now.
Yeah, scoreboard was wrong there, so they've got it right now.
Sam's got the power to get one out of here today. Here comes the 2-1. Ooh, that's inside. Ball 3. This park that imitates PNC Park, home of the Pittsburgh Pirates, based on its dimensions. I think Sam could get one over that tall wall and right.
Easy there. Calm down talking about the Pirates.
Hey, we're off to a good start. Here comes the 3-1. Honar waves and misses at it. 3-2.
Lunsman challenged him. 94-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. Honar couldn't quite get up to it.
Tello will get a head start. He'll be moving on the pitch. Here it comes to Honar. Outside, ball 4. There's a free base for the Hawkeyes to keep the inning going.
All right, see if Michael Seegers can cause a little bit of a problem, keep the run-scoring streak alive.
Yes, Iowa with 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and Nittany Lions with 4 in the first. They also scored 1 in the second. Iowa trailing 5-3, but out-hitting Penn State 7-2. 2 on, 2 outs for Seegers. Here's one high. At the letters to Michael.
Yeah, Lunsman's just been in the low to mid-90s, so doesn't have his fastest fastball and hasn't really had great command yet.
Yeah, missed again. That's high, ball 2. And in the scout today, there were different versions of Lunsman that we were looking at, right? One that was 92 to 95 or low 90s, and another version where he could really throw at 95 plus. And we haven't seen that too much yet out of him. I was trying to time up the slower version of him.
Yeah, he'd had some velocity in the last appearance or so. I think it was 95, 6, 7 even. Haven't seen that today. A little cooler today, and and really you're kind of seeing the control issues. So now, I guess my guess is if I go hunt for it on the scouting report, this would be the effectively wild one we were talking about, and so. Again, Hawkeye's doing a good job, just like what the Nittany Lions did to Brody.
2 balls, no strikes. Pitch to Seegers. That's in on the elbow. Ball 3. Cade Moss is on deck. You're taking at least 1 if you're Seegers in the box. The pitch, that's high and tight. Ball 4. A 4-pitch walk for Seegers, and just like that, Iowa's got the bases loaded.
Bases loaded. You got the tying run on base now. More importantly, you've got the lead run on base. You've got the tying run out in scoring position. So, good chance here for Cade Moss to help out his battery mate a little bit.
Come on, Cade. Moss has been a good hitter in this 9 spot for the Hawks this season. He reached on an error in the second. Lunsman's missed a number in a row. Deals a first pitch strike to Cade. He's walked back-to-back hitters. After a leadoff single by Raider Tello, who stands at third, Peterson and Huckstorf flied out. Honar and Seegers are on first and second. 0-1 pitch. Moss sends a chopper back up the middle. Second baseman's got it. His play is to first to get Moss in time. Hawks will leave them loaded in the third. We'll go to the bottom half. Penn State 5, Iowa 3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine, too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
6-7-8 due up for Penn State in the bottom of the third inning. They lead it right now 5-3. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Plenty of baseball left to be played today. We've got a doubleheader on tap. Game 1 right now. Iowa trailing by 2. Got to hold the Nittany Lions here. The Hawkeyes will have the top of the order coming up in the fourth, and you'd like to see that deficit stay at 2 and let the top of our order get back to work.
Oh, yeah, somewhere if you're the Hawkeye staff, you got to throw up your own 0 here, and so Jack was pretty close to that last week minus the error, last inning minus the error, so this is just low there. Boy, good pitch.
Spiegel's in the box. That was just below the knees from Jack. Spiegel hit into a fielder's choice that brought home a run in the first inning. 1-0 pitch from Whitlock. Ground ball hit foul past the third base coach. 1-1.
Jack really relies on the breaking stuff. He has to throw just enough fastballs to keep them straight up and honest so they can't go diving out over the plate.
1-1 is hit into left. Peterson moving over towards the line. It'll bounce in front of him. Leadoff single for Spiegel. That's kind of what you're talking about right there, isn't it, John?
Yeah, when
the off speed.
Yeah, he floats that off speed up high, especially. It's really easy for him to kind of stay engaged. They don't even have to hit it that hard. It just kind of finds the way. So he's going to have to, again, kind of bust a fastball inside often enough to just make sure that they can't go diving out for every breaking ball or worse, kind of start crowding the plate on him and just kind of taking that part away.
Whitlock got the last 3 outs in the second, all by fly balls to each outfielder, 1 to right, 1 to center, 1 to left. They were all hit pretty well. Whitlock deals a strike to Billy Gerlach.
Yeah, Penn State's made pretty solid contact on Jack, but Huck made a good running catch, and the other 2 were tracked down nicely.
Gerlach walked his first time up. He's down in the count now 0-2 after Whitlock throws a couple of nice pitches by him.
Yeah, you're at a spot here now. Gerlach does a pretty decent job. Strikeouts to walks are pretty even, but I'd like to think now that you go ahead and finish him off.
Here comes the 0-2. That's low and out, ball 1. Iowa trailing Penn State 5-3 in the third. Each team with pretty big innings in the first. You use a ground ball or a strikeout here from Whitlock. As he comes set from the belt, the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? No, they say. And so Gerlach will stay in the box. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Close.
Yeah, just missed up and away. You'll see the low outside corner dotted. You don't usually see the high outside corner dotted and called anyway.
2-2 from Whitlock. Ground ball left side. Tello's got it. He'll go to second for 1. On to first. Over DeRiggi's head. And now the runner's going to take off for second. DeRiggi picks it up, throws it to second. We got him at second base. The long way for a double play.
5-4-3-4 double play. That's one way to get her done.
My goodness. We'll take that.
That was just terrible base running there as that ball ricocheted clean right back out to DeRiggi. Not sure what Gerlach thought he was thinking that he could get there, just walk back to first and call it good. But Hawks will take the break and see if they can finish up the inning here with Kelly.
Good execution there by DeRiggi to make that throw to second. A long throw to seal up the double play. Here is Taven Kelly.
Kelly has 9 walks and 50 strikeouts.
Wow.
Now that you're ahead, now's when you go pick on the edges of the zone. Don't let him hit anything in the barrel.
Here's a spinner off the end of the bat. This will go foul. 0-2. 50 strikeouts, 5-0?
5-0. That was an interesting little ball there, too, because that's another one of those where you might have been able to use the high lip of the grass to your benefit.
Yeah.
With that spin, if it would have just kind of cue balled off there a little bit, it could have snuck its way back fair, but stayed foul, 0-2, and if he sees a ball within a foot of the strike zone, I'd be surprised.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Here comes the 0-2 that is outside, and Kelly didn't go after it.
I want to see Jack's breaking ball that starts kind of inside part of the plate, breaks all the way across and out into the left-handed batter's box here.
All right, let's see it. The 1-2, that skipped in front of the plate. Ball 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's kind of overthrew, gripped too tight, threw that one straight in the ground there. Didn't really have any chance to get the bite on that one.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs in the third. The pitch from Whitlock. There it is. Slider low and out. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there from Whitlock to get out of the third. All right, so a leadoff single and then a double play and then a strikeout. That's how the third inning will end. Iowa trailing 5-3. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Top of the 4th inning, Penn State 5, Iowa 3. It'll be the top of the order. Wilmus, Anthony, and DeRiggi due up for the Hawkeyes. Just feel like Iowa's said, okay, we spotted you a couple, Penn State, but we're hanging around and we're ready to make a push here.
Well, the Hawks didn't get any in the top of the third, but Lundsman did have to throw 26 pitches. So, again, kind of to that process of getting deeper and deeper into their bullpen. Obviously, you want to win both games today, but the more damage you can do and the more you can run through the bullpen in game 1 makes life a little easier getting into game 2 as well.
Right, leave them a little bit short-handed. Try to drive Lundsman out of the game. That'd be the first step as Wilmus is in the box. Takes one on the inside corner for a strike.
Again, that's where you're going to see the Lundsman fastball is going to run in like that. So if it starts middle, it's going to bust in on the right-handed hitters.
Here's a ground ball through into right field. That's a base hit for Wilmus. His first of the day. Ben timed that one out pretty nicely and shot it out to right.
It's a good fastball. It was down kind of in the middle of the zone, but a little inside. And Wilmus just stayed with it, drove it right out through that gap again.
Leadoff man on for the Hawkeyes in the 4th. Here is Keaton Anthony, 2 for 2 today with a couple of singles.
Penn State has 8 guys that have appeared in double-digit games. We will probably see all of them today.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Maybe there's one of them that they'll keep just in case a game happens tomorrow, but my guess is we're going to, especially if they maintain the lead, you're going to see the best arms that they have as they try to make sure they get at least one of these 2 games.
A ball, no strikes. This one is popped up right side. It'll get foul and out of play from Anthony. I don't know, it was high and out, and Keaton had that uppercut swing on it.
It's impressive he can even get to those in a lot of cases.
A lot of room in left center for Keaton. Played the outfield shift to the push side as Keaton drives it right there. That's a base hit. It'll be in front of the center fielder. It gets by him. It gets by the center fielder, Wilmus. He's at third. He's going to round it and head for home. Benny Wilmus will score. Anthony slams on the brakes at second. It's 5-4.
And that's why we talked about it in the first inning. You don't assume Penn State's not a good fielding team. The outfield is interesting. It's wet. It's patchy, so you've got kind of, it's not just your perfect manicured grass. You've kind of got other patches of grass, so you're going to get some funny hops out there, especially with a guy like Keaton hitting some top spin lobs out there. Hawks have tying run back in scoring position already here, is able to take advantage of that and see if you can really do some damage now.
Here is DeRiggi. First pitch, a strike on the outer half. So Anthony singles, his third of the day, advancing to second on the error. Iowa down by 1 now in the fourth. 0-1 pitch to DeRiggi. That's too far outside. Ball 1. Nobody out. Top of the order doing damage again for the black and gold. Trailing Penn State 5-4. The pitch from Lunsman to DeRiggi. Brennan swung over the top of it. 1-2.
Yeah, busted the breaking ball in on him. It was a good pitch. I mean, it was probably going to be a strike anyway. DeRiggi just couldn't quite get it on the changeup, actually. So
be ready for anything now. The 1-2. Brennan slapped it foul towards the Iowa dugout. Hawkeyes in the third base dugout today. Penn State over here on the first base side.
And that's that fastball. We got back up to 96 miles an hour. Going back to that last pitch, though, just for fun, 790 spin rate, which I know that probably doesn't mean a lot, but that's like knuckleballish.
This one's in the dirt, 2-2. Not a lot of spin on it, huh, with that fastball?
Yeah, well, that's the changeup again, where he's again down to 1,200 revolutions there. So, again, knuckleball's coming in. It's probably got 100, but that's how he gets the good dip movement on it.
2-2, drop below the knees. Full count now.
Good fastball there. Nice job from Brennan. That was going to be a tough pitch to hit. Low and inside, just misses.
Fastest one we've seen from him all day at 96. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch to DeRiggi. He chased it. It was way outside, and Brennan went after it, and he's out number 1.
Boy, can't even imagine what Brennan saw there. That ball wasn't even close. Unless he was expecting the breaking ball and thought it was going to come back in on the back door, but 96-mile-an-hour fastball in the right-handed batter's box, and Brennan had no chance and makes an easy first out and bails out Lunsman.
We'll see Tello now. He takes a crack at the first pitch and fouled it out of play to the right side. 0-1 with 1 out. Runner at second is Anthony. Hawks down by 1. It's 5-4 in the fourth. You just feel for Brennan right there because I don't think we've seen him swing at a pitch like that all year.
No, he's usually got really good plate discipline and swing decision.
0-1 to Tello. That's high and out, ball 1. Rader is 2 for 2 today, just like Keaton.
That's where you've got to look at the scouting report and know that he's going fastball.
Yeah.
And I know you saw a couple changeup, and it's not a bat, but he's going to throw you a fastball.
1-1 pitch to the Hawkeye third baseman's in the dirt, blocked by the catcher, and so Anthony has to stay put at second. It'd be big to get Keaton over here to third.
Did he really block that, or did he just kind of hit it? Because that ball was spiked. He turned his head down. There was a lot of self-preservation going on in that.
Yeah, I think it might have caught him in the mask. Upper portion of the chest protector, there's no question about that. Here comes a 2-1 to Rader. That's high again. Ball 3. Got Petey on deck.
I mean, catchers are some of the toughest dudes around, but that one he was fortunate that ball just kind of spiked right into him.
Yes. Lunsman's got the sign. He's ready for it. Here comes the 3-1. Rader shoots it into center. It will drop for a base hit. Kelly will pick it up. Keaton has to stop there at third. He had to wait at second base because Tello hit it so hard.
Yeah, on one hand, you think, okay, Keaton, why weren't you going man score on that one? But on the other hand, you're hitting really well. There's no reason to risk an out there. Ball might have carried out to the center fielder, so go ahead and wait, make sure it's down, and then just take third base. Hawks have runners on the corners, just one out here. 10th hit of the game.
10 hits.
So
Man.
And we've seen two of Penn State's better arms.
Petey takes a hack at the first one and fouled it back over our heads to the right. Peterson today, a fielder's choice. He also flied out to center. Sam's gotten a hold of a couple of pitches today. He's got the wind helping him out to left, and for some reason Penn State's outfielders shading over to right. Here's a ground ball that's foul towards third base. I guess maybe they're shaded and shifted over to right because of the speed that Lunsman throws the fastball with.
Maybe, but again, I'm just looking out at where the right fielder is. As he drifts back a step or two now, but Gerlach is really shallow out there in right field.
No balls, 2 strikes to Peterson. Runners at the corners and 1 out. Here's the pitch. Petey flares it to right. This will be foul, and he'll find the seats.
Good job there. Fastball got in on him. He fisted it off and kept it away. And again, you're going to have to look for a little bit of a breaking ball, but that fastball's got inside run on you. You're going to need to be ready for it.
Another 0-2. That's in the dirt. Backhand stop by Bramley behind the plate. Boy, if you throw that fastball inside about 2 miles an hour less, you go 92, 93. I think Petey can get around on that, don't you?
I think Petey can get around on 94, 95, too. He's just got to be ready to go, especially on the inside part of the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out. Here in the top of the 4th inning, Iowa has scored again, trailing 5-4, though. Just a rough first inning. Iowa continuing to chip away. Here's the 1-2. Petey swung and missed. Maybe chased that one off speed that was high.
Yeah, through. I'm not even really sure what that one was. 79-mile-an-hour pitch. Had a lot of spin on it, too, so kind of a little floater. Didn't really break a whole lot, but you get it up eye high. It looked awfully tempting to Petey, and he went up to try to get it and couldn't get all the way up to it.
That brings up Huckstorf. Worried about Tello over there at first. They've thrown over a couple of times.
He's still on the base this year.
That's right. We got to give him credit for that. Doesn't have the perfect stolen base percentage like Keaton Anthony does. As Huckstorf lines this to right in the air, and it will be caught on the run towards the line. Hawks cannot quite tie it up, but man, we're just hammering this Penn State pitching. Trailing 5-4, but out hitting the Nittany Lions 10-3. All right, we're back for the bottom of the 4th right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
All right, bottom of the 4th inning, Penn State 5, Iowa 4. Got to hold the Nittany Lions down again. They'll have 9-1-2 due up against Jack Whitlock.
Hawks have been able to score in the top half in 3 of the 4 innings, but haven't been able to shut Penn State out after they score. So get the shutdown inning here quick and turn it back over to the bats and see if you can tie the game up.
Again, it doesn't feel like we're losing the game right now, does it?
Oh, it does.
You think it does?
It does to me. just because of kind of the way that first inning went. Doesn't feel like we deserve to be losing the game, but it feels like we are.
Well, got to hold him here. Cease, then Hannon and Bramley. Whitlock's first pitch on the way. That drifted inside to the right-handed left fielder. Ball one.
Maryland 16-1 over Indiana in the ninth inning. Oof.
This one's up and in. Ball two. Where was their big inning at?
They scored 9 in the eighth.
Wow.
But they, so obviously they're up 6-1 heading into the eighth inning.
And that's a big series that we're paying attention to in the conference.
Jack's got to bear down here. There we go.
They got a foul tip, 2-1.
Because you got a guy that doesn't look like he's quite ready for being out there yet, and you struck him out your first time you saw him. Go right back at him here now and finish up this at bat.
Free bases are not good in general, and let alone anywhere at the bottom of the order. As the 2-1 is called a ball. Where'd that one miss? No way.
That ball is dead center of the plate, right in the middle. Wow.
3-1.
Okay, there, it snapped up. At least it was upper part of the zone, but
Whitlock sends it home, and it's hit foul and out of play. Full count now.
At least that makes a little more sense. Wow.
It was close. Whitlock will look down at the sign. He's got it. Here comes the 3-2 on its way home to Cease. Chopper, left side. Tello, he'll wait for it. He's got it. Throw across to DeRiggi, and that's out number one.
Good job there from Jack, battling back, get the out. You don't want to put anybody on in front of the top of the order here. So,
and that's just good, gritty Jack Whitlock, right? Top of the order with Hannon.
Jack just now, this pitch right here to Hannon will equal him with Brody Breck for number of pitches thrown today.
Probably not a great stat. Great for Jack.
Right, not in the bottom of the fourth inning. It's not a great stat for Iowa.
1-0 pitch to Hannon from Whitlock. There it is. Strike called. 1-1.
It's that part that feels like we are losing.
That part right there, yes. Hawks will have 7, 8, 9 Honar, Seegers, and Moss in the fifth when we get there. This one is lifted in the air, left center. Tailing more towards Peterson in left. He'll make the catch for the second out. Done a nice job against Hannon today.
Yeah, a little high slice there. Just went right back to Petey. See if, again, the Hawks can just capitalize here. Another quick, clean inning. Getting the bullpen action going. I think maybe you could sneak one more out of Jack, but nobody's in a hurry down there. But
Jared Simpson, Jacob Henderson getting loose for the Hawkeyes. But like you said, John, just some soft throwing there. Here's a ground ball to the right side. Honar will backhand it. He'll throw it across in a 1-2-3 inning for the Hawkeyes. Good job there to hold the Nittany Lions scoreless in back-to-back innings. We'll go to the fifth. Hawks are down by 1. It's 5-4. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
All right, top of the fifth inning, Penn State 5, Iowa 4. We'll have Honar, Seegers, And Moss up against Lunsman. This would be a good time to get him out of the game, don't you think?
Yeah, I think this is, you kind of figure that if you chase him here, that's probably a Hawkeye win. If you chase him in the fifth inning, if he gets into the sixth, it's probably pretty equal. But boy, if you let him go too much longer than that, it's a win for Penn State. You're not doing the damage to their bullpen that you want to be doing in game one here. So
because this has a big time impact on game two. It's not just about game one. That's the conversation we're having.
Right. You could see some of these guys tomorrow. In theory, if we were to play a game, you're not going to see any of them in the second game as he misses high here. So, you run them out now. Run as many guys into this first game as you can, and especially guys that are throwing. He's up over 50 pitches now. He's not coming back.
Yeah.
And so, get rid of him. He's not coming back tomorrow. Just keep kind of chasing around and doing your thing.
Well, he hasn't been able to find the strike zone to Honar, and Sam has drawn a 3-0 count to start things off in the fifth. How about a walk here?
Patience, Sammy.
Squared to bunt, pulled it back, ball 4. Good start. And now you really get some excitement towards the bottom of the order with Seegers coming into the box.
Shortstop, number 10, Michael Seegers.
Honar's kind of a sneaky threat. 8 stolen bases. I'm not sure I would have guessed that number.
I agree with you.
But 8 for 8 over there. With some of his injury troubles, not a guy you're going to just go send screaming around the bases. But with Seegers, you might be able to play some games there on the at-bat side.
There's a strike to Michael at the knees. Sam does have a great lead over there at first. Third baseman is maybe curious if Michael might lay down a bunt. He's even with the bag. Here comes the 0-1 to Seegers. Strike 2.
Wouldn't have been surprising. Michael, a lot of times, even with the 0-1 count, you'll see the bunt there on the sac try, but didn't do it there. Now I have to just pick it up the old-fashioned way.
The 0-2, that's low and out. Gets away from the catcher for a moment. Snap throw down to first. Honar gets back there safely.
Good job from Sam. Ball really didn't get too far away, but he had a good secondary lead, so all of a sudden he had to come hustling back when he decided that going wasn't an option.
1 ball, 2 strikes with nobody out in the fifth. Iowa down by 1. Michael flares this into left center. That is down for a base hit. Honar rounds second, hesitates, and then stays there.
What a good piece of hitting there from Michael. As it threw the changeup down low, Michael stayed with it, didn't try to do too much with it, just kind of lifted it out over the shortstop's head, and the Hawks have their first 2 runners aboard here in the fifth inning.
And now this will be interesting again, what the Hawks elect to do with Cade Moss stepping into the box. Runners at first and second, nobody out, top 5, Iowa down 5-4.
Cade's bunting. He's such a good bunter.
Well, first pitch to him, squares to bunt, it's low. Snapped in a hard fastball at 94.
And Cade's such a good bunter. He doesn't always show early, even when he's bunting to sacrifice. He doesn't always show.
He's not going to bunt anything that's not in the strike zone.
No, and obviously he's got a pretty good idea. Honar's going to have to watch a little inside move pick there at second if they try to throw behind him. First baseman's charging hard, third baseman's staying home. So
2-0 is low, ball 3. That time Moss never squared around to bunt, and so it's 3-0 now at the top of the order. Ben Wilmus on deck.
Well, I think somewhere in here now he's obviously not going to bunt here on 3-0. This is, can you throw me a strike?
Well, he can right there. That was low in the zone. 3 balls, 1 strike. Now you see if the bunt's back on, or
it's possible. You could see him put it back down again.
He does square early this time, and the pitcher will step off the mound and throw it to second quickly.
Quickly-ish.
Yeah, Honar had a little bit of hustle, but he didn't have to dive back. Corners creeping forward for Penn State. The 3-1. That's low. Ball 4. Great job, Cade Moss, to draw the walk. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. And here comes Benny Wilmus.
Cade Moss is so good around the plate. I mean, it's just his plate awareness and discipline out there to not go chasing around and not try to jab at a ball outside of the zone. Took a lot of good pitches there and ends up with a walk, bases loaded, and nobody out now.
I'm curious.
Sean Clifford.
I'm curious why Penn State's alignment there on that bunt. We had runners at first and second. Moss was squaring to bunt. They had both corners coming forward.
And the shortstop was floating behind trying to hold the runner on. So
I don't know how that would be productive for them at all.
Sometimes your play from third base is, your third baseman is, on any ball that's bunted hard, he takes it. But then his job is to recognize, okay, it's not bunted hard. I can get back. Pitcher's going to get it. And so it's a little bit of both. We saw it at Minnesota where Iowa stole a base behind that. You're probably not going to do that. Wouldn't have done that with Honar at second. But like with Huck, with Petey, you might just steal the base behind thinking that you're going to be able to beat the third baseman back to the bag.
I think the standard is that the first baseman comes in and then the pitcher automatically takes anything down the third base side.
Generally, that is the way it goes, and that's why he would have retreated right away.
And here's a pass ball. It kicks right back to the catcher, though, and we've got no advancement. I think it's Brick that's down here. It's got to be.
Right. That's just a great play, though, from Honar, because that's really easy to get hung up, and it's a great job by both of the other base runners to not run over somebody. So good heads-up play by everybody, as that's just a terrible pitch. But Hawks aren't able to take advantage.
1-0 to Wilmus. He popped it up straight back. This will go directly over our heads in the press box. 1-1. There's a lot of room behind home plate, but if the pitch hits directly maybe on one hop off that brick, it's going to come right back. But something that might scab away would be okay.
Yeah, curveball might get away.
The 1-1 to Wilmus. That's low and out, ball 2. Bases are loaded for Iowa with nobody out in the top of the 5th, trailing 5-4.
Curveball might sneak away, but a fastball, especially one that bad that's just going to ricochet right back, isn't actually a terrible pitch.
2 balls and a strike. The pitch from Lunsman to Wilmus. Line drive, base hit into center. Honar, he'll score. We are tied at 5 in the 5th. Great job, Ben Wilmus.
Benny Wilmus with his second hit of the day, and Cade Moss had to hustle to second base because he'd kind of waited to make sure it was clear. A good piece of base running there, and all of a sudden it was like, oh man, that's out there, and
we gotta go.
Gotta go. Shortstop, fortunately, never really wandered anywhere near the bag, and Cade was able to make it in easily. He would have made it anyway, but he had to work a little harder than you normally do on a single to the outfield.
Not a lot of action in the Penn State bullpen, so this is going to be Lunsman staying in the game. Keaton Anthony takes one inside corner for a strike.
Keaton's reaction was, are you sure? Really sure? Super sure?
Here comes the 0-1. Keaton fouled this off his foot. Ouch. And Anthony will limp around and jog around down the first baseline. That one caught him.
Of course, then he's got to swing at basically the same pitch. And, inside probably wouldn't have been a strike, but the last one wasn't too much difference. Now it'll be up to Keaton to hit with 2 strikes here. Chance to keep a heavy rally going. Yeah, Penn State has nobody throwing, so it's not like, boy, just buy us some time here. This is your inning, man.
0-2 to Anthony. Line drive. Look out over there. Foul ball in the Iowa dugout. That one was tailing on a line. I don't think it caught anybody, but man, it was close. Heads up.
Yeah, everybody got ducked under that one. But boy, it was pulled and jerked in there pretty good. Guts.
Ready with the 0-2. Here it comes. Anthony flies it to left. This is when he's hooking. It is foul. Into the Pepsi Picnic Pavilion out there in left.
That was a good change up there. It was a strike. Skinny doesn't hit the strike zone on those a lot, but that one stayed right in there. Keaton was out in front of it. He's got to look for that tailing fastball again.
Long pause, the pitch. This one drilled to left. Carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Home run. A grand slam for Keaton Anthony. Boom. Boom. How about that? How about those Hawkeyes?
Keaton just catches it. Didn't it look like he got it all? 94-mile-an-hour fastball that he turned, though. And the hard part is that ball's tracking out there. It's 378 out there to left field. It's not an easy one. Hawks get another grand slam on the season. They now lead 9-5. It feels like we have the lead now.
Now it feels like it, John Evans. Yes. 9-5 Hawks. And I'm right there with you. Off the bat, I didn't think it was going to get out. I thought it was just kind of one of those fly balls. But then, you think back to Petey. Petey crushed that one to center a while back. And that one stayed in the park. But initially didn't look great.
Felt like a sac fly. I was really glad Cade Moss was going back to second. Because I'm like, okay, great. You're going to advance to third. There'll be one out. Hawks will be in business.
Hawks 9, Nittany Lions 5 now in the fifth. Iowa 13 hits today.
See if DeRiggi can have just a little bit better at bat here. Remember how he got worked last time. There we go.
Here's one into left center, a spinner that's down for a base hit over the shortstop's head. DeRiggi's headed for second. Oh, he'll slam on the brakes. Now he's in a pickle. Trying to run back to first. They throw it to the first baseman. Brennan's going to try to outrun him, and he gets around Lunsman. Did he get to second? They say that he is out.
Boy, on one hand, I love the effort. On the other hand, it had the feel of a guy trying to do too much. He's struggling a little bit, maybe not in his best zone today. Gets the hit, and he always goes full bore into first base, but that one never had double written on it.
So that's the first out of the inning after the single by DeRiggi trying to stretch it. And he's out in between first and second. Here's Tello. He's down in the count quickly, 0-2.
And neither one have been a strike.
One was inside right, and one was low and out. Lunsman ready, out of the windup, the 0-2. That one is outside, ball one.
Boy, they had a guy warming up, and then all of a sudden we got the out on DeRiggi, and they stopped him warming up, which...
Yeah, and that was like fire alarm down there. They were running and getting everybody loose.
I mean, we talked about at the beginning of the inning, if Iowa could chase him after this inning, it would be a win.
Tello stays alive by fouling off the 2-2.
I mean, at this point, though, if you're Penn, now you're just being stubborn.
Right, I agree.
I mean, so in my mind, Iowa's done exactly what they needed to do to kind of get the win part of this.
Tello pops it up right side. This one will get over into the concourse down the line and right and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Because you're basically going to be at 80 pitches by the time that Tello's done here.
Here's a high pop-up. This one might stay in the field of play. It will be caught in foul territory. The second baseman, Hannon, he ran over there and he dove for it and he got it.
I just got to ask, though, what was Spiegel doing? I mean, what a great play. Let me start with that. What a great play by Hannon as he comes flying over, makes that diving play. But Spiegel was just, he just ended up kind of running in a circle and was lost.
Spiegel lost his mom at the grocery store. He didn't know where to go. Here's Peterson, fouled out of play to start off his at-bat. Big inning for the Hawks. Up 9-5 now after pushing across 5. This one to Petey up and in. And it hit him. Peterson is on with 2 outs.
Now batting center fielder, number 9.
So there's one of those free bases that we've earned against Lunsman.
I mean, for a guy that has some control issues, he hasn't been that bad. I guess as I look at it now, he has walked 4 guys. Doesn't necessarily... They were all in the inning where we didn't score. Feels like now we've...
Huckstorf crushes this one to right center. This one's carrying well. Still hanging up there. Get going, baby. It is caught at the wall. Huckstorf gave it a ride to deep right center. Needed 376. He got 372. But it's a big inning for Iowa, and the Hawks have the lead. It's 9-5. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th inning right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes out hitting the Nittany Lions 14-3 and now have the lead 9-5 after a 5-run fifth. Trying to hold Penn State now in this bottom half of the inning with Whitlock back on the mound. Whitlock has been good. Got back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for the Hawkeye dealer right now.
Well, now you're going to see at least until, if you continue to shut the Penn State bats down, you're going to see a little bit different approach now from the Penn State coaching staff. Instead of going all in to win game one, now you kind of go, all right, fine, you guys got game one, and then they're in a position to try to save everybody for game two. Again, I've seen two of the better arms here right now.
Yeah.
So.
Decent part of the order for Penn State, 3-4-5. Here's Harry, first pitch strike from Whitlock. It feels like if you hold Penn State here and then go get a couple more, then we're full effect into what you're talking about right there. You don't want to say the other team's conceding, but they're maybe preserving their resources for game two.
But that's it's not conceding. It's the way they play the game. We're gonna do what we can to win this game. And if you kind of look at it of, okay, this one's not possible, there's another one right after today, and it's the unusual quirk of the schedule where you're just gonna swing and a miss there. It's amazing. Looks silly on the curveball. You're just gonna use your resources in the best places you can use them. And if you're down, 11-5 or 12-5 after this inning, and maybe if you're even down 9-5, Lunsman's one of your best pitchers. You leave him out there a little bit longer and say, hey, can you give me 3 more outs? I need 3 more outs. And if you can, great. If you can't, well, okay, now we got this other string of guys we'll bring out and we'll lose 17-5. Who cares?
Sure. Well, a strikeout to start the inning for Whitlock. Here's Bobby Marsh. Great pitch to get things started to him. Outside corner at 72. Quite a range for Whitlock in his velocities today.
I like rubber arm Jack.
Yes. 0-1 pitch. Ground ball, right side. Not threatening much. DeRiggy's got it. He'll touch the bag himself. 2 down.
Got a big high hop there got it right off the last little piece of grass. Came up big. Easy jog to first. And DeRiggy always kind of likes to wait. He doesn't touch the bag. He likes to let the guy run a little bit. I thought at first when he did that at Texas Tech the first time, I thought he was just doing it to his buddy Hester, but he does that to everybody.
Just to continue on that conversation, what do you think this does for Iowa's game plan the rest of the way? I mean, there's obviously nobody getting loose in our bullpen because Whitlock's doing such a fine job, but you know that's how Penn State's going to play it. How does that affect our plan at all?
Well, your plan is the nice part for Iowa is you felt like you had more arms anyway. And so the key is you're going to go in, you're going to make sure you win this game. Good pitch there. And if Jack continues to deal well and he has a lead, maybe you do leave him in and out longer than maybe you should have. But
a 1 pitch is swung on and missed by Grant Norris. Whitlock is dealing. I guess the point I'm kind of getting at is he can let Jack go a little bit longer.
Correct. And you're not fully on schedule here yet, but you're getting a whole lot closer than you were. Obviously when you get your starter chased after a third of an inning, for Jack I thought if we got Jack through 4, that would be pretty good. We've got a really good chance here if he can finish up the at-bat.
Throwing a couple of sliders low and out. It's currently 2 balls and 2 strikes to Norris, their third baseman.
Norris is a heavy chase guy too, which is why he hasn't really been around the plate. But unfortunately, the two he's thrown haven't been as competitive. If he does what he did 2 innings ago, kind of bops back with one that looks good, he's going to make him look silly again.
I did just that, John. You're on a roll today up here. A high heater up and in, and Norris went after it, and he'll come up empty. We'll go to the 6th. Hawks lead at 9-5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Well, we're in the same spot of the order that got things going in the 5th. It was a big inning for Iowa. It'll be Honar, Seegers, and Moss up again. Hawks lead at 9-5.
Yeah, like I said, I think we're now kind of trying to follow that strategy. If you're Penn State, it's I said if Lunsman got to 6, it was a push. Well, now you're kind of all right. If you're Penn State coaching staff, it's all right. Let's get him through this inning, and then we'll see what we've got to do afterwards.
Honar's watched a few pitches go by in a row in his at-bats. He watched 4 straight back in the 5th. Started off with a ball this time. The 1-0, he rips into right, base hit. The 15th hit of the game for the Hawkeyes. Honar, he's on for the 3rd time today.
I'm really impressed with the way that the hitting has stuck to the plan. It was, they came in, they had a way they wanted to do it. But you just never knew. Yesterday was such a weird day for us. We came over here, we messed around. They kind of almost went through a practice. So, they practiced Thursday and Friday, and you're just not sure if they're going to be able to pop back in. And, boy, have they done it today.
It was a good start to the game for Iowa. Got 2 runs in the first, gave Penn State 4 in the bottom half. But since then, Hawkeyes have felt like they're on the right track, finally regaining the lead. It's 9-5 now. Seegers is in the box. I'll check on Honar at first. Michael's been on every time today. He's 2 for 2, 2 singles. He also has a walk, 2 runs scored. Very productive for Michael here at the bottom of the order. No balls and a strike to Seegers. The pitch. Michael takes this. It bounces on the plate, 1-1.
Yeah, good scoop there from the catcher. We got a ball loose from the bullpen.
That's not a good sign.
It depends on who you're rooting for, I guess.
Yeah, that came out of, for the record, that came out of Penn State's bullpen.
Yeah, Iowa doesn't have anybody throwing. Penn State's now got a lot of activity. I think this is, like I said, this will be Lunsman's last inning. They're just going to try to get him through it, and see if they can limit the damage here. But we're talking about Iowa's seen the two best ERA guys. Lunsman 291 coming into the game. Penline 340 coming into the game.
1-1 pitch to Seegers. That's low and in. Backed him off the plate. 2 balls and a strike now to the Hawkeyes shortstop. Nobody out in the top of the 6th. Iowa leading 9-5. Honar dancing around at first over there.
And their highest inning guys, too. Both of them up in the mid-40s. So if Iowa can get through this, still going to have to roll through college pitchers. Going to have to hustle.
Yeah, here's a ground ball back to the pitcher. Long underhand toss to first to get Seegers. That was the only play. Basically a bunt there for Michael.
Yeah, good swinging bunt.
I'll bring up Moss. We go back to that point. Basically right to plan here for the Hawkeyes. When it comes to attacking the Penn State pitchers. It just feels a little bit different because it was a close game. It took us a while to get there.
Yeah, didn't work out exactly the way from the defensive standpoint for the Hawkeyes, but you got there anyways. That pitch misses inside, and so But again, that doesn't mean now all of a sudden, the Hawks are going to win game 2 17-1 because life's going to be really easy. There's still Division I pitchers that know how to get guys out.
Here's a ground ball to short. It's picked up there. They'll throw it to third. Honar is out at third.
We've seen that a couple times from the Hawkeyes. That's just, I hate to say it, that's just lousy base running. That ball's hit in front of you when you're on second base. You make it easy on the shortstop to just make an easy flip to third to get you out. And so Hawks kind of running themselves out of an inning here with that. He could have hung around and went on the throw to first, could have tried to do a lot of things, but that probably wasn't choice A.
Well, to the top of the order with Wilmus with 2 outs and Seegers over there Moss over there at first. That is the one thing that is a little bit surprising today. The base running for Iowa could be viewed as overly aggressive, but hasn't panned out. A 1 pitch to Wilmus, up and in, look out, ball 1.
Well, the Hawkeyes have put what now? They've had 3 guys thrown out on the bases. So you had Honar at an unusual base, you had Tello at an unusual base.
DeRiggi.
And you had DeRiggi on his. So, Penn State's not really getting Iowa out. Iowa's running themselves into outs on a couple of occasions.
Just a little bit surprising because typically Iowa's good on the base paths.
We did see it, though, in Texas Tech when they won on Sunday, and that aggression paid off. Mm-hmm. It's the mindset is good. You kind of like that piece of it. So
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch to Wilmus, downstairs, ball 2.
So it's one of those you take the good with the bad. As we saw the high strikeout pitcher that walks a lot of guys. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys get thrown out being aggressive.
Wilmus lines this right to the shortstop. It's caught there, and so Wilmus is out on the line out. That'll do it for the top of the 6th inning. Hawks lead at 9-5. Back after this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Bottom of the 6th inning at Medler Field here at Lubrano Park in State College. Turning out to be a fine day. Iowa leading 9-5. Overcast skies, no rain yet. Trying to avoid it, so we're playing a doubleheader today. Game 1 going the Hawkeyes' way so far. Got plenty of baseball left, though. A 4-run lead for the Hawkeyes as it stands right now. Jack Whitlock on for another inning of work. Jack's got 4 strikeouts today. 5 is his career high. He did that against Nebraska last weekend. So Whitlock with 2 strikeouts in the 5th. They'll face 6, 7, 8 Spiegel, Gerlach, and Kelly.
I just got a piece of really cool information. Whitlock's got about 10 different family members here. Which, he doesn't, being from Georgia, doesn't get a lot of traction up in Iowa all the time, but does have a good contingent here watching. So a lot of fun for him today.
That's great. He's dealing as well as the 0-1 is outside 1-1. You just look at the crowd today, very lightly attended this afternoon, which is a little bit atypical for Penn State home games just because of the great crowds that they do draw. They've had great weather all season. Of course, naturally, when Iowa comes to town, the weather is not so good. So Whitlock's worked a 1-2 count. So it's a light crowd today. Quite a few Hawkeye fans are here, however.
We've got a good travel contingent of parents, and there's just some other black and gold sprinkled around.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch from Whitlock. Off the end of the bat, hit on the ground to the right side. DeRiggi charges it. He'll flip to a covering Whitlock for out number 1.
Hey, we got the fundamentals right on that one. We don't always see that one right, but Jack did a good job getting over there. And by getting over there early, he's allowed to make the catch and then look for the bag. You saw Ty run into trouble with that on Sunday because basically he kind of had it timed where he's got to catch and step at both the same time. In this case, Jack was over there plenty early, was able to catch the ball from DeRiggi and then find the base and get the first out here in the 6th inning.
Whitlock bringing his glove up close to his face. He's ready for the first pitch to Gurlett, and it's outside for a ball. Again, we've got Henderson and Simpson. Some light tossing in the Iowa bullpen down there to get Whitlock through this inning.
Yeah, unless he's really clean here, this is probably it.
He's fallen behind Gurlett. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Iowa 9, Penn State 5. Whitlock is ready. Here's the pitch. Popped up on the infield right side. DeRiggi will look up into the overcast skies, and he's got it. 2 down. Caught a break there, don't you think? Not necessarily with the pitch, but after falling behind 2-0, not overly competitive with those pitches.
Well, and that's, Jack did a really nice job of that breaking stuff. He's able to just keep hitters off balance. That's a middle breaking ball that just gets hit off the end of the bat.
So he really did catch a break.
Really did catch a break. It wasn't really a get me over breaking ball, but because Jack varies speed so much on those that even when he throws one of those, they can't really sit on it. And there's another good one, 72 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate.
Jack gets upper 80s, low 90s with the fastball?
Upper 80s. I don't think he hits 90s very often. He might appreciate you saying that, though.
I'll give him the benefit of my doubt. Here's one that's low and out, 1-1. But he goes, 72 to 88, let's say. That's 16 miles an hour difference in a short distance from the mound to home plate.
I've had so much fun getting to know Jack this year. Oh, my goodness.
Another breaking ball that drops in there for a strike, 1-2. It just pops out of the hand, and it's like it's on the string like they talk about.
Yeah, but just settles in there, just turns the corner, and it turns with no blinker.
Here's the 1-2. Just outside, 2-2. He wanted that one, didn't he?
He really did. And that was he's been ahead a couple times and hasn't thrown necessarily the most competitive 0-2, 1-2 pitch. That was a good pitch. Just missed it a little wide. See if he can bounce back here on 2-2.
This is fouled off over to the right.
And we were close. We had a chance at that one.
Yeah, a little bit higher set up here in the press box. This park reminds me a little bit of the Colonel's Park.
Yeah, it's a nice ballpark, man. The views are great when you look now out at the rolling hills.
This one bounces outside off of Cade behind the plate. It'll be a full count. I think it just reminds me a little bit of the grandstand, like the seating reminds me of the Colonel's, the deeper concourses, right? But I think we're set back a little bit more than what we would be in Cedar Rapids. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch from Whitlock. Fouled it off his foot in the box. He'll stay alive. This is Taven Kelly.
We took a long time to get here, but this has turned into one of the nicer days we played baseball in, really. I mean, temperature's pretty good. Just a breath of wind, which haven't been able to say that in very many games today or this year either. So pretty good day.
It's turned out okay. Here comes the full count pitch again from Whitlock. He lost him. Ball 4, went with the slider and snapped it too hard.
Boy, you hate walking Kelly just with 9 walks and 50 strikeouts coming into the game. So not a guy that really wants to stand there and not swing. But see if Jack can just finish this up here and head us into the 7th inning as we're going to get a pinch hitter for Cease.
Yeah, Cease gets called back into the dugout. They'll bring in a left-hander, C.J. Pitaro. And he's labeled as an infielder by his position. I'm guessing he can still play some in the outfield. Otherwise, this pinch hit would just be for his bat right now.
Yeah, little limited at-bats. 27 at-bats this year, hitting .222.
Left-handed hitter. He's in the box. Whitlock is ready now.
No extra base hits either, so go right at him. Don't mess around. Don't wait for the top of the order.
Fastball is low, ball one. John, you'd mentioned if Whitlock had a really clean inning, then maybe you could see him again, just really testing Jack's limits here at this point when it comes to innings pitched, total pitches.
Yeah, I can't remember what he threw. We got to be close to the career high there on innings pitched as well.
Yeah, the career high in innings pitched is listed at 2 2/3 against Minnesota.
Do you think, is 5 more than that?
5 is more than 2 2/3, yes.
Okay, so we got a new career high in innings pitched.
Yes.
So we're there.
So we're well over that. Against Nebraska, he came in through 2 1/3 and struck out 5, so he had the Huskers totally fooled. He's got 4 strikeouts today, and he's well over his high in innings pitched as he deals a strike there, 1-1.
That was his first walk of the day, first free base of the day. So after the sketchy start, did a really nice job coming in and kind of putting out a giant fire. The only runs, the good pitch there, swing and a miss on just a crazy good breaking ball. The only run he's allowed was the unearned run where the leadoff hitter got on with the free base. And so just been a nice clean outing. Love to see him finish it up and turn it over to the bullpen.
Comes set with the 1-2 from the belt. Here it comes. That's in the dirt, gets away from Moss. Okay, no damage yet. Runner gets to second base on the advancement. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. With 2 outs, just got to throw one more great pitch, Jack, and then your weekend's pretty much done.
I'm pretty sure if he throws one more pretty good pitch, I don't even know if we need a great pitch, just needs one. He can either try to dot the outside part of the plate with that breaking ball, or he's had really good success backfooting these guys too.
What would you call here?
I would try to backfoot him.
All right. Here comes the 2-2. Called third strike. Froze him on the outside corner. Tip your cap. Jack Whitlock. Outstanding effort out of the Hawkeye bullpen as he gets his 5th strikeout of the day that matches his career high. Great job for Smiling Jack down there. We've played 6. Here at Penn State, Hawks lead at 9-5. This is Iowa baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Top of the 7th inning, Iowa 9, Penn State 5 in game 1 of the doubleheader today. New pitcher into the game for the Nittany Lions. They'll go with the sophomore right-hander from Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, Tommy Molsky.
Molsky's 2-4 on the year. This will be appearance number 11. Has a 7.20 ERA in 25 innings, 29 hits, 26 runs. 20 of those were earned, 24 walks, 18 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .279. He's also hit 7 batters, so as you might imagine, got a really live arm. Fastball will be in the low to mid-90s, but he's got a ton of spray as he likes to walks a few guys, hits a few guys. But if the Hawkeyes kind of stick to the game plan, the off-speed pitch doesn't throw it a ton for a strike, tries to go hunting for some chase and see if he can get guys out of the zone. So the Hawks stay disciplined to what they're doing. Should be all right, although just judging from up here, it looks like he's got a darn good mullet.
Yeah, he's got a head of lettuce on him that looks pretty good coming out that ball cap that he's got on. He throws his final warm-up toss. This is one of those pitchers that you talked about earlier that has the double-digit appearances.
Yep, he's a guy that Penn State does lean on. Was a guy that might have had a chance to start game 2. I think now we'll see Jordan Morales likely start in in the second game of this doubleheader now, as he'll face up with Marcus Morgan. But
well, Keaton Anthony will be the batter for the Hawkeyes to lead off this inning. High fly ball to the left. Shallow left fielder coming forward, shortstop going back. They come together. It's the shortstop, Harry, who's got it for the first out. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Well, Anthony is retired on the pop-up to short for the first time today. He was 4 for 4 coming into that at bat. Here is DeRiggi now. And there's a strike at the knees from the Penn State right-hander. Hawks up by 4. You feel good, but not totally comfortable yet. Let's try to add to it.
More is better.
That one is outside to the Hawkeye first baseman. DeRiggi today's kind of been all over the place. He's got a double, he's got a single, he's also struck out, hit into a double play.
Got thrown out on the single, trying to stretch it to another double.
Right. Worked a 2-1 count. The strikeout he had was just so uncharacteristic of him, too. He chased one outside, so Brennan's trying to settle in. He's had a productive day with a couple of hits and a run scored. Here comes the 2-1 to him. Sends it foul over to the left side, 2-2 now.
Good cut there. It's kind of fun watching you looking around. We sit up in the upper rim here with there's some suites, and looks like the Hawkeye fans have decided to occupy the suites up here for the most part.
DeRiggi goes down on strike, swinging over the top of that one. He's out number 2. Yeah, to the suite to the right. Looks like some Hawkeye parents. Suite to the left. See quite a few folks wearing the black and gold over there. I don't see any Penn State fans really in the suites, John, do you?
No, I don't. That was kind of the funny part. Although I know that these Hawkeye traveling parents find a good curveball for a strike there. They find their deals. And so usually the suites aren't that much more expensive, but they're able to get up there. And although not that there's a ton of crowd around down below that they're going to bump into either.
Well, Molsky's been pretty good out of the bullpen for Penn State right now. He's got Tello down in the count, 0-2. Rader will quickly get back into the box. Molsky's ready in the pitch. Outside this time, 1-2. Rader is 3 for 4 today with 2 runs batted in. The 1-2. Ground ball left side. This will toe the line and then skip foul. And we'll have to do it again.
Yeah, with the new pitch clock, you really don't get a lot of time to... It's harder to break a pitcher's rhythm. You know, if he gets going... you just got to step back in, and he's just going to sling it at you. And harder to kind of step out and scuff off the cleats, Nomar Garciaparra, arrange all your gloves. I mean, you got to be ready to go. And so if the guy gets on a roll throwing strikes, he's just going to keep doing it.
The 1-2 is just low. It was close. Rader battled it, 2-2.
Trackman broke, I can't tell you.
Yeah, bailed on you.
It did. I even reloaded it.
2-2 delivery to Tello. That skirts outside. Ball 3. It'll be a full count for the Hawkeye third baseman. 2 outs in the 7th. Here's the pitch to Rader. Swing and a miss. Went for one low and out. Rader missed it. And he's the 3rd out of the inning. Time to stretch things out here at Penn State. Iowa 9. Nittany Lions 5. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Family first. My dad used to tell us that all the time. But family first wasn't just something he'd say to us. It was how he lived every day of his life. And it's how I try to live mine too.
At Shelter Insurance, our agents are dedicated to helping provide personalized auto, home, and life protection that puts your family first. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
Jack Whitlock's day is done. Great job for the Hawkeye reliever. Iowa going to the bullpen again one more time now in the 7th. Leading 9-5. We'll see left-hander, the senior from Clinton, Jared Simpson.
Jared Simpson makes appearance number 15. He has a 4-1 record and a 5.74 ERA. 31 1/3 innings, 27 hits, 20 runs. They've all been earned. 16 walks, 48 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .231 against Jerry. Has hit 10 guys, so he's going to need to make sure he keeps it going that way. But wrapping up the line on Whitlock, 5 1/3 innings, 2 hits, 1 run. It was unearned, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Did have a wild pitch thrown in there, but lowered the season ERA to 0.48. Great outing from Jack Whitlock.
Hard to beat that, isn't it?
That is pretty tasty if you're a Hawkeye fan.
Did what you needed him to do. Got the last out in the first to stop the bleeding after the Lions had scored 4. Gave up 1 in the second, like you said, was unearned, and then zeros for 4 innings after that.
Yeah, you're only, at this point, you're probably only, an inning, maybe 2 off schedule. I mean, you're considering how it started to be back this close to schedule is pretty good. And, now you turn it over to Jerry and get through, and I see Christo starting to warm up. You've got Hendo down there who's pretty loose already, and you can get through that. And you get Louis and a couple other good arms ready for game 2.
A couple more innings of game 1 left to play. Got to hold the Lions down with be the top of the order. So Simpson's got his work cut out for him right away. First one from Jared is lined and caught by Deriggy. Full extension. He leapt up and he got it for the first out. How about that play? Big Brennan.
Big Brennan showing he's re-engaged here again. Maybe he had a couple innings that weren't going to make his highlight reel, but boy, he's snapped back here a couple times and made a couple now good defensive plays.
Incredible play there by Deriggy for the 1 pitch, 1 out, and that was Hannon too. Keep him off the base paths. Here's Bramley now. First one from Simpson. That's a strike on the outside corner. Good start for Jerry.
Jerry with a 91-mile-an-hour fastball up and away.
Bramley's been on a couple of times today. He grounded out his last time up all the way back in the 4th. A 1 pitch from Simpson. That dropped low, ball 1.
Good breaking ball there. Just barely missed the zone low.
I don't know. I didn't swing at that.
Yeah, it looked good crossing the whole way. Basically, that's one of those where you've decided you're going to spit on everything that spins, and good recognition from him and let it go.
Here's the 1-1, a swing and a miss. High heater from Simpson, and he's got Bramley down in the count 1-2.
So, just based on what you've seen so far then from Bramley, he's not going to swing at spin, so maybe you give him that high outside fastball and just go ahead and put him away.
The pause, the pitch. Check swing, didn't matter. Called third strike. Simpson got him on the outside corner. 91.
Low and away will do it too, as Bramley's asking a couple questions of the home plate umpire, who just nods his head and sends him back to the dugout.
2 up, 2 down for the Lions in the 7th. I'll bring up Jay Harry.
This is a great spot to bring in Simpson with all the left-handers at the top of the Penn State order. So
great point.
Jerry is a tough matchup on lefties.
Harry will take the first one high, ball 1. He's got an interesting walk-up song choice, in my opinion.
Ain't No Sunshine?
There's nothing that screams motivational or fire me up, right?
Than the girl leaving you? It doesn't really give you any warm and fuzzy feeling.
No, there's just nothing too positive about that, I don't think.
Hey, I'm walking into the box and I'm a little depressed right now. This is going to be awesome.
Oh, man. 1 ball and 1 strike. Simpson's got the sign from Moss. Here's the pitch. Outside corner, got him, 1-2.
Boy, Jerry's just locating that fastball just right where he wants it right now.
Boy, and then if you consider mixing in that slider on the outside corner, that could really have him looking foolish. Simpson
fastball high and away.
The pitch, here it is. It was just outside. 2-2 now. Moss is really set up over there.
Well, he actually followed yours. He threw the slider, tried to set it up on the outside part of the plate and break it off, thinking he could get him to swing over top of it, but no fish.
See what he comes up with here on the 2-2. Nobody on and 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Simpson. Ground ball, left side, foul.
He was looking slider and all of a sudden realized, oh no, that's the fastball. Really nice job from Terry to just slam the bat down into the ball and just chop it foul down the third baseline to stay alive.
Find a way. Harry does not strike out a lot. He's got 11 on the season. Here comes the 2-2. Make it 12. Swing and a miss. Simpson with a pair of Ks in the 7th. And we'll head to the 8th with Iowa leading by 4. It's 9-5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Peterson, Hucksdorf, and Honar. Those will be the Hawkeye hitters in the top of the 8th. Iowa 9, Penn State 5. Up by 4, looking to get some insurance here in the later innings. 15 hits for the black and gold, countered by 3 of the blue and white of Penn State.
Hawks have been sitting on 15 hits for a couple innings. You'd like to see the bats come back to life here.
Peterson a little bit behind on the first pitch fastball, 0-1. He'd like to keep the momentum going and then roll that directly into game 2 so you don't have to get started again for game 2, right?
Oh, exactly. Just home plate umpire jumped out. I was a little surprised there. Yeah, you've been shutting them down, but you don't really want a 3-2 game in the nightcap.
Right.
You'd like to go ahead and drill them again, 10-2, 10-3, whatever, 10-1, 10-0 if you want to get crazy about it.
All that.
But you just you want to kind of make sure they've been good at bats. They just haven't gotten any payoff out of them.
I mean, credit Molsky a bit for the 7th inning that he had. Got a couple of strikeouts of the Hawkeye hitters. 2 balls and a strike to Peterson right now. Molsky back out there. The right-hander out of the windup. The pitch to Peterson. Foul tip into the glove and then drop 2-2. Peterson was trying to hit the scoreboard there and left.
Yeah, Molsky's got a good fastball. It's getting up there in the 90s. Just looking back at the Hawkeye staff, Whitlock in 68 pitches through 45 strikes.
Wow.
And Simpson there the last inning with 11 pitches through 8 strikes. So good job there from Petey to stay alive, pulling it down the third base line. But, I mean, that's just starting to coming right back, bouncing. We saw that in Minnesota when Brody didn't have the zone. The relief pitchers came in and didn't have the zone either. This time, Brody didn't have it.
Peterson lines this into left. There's the base hit that breaks the mini drought that the Hawkeyes were on. Go ahead, John.
Well, just a really nice piece of hitting there as he kind of went down and got that when it was outside, and he just went and pulled it out and lined it right over the shortstop's head. But you saw obviously Jack come in, throw a lot of strikes, get ahead of hitters, do a really good job. Jared Simpson then come in and dominate from the left side. So good work there from the Hawkeyes getting back into the strike zone and not letting a snowball get too big.
Hucksdorf is in the box. Fastball high and outside corner, 0-1 to Huck. Kyle today has flied out 3 times to the outfield. He singled back in the first, but fly out to right, fly out to right, fly out to center. That's been his last 3 at-bats. 1 ball and 1 strike to him now. Peterson over there at first. Maybe see him get a bit aggressive. Iowa leading 9-5 in the top of the 8th. Molsky allowing his first base runner today. Here's the 1-1. That's high and out, ball 2. Nobody getting loose for Penn State in their bullpen, so this will probably be the last pitcher that we see from them unless we really start to put it on them.
Yeah, I would think you're going to see Molsky pretty much through 9 innings unless it gets really crazy.
Throw it over to first, make Peterson dive back in there. Molsky's got the sign. He's ready now for the 2-1 pitch to Huckstorf. Kyle thought about it, didn't swing at it, and it's a good thing he didn't do that. 3-1.
Really good take there. There was nothing positive that was going to happen from a Huck at bat on that. Mm-hmm. Best case scenario was he was hitting a slow roller somewhere, so nice job there to.
Runner takes off. This one's hit in the air, so Peterson's going to head back to first. Getting over towards foul territory. Second baseman again. It's Hannon, who dives and catches it in foul territory. You got Spiegel over there again, who didn't do his second baseman any favors. Hannon makes the catch in foul ground.
Spiegel doesn't do anything, and Gerlach doesn't help out at all. And maybe they just know Hannon's that good because he has made 2 spectacular plays down the line there that, kind of running over his head. I suppose you could argue the wind's pushing it back to him just a little bit, but there's nothing easy about either of the catches he's made.
So Peterson stays at first. Had the hit and run on. And Honar is the Hawkeye batter. Top of the 8th, 9-5, Iowa with the lead. Outfield playing pretty shallow for Honar, don't you think?
Well, they have been all day.
First pitch is outside to Sam.
And it could be a little bit of the field, where you're thinking about wet grass. It's long grass too. We were on the field Thursday, and now it's longer, it's wetter. Maybe you figure, okay, if a ball burns you in the gap, it won't roll very far. But good breaking ball there for a strike from Molsky. Because there's no way if Sam catches one that right fielder's tracking back and getting any part of it.
No, I agree.
And the center fielder's not either if he hits one out to Pacifico Bakery.
In the right gap, in the right center gap. Honar is down in the count now, 1-2.
Really good pitch there from Molsky as he busted the breaking ball on the inside part of the plate.
1 out in the inning. Peterson extending his lead at first. Molsky's 1-2 delivery. Sam swings and misses. He's out number 2.
I went fishing for that one. It was a good pitch out of the zone. And Sam extended the strike zone and chased it. Molsky's got good movement on the ball. He gets a ton of break.
I think he's been their best pitcher today.
Yeah.
Comes in with relatively low pressure, right?
Yeah, he has to make sure he keeps zeros.
Petey takes off on the pitch. It gets by the catcher, and Petey dove into second base, so he has to stay there.
That is I guess the bad news of it was he got deked out by the second baseman, which is a good play. And, as a guy that when the guy has broken his hand sliding into a base, you think it's a little bit of a dirty play to kind of make him slide when there's just no reason to make him slide.
Well, I think we've taken some exception to that, our dugout, to be honest with you. 1-0 pitch to Seegers is a high strike, 1-1. I'm not a fan of that tactic there by the infielder.
I get the basic idea, especially as the ball skips past. You don't want him taking a big hard round, but
broken hand or not, right?
Right.
It's with the safety of it is not something that's looked upon in a positive light, in my opinion.
He stayed on the bag. It wasn't like it was just kind of a show and go. It was hey, I'm going to put a tag on you. And legs are in there.
We'll find a way to get Petey home. Seegers has worked a 3-1 count with Moss awaiting on deck.
Yeah, now you can complain about it or you can punish him for it.
Right.
So let's go punish him for it.
Let's do the punishment here.
I mean, you and I can't. We can't really do anything. We can just complain about it.
There's no brawl that we could start from up here. Not that we'd want to anyway. I don't think we'd fare very well, John. 3-1, Seegers foul tipped it off the glove, 3-2. I think I could speak for you on that, right? I'm speaking for myself, certainly.
Well, I'm going with the old bear in the woods idea. My only goal in a brawl is to outrun you or Sammy. That's it. If I can outrun one of you two guys, somebody else is getting pulled into it before me, so I'm in good shape.
Full count pitch to Seegers. Outside, ball 4. Good at bat there by Michael, and the inning continues in the 8th for Iowa.
We did get a couple of great stories yesterday. Again, you start talking about the things that happened during rain delays and unusual practices, but when we caught Coach Heller and I don't even remember how the topic came up, but his description of the 3 brawls that he was in as a player was pretty impressive.
I wish we were able to record those. I was thinking of the right thing to say, but first pitch strike to Cade Moss there. 0-1 to him with 2 outs, 2 on for the Hawkeyes in the 8th, leading 9-5. Anybody that knows Coach Heller, you just get that feel like you could sit down and talk story time with him for hours on end. And then you remember, oh, shoot, Coach, I got to interview you for the broadcast. I got to...
Yeah,
we got a game to play, Coach. I got to cut story time short.
his candidness with us, his directness is just awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think he's that way because we don't have a recorder in front a lot. So
here's the 0-2. Runner takes off for third. Moss swings and misses. The hit and run was on for Iowa right there, and Moss could not get a hold of that one. And so that'll do it for the top of the 8th. Iowa 9, Penn State 5 in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
It'll be 4-5-6 for Penn State in the bottom of the 8th inning. Iowa on top 9-5. Jared Simpson returning to the mound for another inning of work. It'll be interesting to see if Simpson has as good of an inning as he did in the 7th if he stays in there for the 9th. They got Will Christopherson getting loose a bit in the Iowa bullpen, but along with Luke Llewellyn. But boy, Simpson was really sharp in the 7th. He'll face a lefty to lead things off, followed by a couple of righties then.
Yeah, I think if Jared goes through smooth, I think you probably roll him right back out there and let him go, and maybe you have somebody ready. But was just checking out the forecast to see how we're looking right now. If you believe your various weather sites, we should be in pretty good shape for a game 2 as well.
Good. Tomorrow still looks rough, right?
Let me get there. But my guess is yes.
Different type of rain tomorrow. Yesterday was just a steady rain that never really ended. Tomorrow, it'll never really end, but it'll be much heavier. They're predicting an inch plus in this area. Simpson against Bobby Marsh. Marsh got on in the first with a walk. He later scored.
AccuWeather's a little bit more aggressive in their rain forecast for today, but it still should be all right. We just need strikes here.
Yeah, Simpson has missed a couple of times to start things off with Marsh.
Yeah, we're under 90% chance of rain for tomorrow now, but still up above 70 nearly all day, pushing 80. So still going to be pretty unlikely, but you got to kind of be ready to play just in case. Good pitch there from Jared.
It's 2-1 now. That's the thing. Everybody starts to kind of look ahead to that, and then all of a sudden you maybe catch a break and you're playing, and then, it makes things a little bit difficult. 2 balls and a strike from Simpson to Marsh. Ground ball up the middle. Seegers is ready for it. He's got it. He'll throw it across for the first out. I think that might be the first ground ball that Seegers has fielded today. It is.
For sure for Seegers, and it doesn't feel like Iowa's given up that many ground balls. So Honar had one. I think Tello had one. And then something over to DeRiggi maybe, but hasn't been a ton of balls on the ground. Had some lifted fly balls and good chunk of strikeouts.
Simpson deals a first pitch strike to Norris right at the knees. 0-1.
Norris is another one of those high strikeout guys. 14 walks, 36 strikeouts. So if you're Jared, you just want to pick your spot, assume your stuff's going to be better than he can hit.
So far, it's pretty good. 0-2 to Norris. That was a fastball down the middle. When you look at Iowa defensively, 6 flyouts, 7 groundouts.
All right, so more balls on the ground than I would have guessed.
I agree with you. I'm a little bit surprised by that number 2. Whitlock had 5 ground ball outs. Here's the 0-2 pitch. This is shot into center. Hit well. Huckstorf moving back towards the track, towards the wall. He leaps up. It's off the wall. Norris rounding second. He's headed for third. Here comes the throw. It's a good throw from Huckstorf, just off the line a little bit, and it'll be a triple with 1 out in the 8th for Norris.
I didn't think Huckstorf had any chance to get him at third base, and Huck came up and just gunned that in the air all the way to third. It was just 6-8 feet up the line, and otherwise that was going to be a good close play. That ball was 106 off the bat, 400 feet in the air, went off the Mount Nittany Health sign, and Huck almost made a great play out there.
Yeah, he did one of those things where he put his foot in the wall and leapt up and tried to grab it, but it knocked off the wall. So the Nittany Lions have some action in the 8th. Here is Spiegel. First pitch low and in from Simpson. Runner at third with 1 out. Iowa 9, Penn State 5 in the bottom of the 8th.
I felt like Iowa's been in command, but it's still a game here.
It's close. Swing and a miss. Nice fastball there from Simpson. Crowd starting to get re-engaged in this one.
That was an 0-2 pitch from Jerry that got driven out into center field. So do a better job of picking your spots there when you're ahead, and especially with a guy that wants to swing and you kind of planning on striking him out.
1-1 catches the inside corner. Great pitch from Jared, and it's now 1-2.
So let's see what he learned here. Another high strikeout guy. See if he tries to find his way and just pick on the edge of the zone, or if he goes ahead and tries to maybe high fastball him and see if you just punch him out that way.
I like the high fastball. Here comes the 1-2. Slider low and in, ball 2.
Threw the breaking ball all the way across the plate instead. Spiegel does have a hit and has driven in a run, so that was just hit number 4 for Penn State. First one since, the second inning?
Yeah, I think you're right. 2-2 is the count. The pitch from Simpson. Line drive and foul. Down the line in right. Thank goodness. That would have been trouble.
And that was a pretty good pitch. That was a high fastball off the plate. Didn't miss a ton out, but missed just off the outer edge. Spiegel didn't try to do anything with it, just went right down the line. Fortunately, poked it foul.
Big time pitch coming from Simpson right now. The count is 2-2 with 1 out, runner at third. The pitch, ground ball, foul.
Paints the other line.
Goes the other way. I don't think you have to ask Jared to get a strikeout, although Spiegel seems to be on him a little bit. Doesn't need to be anything over the top. Just find a way to get an out. Here comes the 2-2 from Jared Simpson. Fouled back. All right, this might be the best at bat for Penn State today. Spiegel in the box right now.
Done a really good job. That was a fastball up in the zone, middle of the plate, but up. Was able to get up there and get it. So now we'll see if Jared raises his eye line, if he tries to throw that back foot slider again, or if he tries to maybe just get the outside corner with the slider.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. He chased it way outside, and Simpson got him. 2 down.
Good at bat goes bad. Good benefit there for the Hawkeyes.
Wow. That one was way outside, John.
Yeah, I don't think Jared got anywhere near the break he was looking for or wanted. He threw it on the outside part. I think he was looking to just try to backdoor it. And I think Spiegel thought it was going to come creeping in and didn't even come close.
2 outs in the inning now. Here's Gurlitt. Swing and a miss on the first pitch.
Good high fastball there. Just blew it right by him.
Simpson's got some visible confidence on the mound right now. Just throwing the ball, not guiding it. Looks good out there. No balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Ooh, just off the outside corner, and it's a ball, 1-1.
Good fastball there. Now that you kind of got him set up that way, I think you probably see some balls kind of starting to break in towards that back foot on him.
Pitcher's got the sign, and he's ready. Simpson's 1-1.
Floated that one up and out.
Just pushed it a bit, 2-1.
If he goes to try to bury the slider, Moss will have to do a good job, make sure he blocks it and keeps it in front of him.
Yep, keep it close there, Cade. Here's the 2-1. Lined foul. Down the first base side, 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Simpson trying to get back-to-back strikeouts. That would end the 8th inning. Iowa 9, Penn State 5. Simpson takes a deep breath. Now he comes set. Jared from the belt. Ground ball fouled into the Penn State dugout down the right side. We'll do it again at 2-2.
That was moving.
Yeah. Maybe not as much as Keaton's earlier into the Iowa dugout, but shot over there to right. Heads up in the dugout. Counts 2-2. The pitch. This one another foul ball. That'll find the seats over there in right.
Kids had a chance to make a play. Didn't make the play. Bounced over that short wall, and they lost the foul ball.
All the way. All the way out of the stadium. A lot of kids here today.
Like I said, it's turned into a pretty nice afternoon for baseball.
Decent, yes. Dry and not a lot of wind. Another 2-2 from Simpson. That one floated high and out. We'll have a full count now. Make things a little bit interesting.
I'd like to see him finish it up here. Then you go 8-9-1 in the 9th inning.
Yeah. Here's the pitch from Simpson. Ground ball right back to Jared, but it was off his foot. Off the batter's foot, and so we'll do it again.
Good job by the home plate umpire there. He's going to scuff off home plate. Took the long walk out to the mound just to give some extra time to recover before the old clock started running on him.
Long at bat right now. Simpson is finally ready again. Here's the 3-2. This is popped up into right. Wilmus moving towards the line, still running a bit. Now comes back into fair territory. He's got it for the 3rd out. And that'll do it for the 8th. Hawks lead at 9-5. Try to get some insurance with the top of the order coming up when we come back. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth here at Medler Field in State College. Iowa leading Penn State 9-5. As we get to the top of the ninth inning, we'll have game 2 of today's doubleheader coming up about 30 to 40 minutes after the conclusion of this first game here. Hawks are up by 4 right now. How about some insurance, Wilmus, Anthony, and DeRiggi?
I like the way you're thinking.
Yes.
It sounds like runs. It's led to a lot of runs today.
It has. One of those big flies from Keaton Anthony, a home run, a grand slam for Keaton. That really helped things get going there in the 5th. Iowa scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the 4th, and 5 in the 5th. Hasn't been any scoring in this game since then. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Wilmus. That's outside, ball 2. Penn State, they scored 4 in the first inning. We thought, oh boy, here we go. This could be a tough day. And then 1 in the second. Nothing since then. 2-0 pitch to Wilmus. That's high and tight. Ooh, called a strike, 2-1.
Friendly top part of the zone there. I was just browsing through. Maryland pounded out 20 hits against Indiana today.
That's incredible. And so we'll have to do our research in between games, but that would have been Sinnard, right, for Indiana, you would think?
Would have thought they pitched off and would have had Sinnard there, yeah. So really got to him as they Savacool pitched.
2-2, Wilmus swings and misses. Good battle back there by Molsky, and Ben is out number 1.
I got Ben to expand the strike zone there through the breaking ball. Slid it outside the zone.
Yeah, so you think Savacool went for Maryland today? He was the Friday guy against us.
Yeah, they switched around. I think Dean threw last night. And so they switched their Friday, Saturday guys around. And not necessarily because of anything Indiana did, just because Dean had pitched well for Maryland anyway.
Count is 1-1 to Keaton Anthony with 1 out in the 9th. Iowa up 9-5. So Maryland has taken the first 2 games of the series at Indiana, and that's one we've been following closely in our hopes to get back to the top of the Big Ten. 2 balls and a strike to Anthony. Here's the pitch. That's outside, ball 3.
Well, it takes our Maryland games now. As they jump up to 50 in the RPI, makes our games with them now quad 1 games. So still just 1 and 2 there, but
3-1. Anthony crushes it to left towards the line. It'll get down for a base hit. Anthony rounding first. He's headed for second. Here comes the throw. Keaton is safe at second base.
22nd double on the season for Keaton Anthony. He's been a doubled machine, but he'd been a little quiet on that front for a while, and got him back in there. Still one of the tops in the country in doubles.
Anthony having an incredible day today. He is now 5 of 6. Is that right? That's right. 5 of 6 today for Keaton in game 1. Got 3 singles, a double, and a home run, a grand slam home run.
This sends Sarsfield in to run for Keaton.
Coy getting into the game. Keaton jogs off. Get him ready for game 2. My goodness. Anthony came into the game hitting 377. It ain't going to be 377 anymore.
It's, you just took him out of the game. I lost him. Hang on. Give me a second. It's 395.
395. He's 5 of 6 today.
That seems good.
That's pretty good.
On any number of fronts.
Yeah. The batter is DeRiggi with 1 out. Sarsfield at second base. Iowa up by 4 in the 9th. Here's the pitch. Brennan offered at it. Did he? Oh, they said he did. On a check swing. It was close. It's 1-1.
I actually thought it was a strike, but it was high looking at TrackMan. But our perception is a little skewed up here from height, but must have went.
DeRiggi turns away from this one. Ball 2. It was up and in. Marcus Morgan gets the start for Iowa coming up in game 2, about 30 to 40 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Marcus has been on a roll lately, looking for another clean start for him. Here's the 2-1 to DeRiggi. This one, high fly ball to right. Shallow right. It's Gerlet out there, and he's got it for the second out. Sarsfield stays put at second base.
And we can talk more about it between games, but the Maryland win now puts them on top of the conference at 10-4. So Hawks 1 game back in the loss column, and that's where tomorrow's game not getting played could cause Iowa a problem, because at the end, if you're a game short, if you're tied in the loss column, you're going to have 1 less win. And so that's going to be a little bit of a challenge to catch back up in win percentage for Iowa that way. If they're not able to get that game in, they'll have to vault with 1 less loss.
Try a pickoff move at second. Sarsfield's back there okay. Raider Tello's in the box, 1-0 count to him with 2 outs in the ninth. Iowa leading 9-5. If you look at that Maryland-Indiana series, now you kind of want Indiana to win that third game, right?
Yes and no. You know, from a Maryland perspective, you keep that RPI up there as that ball just missed. Where the heck was that? Just outside. You know, yeah, then you're tied with everybody and you're in one big pile. But from the other RPI side, you could make sure Maryland was a quad 1, and you know you're trying to boost the profile of the conference a little bit. Although Indiana was ranked, you had a chance to. You know, people were talking about them possibly hosting.
Yeah.
They haven't done themselves any favors on that front.
2 balls and a strike to Tello here in the ninth. The pitch to Raider. Line drive caught by the shortstop. All right, that'll do it for the top of the ninth. We'll see what Iowa elects to do on the pitching front, if they make a change or stick with Jared Simpson. We'll see after this. Iowa 9, Penn State 5. We're back for the bottom of the ninth right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Bottom of the ninth, Iowa 9, Penn State 5. The Hawkeyes out hitting the Nittany Lions right now 17-4. Hopefully Iowa's hit total stops at 17. We don't have to play any more innings in this first game of the doubleheader. Jared Simpson coming back out to the mound for another inning of work. Thought maybe he'd go to Llewellyn. I think he's ready in the bullpen if Jared runs into any trouble here, but all right, let's have some faith in Simpson.
Yep, we did have Braden Frazier warming up in the bullpen as he comes into he came into right field yesterday. He caught a bullpen. For the outfielders like to throw their own bullpens, and he caught yesterday instead of throwing his, but then got some bullpen work. Now he's in right, and Gable Mitchell's down at second base now. Hawks make a couple defensive substitutions.
You like those moves there. Mitchell, scrappy second baseman. Frazier, a trusted outfielder there in right. All right, for Penn State, we're getting what you wanted in the last inning, John. 8-9-1 for the Nittany Lions.
You got it to the right spot. Now you gotta go execute again. Kelly is a high strikeout guy, so throw strikes here. Go right at him. 10 walks, 51 strikeouts on the season.
First pitch from Simpson, that is just below the knees, ball 1. Yeah, Llewellyn does appear to be ready in the Iowa bullpen. You got to imagine it's a short leash for Simpson if he runs into any issues. But on the flip side of things, you love to keep Llewellyn in the arsenal for game 2. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Simpson, fouled back just below us.
So close.
1-1. I don't know if I'd like to see a foul ball come off the glass up here. What do you think?
No, I don't. We need to, if we start to get in foul ball range, we got to pop open the windows because I'd feel much more comfortable trying to catch one than watching it hit the glass.
Yeah, don't need any shattered glass up here.
It's not going to shatter. They've thought of that contingency.
1-1 pitch from Simpson. Line drive, base hit. This is trouble into the right field corner. Frazier hustling over. He'll pick it up. And Kelly's rounding second, headed for third. Here comes that throw. That's late. Leadoff triple for Penn State in the ninth.
Not a terrible pitch. Just stuck with the fastball there on the outside part of the plate again. Sent it screaming out into right. And we'll have another pinch hitter.
Penn State will bring in a new hitter. We're looking for a number right now before we can get to him.
We won't have to worry about it because Louis is going to face him.
Coach Heller has come out of the Iowa dugout, looking down to his left, and he will point to the right wrist. Here comes Luke Llewellyn. So we'll get a pitching change here in the ninth. Iowa 9, Penn State 5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
All right, the Hawkeyes go to the bullpen during the ninth inning, leading 9-5. Iowa will bring in right-handed junior from Urbandale, Luke Llewellyn.
17th appearance for Louis. He's 1-0 with a save, 2.75 ERA, 19 2/3 innings, 11 hits, 8 runs, 6 of those were earned, 14 walks, 27 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just 162 against Louis.
And Luke's going to come in with a runner at third and nobody out. Iowa 9, Penn State 5. Just kind of slowing things down before we try to end this game.
Well, in a lot of ways right now, you'd just like Louis to come in and say, look, forget about the guy in third. Come in and pitch your game right now and just go get it, as we'll have a different pinch hitter.
They changed who they're throwing in. They'll bring in Anthony Steele now. Steele's appeared in 25 games. He's got a .254 average. They were going to bring in a right-hander to face Simpson, who's a lefty, and now they'll bring in a left-handed hitter to face Llewellyn, who's a right-handed pitcher.
Burnt a couple of pinch hitters. Hopefully we don't care about any of that part, though. We just go get 3 outs. The guy scores, who cares? Just throw strikes.
That's a good start, isn't it?
Wow, that guy that's a good way to handle a pinch hitter, too, he's setting dead fastball. You're a relief pitcher. He thinks you're going to throw fastball, and instead you just snap your overhand breaking ball in there and send him fishing.
Another beautiful pitch there from Llewellyn, dropped in for a strike, 0-2.
Well, then you realized you couldn't hit the breaking ball, so you laid off of it, and then he snapped it for a strike. So now you just heat him up and strike him out.
The 0-2, swing and a miss.
Or you give him a third straight curveball and say, just go on back to where you came from.
It's just not fair, Luke. Luke's one of the nicer guys on the team. Not saying that anybody's not nice on the team, but he's very kind and friendly, and that wasn't very kind and friendly what he just did to Steele right there.
Well, he's got his closer face on.
Yes.
Closer face isn't kind and friendly, Luke.
That's the way we like him in this situation. Back to the top of the order with Hannon. He was swinging for the fences there. No contact.
And Hannon's a guy, too, that we saw it in first at-bat of the game. Brody was able to snap 3 breaking balls on him. Hannon wants to swing. which is a little unusual for the top of the order. Ooh, good layoff there, though.
Fastball missed just outside.
Yeah, the first Louis fastball just barely misses outside.
And all breaking balls from Llewellyn with the exception of that fastball right there, and it was close. The 1-1. That's high and tight, ball 2.
Actually just missed with the 2 fastballs he's thrown. The first one was really close. That one missed by just a touch more, but still not too far off the plate. Good command and control so far.
Popped up. This will get out of play over to our left. It'll be 2-2.
Floated that breaking ball a little bit up in the zone, but got away with it. I'd like to see him kind of drive that one back down again. I think he'll get Hannon to swing right over top of it.
Llewellyn's got the sign that he likes from Cade Moss. The pitch. Ground ball left side, base hit. That'll bring home a run. It's 9-6. Hannon is on with an RBI single.
Yeah, he tried to sneak the fastball by him, left it out in the middle of the plate. A good piece of hitting there from Hannon as he just poked it the other way. Again, still no real harm done here, even if Hannon goes and decides he wants to steal a bunch of bases. Really nothing you need to worry about there. You just need to go get the hitters.
And the next hitter is Bramley. He's 1 for 3 today. A ground out, a strikeout. He did single in the second. He also walked in the first. On to the next one. First one from Llewellyn is outside. Ball 1. It's 9-6 now in the ninth. Penn State with a run. Their first run across since the second inning. Pickoff move at first. Hannon is back in there.
We heard about Hannon has kind of he likes to vault lead, so he's been picked off 4 times over there at first base, so he's a guy you can get.
Not sure where that missed. It was a beautiful pitch that was at the knees. I think the home plate umpire blinked.
Yeah, that's strike 1, but now you got to battle back. You're down 2-0.
Llewellyn's got to work here, the 2-0. Popped up, shallow left. Peterson sprinting forward, still running. Petey will make the catch. We have a chance to double him up. Here comes the throw to first. And he grounded it over to Deriggi, so there's 2 down.
Wow, and Petey's coming back off a hand injury, too. If that's Huck or Frazier, I think maybe you've got a better chance to throw a good fastball over there, but Petey's still...
Stop. Left-handed hitter, so Llewellyn's got to battle here. 1 ball, no strikes with 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the ninth. Iowa up by 3.
Deriggi pulls off, not holding on first anymore, so they'll, again, kind of playing with we don't really care what you do over there.
There goes Hannon, and it's a strike on the outside corner. No throw down, and so he moves into scoring position. Hawks are up by 3. Count is 1-1 to Harry with 2 outs. 1 out to get in this one.
I'm sure they'll give him a stolen base, but that's mostly defensive indifference there. So.
Yeah, I agree. Yep. There's no throw. There wasn't really a hold. Seager's moved over to the bag, maybe to make things a little interesting. 1-1 pitch. That's high and out, ball 2. Harry has struck out his last 2 times in the box today. Only been on once. The 2-1. Ground ball right side. Honar waits for it. No, that's Gable Mitchell. He waits for it. He'll throw it over to Deriggi, and that'll do it. For game 1 of the doubleheader, Hawks win it 9-6.
That was, let's call that the Jack Whitlock game there when we look back on the season. Really nice job from Jack coming out, getting it done. Hawkeye bats did enough throughout the game especially on the first two guys when we had a battle going on. So good job there from Hawk hitters and nice response from the bullpen.
Well, it was a little bit of a shaky start after the first, but Iowa will win it 9-6. We'll get ready for game 2. After about 30 or 40 minutes, we'll give you the official time in just a minute, but we'll stay on the air and continue on with our coverage. We'll get into post-game of game 1 right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
The Hawkeyes pound out 17 hits on the way to a 9-6 victory over Penn State in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. Brody Breck got the start. It just wasn't very sharp for the Hawkeyes. Only lasted 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 1 hit, but 4 earned on 5 walks. That was the problem for Brody today. But Jack Whitlock, he's the story. He gets the win. 5-0 now with a 5 1/3 inning outing today. Gave up 2 hits, 1 run. It was not earned. 1 walk, 5 strikeouts for Whitlock. Then Jared Simpson came in. He threw 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run. He struck out 3. Luke Llewellyn closed the door when we got to the 9th inning. Iowa wins it 9-6. Offensively, the Hawks did very well, top to bottom. Wilmus, Anthony, DeRiggi, Tello, and Seegers with multi-hit games. Peterson, Huckstorf, and Honar also had hits today for the Hawkeyes. 4 RBIs for Keaton Anthony. It was a grand slam for him. 2 RBIs for Raider Tello and Ben Wilmus. So we got some production top to bottom for the Hawkeyes today. John, your thoughts on the win?
Gritty. Toughness again. Just a good job all the way around from obviously you didn't get the start you expect from your Friday guy. Hey, we got 2 in the top of the first, let's go. And then, gave it all back plus. And so pretty easy there to fold or start pressing or start doing things that are out of character. But they didn't. The pitching staff did. Jack Whitlock came in, did exactly what you needed from him and probably even more than you expected. And you got contributions up and down the lineup hitting to just go ahead and keep doing the right thing. Pounded out 17 hits, which is 1 off a season high. And so just a lot of toughness. And now, you got to follow it back up. You got to do it. You got to do it one more time here and leave here with 2 wins and then see what happens tomorrow.
Well, yeah, winning 2 games in one day, that's as good as it can get. And the Hawkeyes are in line to do that now. We get Marcus Morgan will get the start in the second game, which will come up in just about 30 minutes from right now. Iowa going to their clubhouse now to the right side of the field. Just get probably some nourishment in there and get locked in. You don't have enough time really to celebrate this one yet, right? You can celebrate when we get on the bus if we win game 2. Hopefully when we win game 2.
Right. You kind of do your thing. We saw up in Minnesota. winning game 2 after losing game 1 makes the evening go a whole lot smoother. So we don't really want to live that reverse of losing game 2 to see how that feels. So go ahead and win both, and then the night feels really good. And like I said, then you see if we can come back tomorrow, great. We'll come back and try to go for the sweep. If we end up having to get on a plane, well, okay, we won the series. We're 2-0, and we're going home.
All right, Hawks win game 1 of the doubleheader 9-6. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go over highlights of the game 1 winner. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Iowa 9, Penn State 6 in game 1 of today's doubleheader. Before we get to the highlights, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. It was an exciting and eventful first game of the day. Iowa 9, Penn State 6. Some of the highlights. 2-0 up the middle, base hit into left center. Anthony scores. Here comes DeRiggi. Hawks lead 2-0 on the 2 RBI single. Raider Tello. 2-2 from Whitlock. Ground ball left side. Tello's got it. He'll go to second for 1. On to first over DeRiggi's head. And now the runner's going to take off for second. DeRiggi picks it up, throws it to second. We got him at second base. Played the outfield shift to the push side as Keaton drives it right there. That's a base hit. It'll be in front of the center fielder. It gets by him. It gets by the center fielder, Wilmus. He's at third. He's going to round it and head for home. Benny Wilmus will score. Anthony slams on the brakes at second. It's 5-4. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch from Lunsman to Wilmus. Line drive, base hit into center. Honar, he'll score. We are tied at 5 in the 5th. Great job, Ben Wilmus.
Benny Wilmus with his second hit of the day. And
long pause, the pitch. This one drilled to left. Carrying well. Get going, baby. It is gone. Home run. A grand slam for Keaton Anthony. Boom. Boom. How about that? How about those Hawkeyes? Here comes the 2-2. Called third strike. Froze him on the outside corner. Tip your cap. Jack Whitlock. Outstanding effort out of the Hawkeye bullpen. First one from Jared is lined and caught by DeRiggi. Full extension. He leapt up and he got it for the first out. The 2-1. Ground ball right side. Honar waits for it. No, that's Gable Mitchell. He waits for it. He'll throw it over to DeRiggi, and that'll do it. For game one of the doubleheader, Hawks win it 9-6. All right, we're getting ready for game two. They're tending to the field down below. The Hawkeyes stretching, loosening up a bit, and we're getting set for game two in just about 20 minutes or so. All right, we'll step away. When we come back, we'll hear again from Coach McGrath, followed by our interview with Coach Heller as we get set for game two. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor.
Today with Penn State, that makes things a little bit interesting.
Sure does. Obviously, the playing conditions, we'll kind of see what those look like, but yeah. Interesting for sure.
You spent some time with the Seattle Mariners organization. Were you ever out there in Seattle? It kind of reminds me of it here today with the cold and rain.
I did spend a summer in Everett, the high A affiliate up there, and yeah, it's really similar. Kind of like doom and gloom 24/7. That's what this weekend's been like so far.
Yeah, no kidding. We've been kind of cooped up in our hotel rooms with the cold and the rain. We're going to be playing through some rain today. It looks like it'll be raining while we're playing. Hopefully not too much. But how does that impact things when it comes to the pitching side from a physical, not strategic, physical, gripping the ball? Does that change your calls at all?
Certainly it's in play, right? You're going to have to be cognizant of what's working and what's not, and in constant communication with those guys in between innings. As it relates to grip on a particular pitch or what have you, but our guys are pretty resilient, and we've pitched in some less than ideal situations going into the year, so we're ready for the opportunity, and I think our guys will manage pretty well.
Brody was supposed to pitch yesterday. He's going to get bumped to today. How does that change up his week at all? Is there any significant difference at all?
No, obviously when you're trying to capitalize on trending economy and things like that, the added day oftentimes doesn't do a ton of good, but for a guy like Brody whose workload's been up relative to obviously last year and his inability to get out too much in the fall, it's not a bad thing to give a guy like that extra day of rest, and I think it'll be good for him.
Last week you told us that you gave Ty maybe a little bit of a motivational speech to get back on track. Have you had to do anything like that with Brody? The past couple starts haven't been as sharp as he'd like.
Yeah, we talk. We're in constant communication, and Brody is about as hard on himself as anyone is, so less of a motivation. He's internally motivated and disciplined in that way. And more of a, this is how we're going to get out of this little bit of a rough patch. Designing a game plan that will allow him to be successful and efficient was our goal for this week, and I think we have a pretty good one going into today. We'll see how it goes.
How do you see us matching up with with their hitters, their offense?
They have a long lineup. Nothing like what we saw at Nebraska, with two guys that kind of run the ship, but those guys are good. The offense is good. This lineup, they could do some damage and beat you 1 through 9. But with that being said, it's a pretty good matchup. What they do well is kind of combated by what we do well, and some of their holes we'll be able to exploit throughout the weekend.
Talking with pitching coach Sean McGrath in our pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Okay, Marcus in game 2?
Yep, Marcus will go game 2.
He's been incredible lately.
Yeah, he's done a really nice job. He's kind of committed all in on his mental side of things and what it takes to be really consistent and really good. And so, yeah, no concerns with Marcus. And, the doubleheader is a variable, but it's not one he hasn't done. He dealt with it at Minnesota and did fine with it. So excited to get him out there game 2.
Bullpen seems to be settling down a little bit.
Yeah, obviously when you have a couple guys step up like we had with Whitlock and Savary in particular, those guys have jumped into roles that they weren't in the beginning of the year, and that's a good sign of a good culture, and for them, being internally motivated and disciplined to their work and pushing their rock, that's been really good for them.
You mentioned the culture. We seem to have a pretty strong one here in the black and gold. The pitching staff, does it have its own culture that it brings to the team?
No, I mean, a little bit, right? They have their own personality, a little bit different from what the hitters are. But Rick's hands are all over the culture of the team, and it's evident when you watch and observe our pitching staff and the way they go about things. There's a standard for excellence here that is really exciting to be a part of, and our pitchers embrace it quite well.
There's a possibility with the weather tomorrow that the game does not happen tomorrow. Does that change how you kind of put all hands on deck into the games today when you go to the bullpen?
A little bit. I think based on conversations, that's what we expect from them. We're kind of in that middle ground where we are torn whether to anticipate a third game or say, hey, Ty's the best guy for this spot. I think if push comes to shove and we got to win a game and Ty's the best guy for the job, he'll be out there. But it's kind of a toss-up right now, I would say.
Finally, before we let you go, Coach, John and I have been talking a little bit about how strong our scouts seem. Like when we come to the scouting report in the morning, do you and Marty work together and kind of cross over? Hey, he gives you some tips on the opponent hitters because he works with the hitters, and then you give him some tips back on the pitching side of things. It just feels like our scout team is really good here at Iowa.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're as invested in not just your position group, but in Hawkeye baseball, like Marty is and myself, you're going to get crossover, just due to wanting to win and that standard of excellence. So throughout the work week, Marty will come in and talk about certain hitters, and his experience in the league certainly has helped me. And then there's things I notice within the, pitching strategy or sometimes, confirming a tip that, I'll go into his office and just, make a note of it. But yeah, we're constantly bouncing ideas off of each other, and Marty's been really good for me, especially with, like we said, his experience within this conference, knowing teams' DNAs, general approaches. He's been extremely helpful.
All right, Coach, that sounds good. Thanks for your time. Let's win the day and take down Penn State.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Pitching coach Sean McGrath from our pregame show at Penn State. Following this break, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today from a rainy State College, a double dip with Penn State. We'll take on the Nittany Lions for 2 today. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, a 30-10 record to this point. Maybe a few thoughts on the season to this juncture.
No, I mean, it's been a good run so far, and I've played really well the last 7 games, and getting another test, a weekend where you sit in the hotel basically for 2 days, and now we're going to try and play a doubleheader today in wet conditions, and it's not warm either, and just the challenges just are always going to be there for you, and to make it through a long season like the college baseball season, the teams that can persevere and find ways to get it done in these situations are the ones that come out on top, and I feel good about our guys and where they're at, but you never know until you get out there, and hopefully the rain does stop. I mean, it's just light rain right now, but they pulled the tarp, and so it's been raining on the field for a while, which is an interesting thing. But it does appear that it's going to be out of here for quite some time. But I've also seen it on fronts like this where the low-level clouds don't even register on the radar, and then it just mists all day long. And I'm hoping that's not the situation, but it kind of looks like it right now. We are still pretty early. We're going to hit inside and hopefully take infield around 12-10 and get her going.
You've talked about the weather being an equalizer before. I can't think of a game that we've had this season where that isn't more of a case than today.
Yeah, and that's the story of our spring so far. It's just the breaks haven't really gone the way you would have liked them with that, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's an uncontrollable, and that's in our program we don't really focus on the uncontrollables. We focus on the things we can handle, and that means we have to play extra clean and do a great job of being disciplined on offense like we were last weekend, and if we do those things, we'll be fine. But you give a lot of free bases and give them some opportunities, especially a very good hitting team like Penn State, and an older team with experience, and so it's going to be one of those days where you really hope that you play clean baseball.
In your coaching career, have you had a season like this, weather-wise? Just want to finish up with the weather thought.
Yeah. And
then, because you seem very seasoned in the message to the guys to keep them locked in.
No, I mean, that's what baseball in the North is in the spring. It's the rarity is having a nice spring, which, I don't know that I've ever had one that you would call nice, but there's been a few years, here and there where once you got to, April 10th or 15th, you had pretty good weather the rest of the way. But the weather's trending in a weird way. The last 5 years, April and May have been really cold and windy, and I don't know what the story is, and I try to follow the weather a lot because I end up having to be the weatherman most days, but. That's the trend, and that's what the meteorologists are saying, that the winter's shifting more towards spring, and that's really what it looks like. I mean, last year was the coldest spring in my career. This year hasn't been quite as cold, but the wind has been insane. I mean, we had seven days in April where the wind, this would have been probably April 20th, but 7 days where it was over 40 miles an hour, and the lowest wind day we had was 32, and but it is what it is. There's not much we can do about it until we push the season back, and even if we push the season back, we're still playing in April. So it's just something that you have to deal with, and something that we've done a really good job with over the years, and have again this year. It's just frustrating, like when you get when you have a more offensive team like we do this year, and then the wind blows in in all but one of the games so far in conference play, where you can't really take advantage of it. But again, if you can survive it, it prepares you for what's to come, and that's tournament play, and dealing with, you're going to have to deal with all of this in a microcosm. In 1 week you're going to deal with all of it, and so we will be well prepared. You just got to fight and find a way to get through it, and focus on the things you can control, and still find a way to come out on top. So that's the message, and that's what we do, and I expect our guys to go out and give a great effort today.
Team's playing really well right now, Coach. It seems really important to get these games in this weekend to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and just you just can't miss a weekend at this point in time. I mean, we've already had too many days off, in my opinion, since we played Upper Iowa, and definitely need to play today, and it looks like that's going to happen. Looking at the forecast tomorrow, the odds look not good for Sunday. I mean, it looks terrible. So we're going to do everything in our power to try to get at least two in today. And when you're in those situations, how well you perform and how consistent you can be and how clean you can be is magnified, like we've talked before.
With what you said about tomorrow not looking great, does that change anything for how you approach these games today? Is it a one-game series? Is it a two-game series? Does it change anything for you from a coaching perspective?
Well, you definitely have to think about it. Quite possibly you'll just roll the dice and throw the guys regardless of where they were scheduled, you might just throw guys that are scheduled for Sunday and roll the dice, just try to figure out a way to get it done. That's kind of how Penn State does their rotation each week. They pitch inline on Friday, the first game, which is who we're going to see in game one, and then they don't announce a starter. They basically have all hands on deck starting game one, and whoever they don't use, they start in game two, and the same in game three. The thing I don't like about the fact that we may only play two games is that definitely helps them with their bullpen, and they're much more designed for 2 games than 3, and that was kind of one of our big plans coming down here, was to get into the bullpen and really work the starting pitchers over and get them out of the game quickly and force them to go to the guys that they want to go to 3 innings before they wanted to do it, and then you really put yourself in a good spot on Sunday when that happens. But who knows? We can't worry about tomorrow. Right now, it's just worry about today and find a way to get it done.
So Brody was supposed to start yesterday. He's going to get the ball in game 1, and then Marcus in game 2 today?
Yes, that's how we'll do it. And I don't think an extra day rest for Brody at this point in the season is a bad thing. I actually think that that could be a good thing for Brody.
Talking with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show here in Penn State. With Brody, his last 2 starts maybe haven't been up to his level that he's looking to achieve, and wasn't too happy on Friday night when he was evaluating his performance. What do you expect from him today?
Well, I hope we get a good bounce back, and I know he wasn't happy with how it went on Friday, and he's a great competitor and he has a lot of pride, and I know he went out and had a great work week. And he and Coach McGrath worked on some things, and I expect to see a different Brody today.
On the offensive side of things, a doubleheader for the guys to try to keep it rolling.
Yeah, that's we've been through them before, and that's we've handled them well, and expect those guys to go out and be ready to go. That's the thing with setting so many days. When you're on a pretty good roll offensively, like we were up and down the lineup, you really want to keep playing, you know, and the longer you don't play, it's like starting over again. And, you know, hopefully that's not the case, but, you know, we've all seen that happen before.
One of the strengths of this team coming into the season was you thought 1 through 9 offensively going to be really strong. You finally think you're hitting that peak now?
Yeah, don't you? I mean, it's been great. I mean, that's what we've talked about the last 4 or 5 games, is that we've been getting consistent production up and down the lineup. Obviously, getting Sam Peterson back into the lineup makes us a lot more dynamic, and it really, I guess, was eye-opening to see how much better the lineup is once you get Sam in there. I mean, with what he can do, you know, on the bases, with his power, with his speed, and just giving you a good quality at bat, time in and time out. You know, that really deepens our lineup for sure.
What do you see from Penn State offensively? We know that their bullpen's pretty strong, but offensively from Penn State? Offensively,
they have a bunch of really good hitters, and guys who've been through the league before, older group, have experienced some success. They're having one of their best seasons since Coach Cooper's been here, close to 10 games over 500. They've played some good teams early, and they won some games against good teams. The offense for them, 1 through 9, pretty darn balanced, and this ballpark is not really built for home runs. It's a big ballpark, 410 feet in the left center gap, but when you look at their home run numbers, if they were in a different place, you're going to be looking at numbers probably in the 60s, close to 70, like Nebraska. That's the type of power they have, and it's a balanced power. If you look at their lineup statistically, just scan down the stat sheet, very, very similar to ours.
Couple of keys to victory today, Coach, to take down Penn State and however many games we play today.
Well, like always, it starts with Brody giving us a good start, and hopefully it's a clean start where we can, give him a lead, and we do a good job of being disciplined against Henline. Really solid pitcher. That's the reason he's out there on Friday. He's a tough kid, and he does a great job of throwing strikes, and doesn't walk a lot of guys. He's their most successful guy. I think he's 5-1. I mean, you're facing a legit Friday night guy, and we're going to have to be dialed in and be able to try to manufacture some things. I think we can take advantage of some things, John, this weekend with the short game, with the bunts. They've had some miscues in our scouting that I think we might be able to exploit. And then defensively, it's always a concern when you've played as many games as we have on turf, and now we're going to a grass field, and not only a grass field, but a wet grass field, and so that's going to be a factor in this game as well, how we handle that, and then just basically being able to dial it in for 18 innings.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. Let's win the day, take down the Nittany Lions.
All right, thanks, John.
Head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, on our pregame show at Penn State at Medler Field at Lubrano Park. We're back with more right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org. Iowans win.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo back at Medler Field here in State College. We're getting closer to Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Iowa won the first game 9-6. John, as we look around some of the scores from around the conference, around the country that are important to us, what's crossing your mind at this point?
Well, let's see. Michigan's down 5-3 to Oklahoma State, top of the 8th inning, so they're out of conference this weekend. Michigan State's up 6-3 over Northwestern. Nebraska bouncing back after last night's tough loss, 5-0, top of the 6th against Minnesota. Rutgers and Purdue will match up later. We mentioned already Maryland put the wood to Indiana again, 16-2. Looks like maybe that Michigan State game's final already, 8-3 possibly. Or maybe that was the first game of a doubleheader there too. Illinois did get Ohio State as they're still slumping. They got beat 7-0. So big run there. And you look around. Iowa made a nice jump. They jumped up to 34, I believe it was now in the RPI, and so tied for third in the conference with Michigan, just based on record and games behind the leader. Iowa actually has the lead in win percentage there. So if it broke down, Iowa would be the 3 seed right now with a .615 win percentage, just behind Indiana and Maryland. But still, as you might imagine, still work to do and another game to win today.
Good opportunity for the Hawks. If you win this Game 2 over Penn State, you get to spend a lot of time at home over the next few weeks, and I think that'll be nice for the Hawkeyes to put back-to-back weekends at home. I don't think we've had a back-to-back home weekend, a true one. I know earlier we had South Dakota State and Western Michigan, but that was just crazy from the start.
Well, and we played one of those games on the road, chasing down to Kansas City to try to play that game, and snow delay in the Western Michigan series. So yeah, it'll be, to hopefully get to play Ohio State and then Michigan State at home, and then you go on the road to finish up with Northwestern. There's a winnable run of games in there if the Hawk hitters stay locked in the way they are, and if assuming we're going to get another good start out of Marcus Morgan, and you just kind of keep building on that, there's a lot of upside there.
Scheduled to play Penn State tomorrow at noon Central Time. I kind of feel bad because in my own head I'm thinking about the likelihood of that happening, but we are scheduled to play the Nittany Lions tomorrow at noon Iowa time. Tuesday, it's Trivia Tuesday at Duane Banks. We flip the calendar over to May. Tuesday, May 2nd, we'll host Illinois State. The Redbirds will come to town. We got a little revenge on our mind with the Redbirds. They beat us earlier this year.
Well, I think now it's 3 straight that they've won against Iowa, so there's some work to do there, and a little offensive avenge might be nice.
And then the first weekend of May, we'll welcome in Ohio State for 3 games. Fireworks Friday on May 5th. Come on out to the ballpark. We got fireworks after the game. Hopefully good weather this next weekend. And no midweek the weekend after we play Ohio State. Due to finals week, we'll host Michigan State then May 12th through the 14th. Final home game of the season will be Tuesday, May 16th against UIC. We'll host the Flames, who also beat us this year. And then we'll wrap things up at Northwestern for a 3-game set with the Wildcats before heading over to Omaha. So plenty of games left on the schedule for Iowa. Plenty of games to be won if the Hawks can get it done. But first things first, let's take care of business and let's sweep today over Penn State today and win Game 2.
Right, get it done today. You look, depends on whether your favorite site is AccuWeather or weather.com or weatherchannel.com. There would be a an outside possibility of if we hung around long enough tomorrow that maybe the weather clears up by 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Woo. And maybe you could get it done. But I'm not sure. If you knew for sure that it was going to be okay to play at that point, you might. But with them talking about an inch or two of rain, and we saw how wet the field was when we arrived here today, I'm not sure an inch or two of rain on the dirt infield and then no real drying conditions at 8 o'clock tomorrow night will work out to play some baseball.
All right, we'll take our final break. We'll take a 1-minute break. Actually, let's take a 2-minute break this time. We'll take a 2-minute break before we get to Game 2. We're back right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Starting lineups being announced as we speak ahead of Game 2. Still got similar weather conditions, mid-50s. It does seem a little bit darker right now. I know we're later in the day. It's, 4:40 out here, but hopefully those aren't rain clouds moving in, John.
No, I was down on the field between games a little bit, and it's pretty nice out right now.
Good.
Again, you've got just a hint of breeze blowing kind of out to left or the left field foul pole, and I see what you're saying. We can still see Mount Nittany out there, but the clouds are starting to come back around the top of it. But if you, again, depending on which weather website you want to believe in, we've got until 10 o'clock tonight, so we better not still be playing around then.
That sounds pretty good. Let's take care of business now. Game 2 with Penn State. Let's sweep the day. Doesn't that sound pretty good, Hawkeye Nation? That sounds good to me. That sounds good to John. And after winning the first game 9-6, keep it rolling against Penn State here in Game 2. All right, the starting lineup. The starting lineup for the Hawkeyes, Ben Wilmus. He'll lead things off. Again, it'll be the same lineup as it was in Game 1. So Ben Wilmus in right, Keaton Anthony's the DH. Brennan Duriggi's over at first. Raider Tello batting in the cleanup spot. He'll play at third. Sam Peterson's out in left field batting fifth. Kyle Huckstorf in center batting sixth. 7, 8, 9, Sam Honar at second. Michael Seegers at short. Cade Moss is the catcher. Got to that Penn State bullpen, maybe threw a wrench in their plans a little bit, and so they'll have to throw out Jordan Morales as their starting pitcher, and he was a possibility to be their starter in Game 2 today.
Yeah, he was definitely on the list for them. 5.12 ERA, 3-0 on the season. This will be appearance number 14 and start number 6. 38 2/3 innings, 37 hits, 23 runs, 22 of those are earned. 15 walks, 34 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .250 against him. You'll see a fastball in the high 80s creeping up into 90. Change-up slider 70, right around 80 and mid-80s there. And he's one of those guys, not the biggest stature guy, but the fastball's got a little bit of pop on it. So, 87, 88, 89 might feel a little faster to the guys and might take some adjusting to what they've seen so far.
Penn State doesn't make a ton of changes defensively for them. Josh Spiegel's at first, Kyle Hannon's at second, Jay Harry's at short, Grant Norris over there at third. In the outfield, left to right, Anthony Steele. He's their main change into the lineup. Steele will bat ninth and play left. Taven Kelly's in center. Billy Garlett is in right. So a couple of changes, maybe a brief alteration to their batting order as well. But Penn State doesn't make any wholesale changes after dropping the first game 9-6. Iowa jumped on Penn State early with a couple of runs in game one, gave them right back and then some in the bottom half. And then after that, it was relatively smooth sailing for the Hawkeyes once they chipped away, continued to chip away, and then got the lead. Never really turned back, never looked back against Penn State in game one. But this is a new game, and we're going to be ready to go for the Hawkeyes there. I think Penn State just issued a change there to their DH situation, and we'll have to.
Steele will be the DH. Marsh is going to go out to left.
Okay, so there you have it.
Leading off the top half of the first inning for Iowa, right fielder number 19.
Just a flip-flop there, but we'll get to that point when the time comes. And we're finally ready for first pitch of game number 2. It was about 40-plus minutes that we got around to this. And we'll see if the Hawks can pick up where they left off. Ben Wilmes is in the box. Morales is on the mound. The lefty is ready. The first pitch to Wilmes is in there for a strike. It comes in at 4:42 local time.
Ben had a good game one, couple hits.
Morales skipped that one in the dirt in front of the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Morales is a short left-handed pitcher. 1-1 is off the plate outside. 2 balls and a strike. Both teams wearing the same uniforms that they wore in game 1. Penn State with the navy tops and white pants. They've got blue baseball caps in the field with a block S on the front panel. Here's a comebacker. Morales will pick it up and jog over to first. He about took it all the way over there himself, and then a couple feet away flipped it to the first baseman.
Kind of thought he was going to run it out as he got all the way over there, but made the late flip. And
okay, then.
You had exactly the opposite of that. I think it was Lunsman that threw an underhand flip from 30, 40 feet away.
Here's Keaton Anthony. He's hit by the first pitch. That got him in the knee, though. He's not too happy about it. And Keaton will walk slowly towards first base, and he'll check on it. It's the right knee for Keaton.
It's funny, we talked about that yesterday with Coach Heller. Kind of the old school approach was, when your best hitter was having a day, then you just kind of automatically hit him. But now it's kind of so costly with that stuff. You bring up a guy like Brennan, if they want to hit Keaton instead of letting him go 5 for 6 again, you got to make it hurt with the others.
That's right. Here is DeRiggi. Bends back away from a fastball that was high, ball 1. Iowa now 31-10 overall. The Hawks are 8-5, tied for third in the Big Ten. Keep climbing and climbing and climbing. 1-0 pitch that drops in for a strike. 1-1. Brennan was up and down in the first game, finally settled in by the time we got to the last half of it. Made a nice defensive play. 1-1 pitch, that's high and out. Ball 2. Umpires today behind the plate is Andy Dudones. First base, Nicholas Moll. At second is Steven Leonardo. And down the line at third is Brian Marine. As DeRiggi pops this out of play to the left side. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, just underway in game number 2 of today's doubleheader. Morales is ready. Lefty on lefty matchup here. The 2-2. That dropped low, ball 3.
Good hold there from DeRiggi. That was a good pitch. Just fell out of the zone. DeRiggi didn't swing over the top. Had a couple balls where he last game where he uncharacteristically chased him, but good hold there.
Full count pitch on its way. This one is ripped into right center. It will be caught by a diving center fielder. They're going to try to double up Keaton, but the center fielder threw it away. Keaton hustling back to first, and he'll get there okay without a throw. Anthony had given up on the play. He was going to concede being doubled up, but the center fielder, Kelly, it slipped out of his hand when he went to throw it.
I'm not sure what happened or why he held on, if he just kind of realized, hey, I've got all day now that Keaton's not going back, and thought about throwing a changeup instead, and almost paid for it as he threw it into right field. And Keaton was
very strange.
Keaton was able to run back.
2 outs. Here's Raider Tello. There's a strike at the knees. Brendan really connected on that one well, but couldn't get it down fast enough.
Yeah, just ended up having too much carry on it. I thought it was just going to get into the right center field gap.
Another strike at the knees to Tello. That's a breaking ball that swept across.
Might have been a touch low, but we got a new strike zone to get used to here.
0-2 is the count. The pitch to Raider. Ground ball right back up the middle. The second baseman's got it. He'll touch second base himself, and that'll do it for the top of the first. Nothing doing for Iowa. We'll see Penn State in the box right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Bottom of the first inning, after Iowa went down quietly, the Nittany Lions come to the plate, led off by Kyle Hannon, followed by Thomas Bramley and Jay Harry. Bobby Marshall bat fourth, Grant Norris fifth, Josh Spiegel, he'll bat sixth. 7, 8, 9, Taven Kelly, Billy Gerlett, and Anthony Steele. Those 9 will take on the Iowa Hawkeyes defensively, who will have DeRiggi at first, Honar at second, Seegers at short, Tello at third, and the outfield left to right, Peterson, Huxdorf, and Wilmus. Moss behind the plate doing the catching. On the mound, starting game 2, the sophomore right-hander from Iowa City, the local kid, Marcus Morgan.
Start number 9, appearance number 11 for Marcus. He's 2-1 on the year with a 4.50 ERA, 38 innings, 26 hits, 20 runs, just 19 of those earned. 24 walks, 43 strikeouts. What you've seen from Marcus over the last 3 weeks, though, has been a completely different pitcher than the one that started the season. 2 runs over his last 3 Big Ten starts. He's been tough to dent over the past month or so.
High-level stuff from Morgan. How do you feel about the bullpen situation for Iowa in today's game?
I think every arm but Brody and Jack Whitlock's available.
All right. See what kind of start Marcus can have. He's in the windup. The first pitch on its way. That's way outside to the left-handed hitting Kyle Hannon for ball 1. Brody Breck started game 1. Didn't quite make it out of the first. Like to see Morgan get a little bit deeper, but he's wild on the first 2, and this one is outside once again, 2-0.
Good play off the brick wall by Cade there.
Yeah.
we recognize those come ricocheting back.
Couple of misfires from Marcus to start the bottom of the first. He's ready with the next delivery. Here it is. That's inside, ball 3. So not finding the zone yet. And as we've talked about before, Hannon, very good speed on the base paths. Here comes the 3-0 from Morgan. way outside ball 4. None of those 4 were particularly close, maybe the third one.
Yeah, ball 3 was inside-ish, but the rest of them were not tempting at all, and so Marcus will have to find good Marcus again and
wipe that away and go after Bramley now, who's in the box, another left-handed hitter.
Yeah, again, left-handed heavy top of the order here.
The pitch to Bramley, that's low and in. 5 straight out of the zone from Morgan to start this one.
Ball was pretty close there. Got him.
1 ball, no strikes. The pitch, that's high and in on the corner, but called a ball 2. And now Marcus is yet to throw a strike to the second hitter in the order.
The first 2 pitches here, though, to Bramley have been pretty good.
That one not so much, gets away from Cade Moss.
That one's trouble, too, as Cade got a big piece of it to hold it up.
Did not have a chance to ricochet off the brick, and it's 3-0. Morgan really struggling. So Moss will go out and talk with his pitcher. It's 3-0. Fastball has been high and outside.
Yeah, fastball's been a little bit of everywhere. It was a better start to this at-bat. The first 2 pitches were borderline. As we've talked about before, you're not really gonna give the umpire any reason to help you when you're not anywhere near the plate before that. So it's going to be up to Marcus now to give the umpire a reason to help him and snap back into the zone here.
Outside, ball 4. 8 straight balls to start this one from the Iowa pitching staff. And the first 2 are on for Penn State.
Got to admit, didn't see the way Marcus had been going. Didn't see this start coming, but good news, he's done it on minimal pitches so far. So now he's just got to buckle up. Little ground ball to Honar, roll 2, almost out of the inning.
Ground ball would be great. Here's Harry. Morgan's delivery on the way. There is a strike. Marcus got one over, and it's in there on the outside corner, 0-1.
Yeah, I can't imagine Harry was going to ever bunt that ball. He showed bunt, but that felt like take all the way.
See if Morgan can turn things around. Here's the 0-1. Fouled back to the screen, 0-2. Okay, Marcus maybe settling in a bit here in a good spot against the 3-hitter, Harry.
2 good fastballs right away there.
He's a ground ball or a strikeout. What has Marcus got up his sleeve? Here comes the 0-2. This is crushed to right. Get foul. Get foul. It will be foul. That left the park, but it was foul.
Left the bat 101. Just hit it 351. I mean, anywhere other than right down the line, you're not sweating that out at all. But
right
as he got kind of on the cutter, Marcus velo down just a little bit so far today.
0-2, swing and a miss. Good job by Marcus Morgan. There's 1 out.
And as soon as I say that, he gasses him at 94 miles an hour up at the top of the strike zone.
That's quite the turnaround.
Nice bounce back there.
That'll bring up Bobby Marsh, the freshman.
And Harry struck out just 13 times. Not a guy that goes down easy on strikes.
Interesting to see how Marcus can look so different from the 3-hitter compared to the 1 and the 2. Penn State still threatening here in the first with runners at first and second and 1 out. One-0 pitch, ground ball, right side. Honar charges it. His only play will be to first base. That's okay. We get 2 outs now. Runners at second and third.
Marcus is going to have to pay attention to Hannon at third. He's one of those guys that when he's on your team, you're going to love him, and when he's not, he's kind of a little bit of a pest. I mean, big aggressive leads, big kind of running starts where he's going to stop and just try to be in your sight line, try to bother you. But then if you fall asleep, he may just keep right on cooking down the line too. So,
and important for Cade Moss too, right? for Moss to get the ball back in a timely fashion to Morgan and don't have anybody steal home like we had against Texas Tech.
Right, and like you just saw there again, the fastball misses way outside. Moss goes out and gets it, catches it clean, pulls it right back in.
The batter is Grant Norris. He's a right-handed hitter, the first one to break the chain. First one was outside. Second one from Morgan, also outside. 2 balls, no strikes to the Penn State third baseman. We're scoreless in the bottom of the first, but the Nittany Lions have 2 in scoring position with 2 outs.
High strikeout guy, does have some pop, and obviously 2 runners in scoring position here.
Morgan's 2-0 delivery. In the air to left. This is trouble. Deep and gone. That's a home run for Grant Norris. Marcus threw it right down the middle. And the 2 walks hurt big time. 3-0 Nittany Lions.
94-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone, exits home plate at 110 and goes 436 over the left field wall. So that ball was just demolished. And much like the first game, free bases just killing Iowa in the first inning.
A walk to the 1 and 2 hitters, then you get the next 2 out. And then not much right with that pitch. Here's a ground ball to Seegers at short. We couldn't have gotten that 1 pitch sooner, huh? Throw over to DeRiggi, and there is out number 3. The Nittany Lions get 2 walks and then a home run. It's 3-0 Penn State after 1. We're back for the second. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
All right, the Hawkeyes have their work cut out for them in the early going, trailing Penn State 3-0 as we get to the top of the second. Boy, the first innings have been really hard for Iowa today.
Sure seems to be, as I've given up 7 runs so far of the 9 that Iowa's given up in total. So,
a 3-run home run by Grant Norris with 2 outs. That gets Penn State on the board. Iowa trying to counter. First pitch swinging is Sam Peterson. Lazy fly ball into right, and it is caught for the first out of the inning. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. Huckstorf is in the box now, the Hawkeye center fielder, in search of Iowa's first hit. Kyle takes this as a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 from Morales, the Penn State southpaw. He's ready out of the windup. His pitch is on the way. Inside, almost hit Huck. 1-1.
I'm actually surprised Hanna didn't catch that ball tracking out there to right. He's been going out so far. Call off the right fielder.
Here's a changeup that catches the inside corner. 1-2. Morales working quickly. This is hit on the ground now to short. And it eats up the shortstop. It bounces off of Harry's chest, and Huckstorf is on. That'll be an error on Harry.
Sorry, I just found that amusing. Just the way that
I was halfway through it, John.
Well, and, you know, you've got fairly smooth. They had to water the infield between, but you've got a team that just doesn't field very well. Hit it on the ground, make them field it, and see what happens.
Honar takes a fastball strike. Get things started for him. I believe Penn State's at the bottom of the conference in fielding percentage. Committed a few errors today. 0-1 to Honar. He rips this into right. That's a base hit. It'll drop in front of the right fielder, Huckstorf, stretching it from second to third. It'll be runners at the corners for the Hawkeyes in the second with one out. There's a single for Honar, the first hit of the game for Iowa.
Huck was full go there as right fielder Gerlach just kind of backed up, let the ball get all the way to him, and then as the hop got to him, it didn't put him in any sort of throwing position at all, and Huckstorf with good speed just said, if you can throw me out flat-footed, more power to you.
That's great knowledge there by Huckstorf to understand that too, right? The throw is longer, obviously, from right, so more room to get around to third. We'll see Seegers in the box now. Michael reached 4 times in the earlier game. 2 hits, 2 walks for Seegers. First pitch was a strike at the knees. Here comes the 0-1. It's on its way. Michael takes this at the letters, ball 1.
Seegers has got a batting average back up to 286, kind of sneaking in the right direction now.
Started the season in the leadoff spot, but I think he's down here and he's really done his job. He's basically done what a leadoff man has to do, as the 1-1 is low for a ball. Michael thought about bunting that one, pulled it back.
Well, he's been able to, what you've really seen him do is he's been able to turn over the lineup from here. He's been able to set the table for Cade Moss, and then you get back to the top of the order. And so as Michael's picked it up, it's another leadoff hitter down in the 8 spot.
There's a strike called at the knees.
Didn't call it a strike, called it a ball.
Really?
Yep, just low. He's been really tight on the bottom part of that zone.
Okay, so it's 3-1, but didn't you see his motion there? It looked like
he's made a couple funky moves on how he's calling those.
He's going to fool me up here. Okay, it's 3-1 to Seegers. To keep a close eye on this umpire. They throw a pickoff move over to first. Honar's back in without a slide. I guess his strike, he comes out to the right?
Yes.
And then anything else is not.
He punched one left-handed earlier to try to show it was away. He punched that one to show it was down. Not sure what we just called there. Oh, it just changed. Oh, it must have went to his mouth again and didn't wipe his hand, so got to throw the baseball away.
New ball for Morales. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out in the top of the second. Iowa trailing Penn State 3-0. Runners at the corners. Morales comes set. The pitch to Seegers. Line drive caught by the second baseman. We got doubled up at first. Honar doubled up, and that'll do it for the top of the second. Opportunity wasted for the Hawkeyes. We'll go to the bottom half of the inning. Iowa trailing Penn State 3-0. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Well, Iowa had a bit of momentum there in the top of the second, but lining into a double play extinguishes any of that, and so going to have to hold off the Nittany Lions for another half inning. Trailing 3-0 now in the bottom of the second. It'll be 7, 8, 9. Kelly, Gerlach, and Steele coming up for the Nittany Lions. Marcus struggled in the first, a couple of walks, and gave up a home run. See if he can have a better second inning.
I'm all for that.
Now it's just kind of like looking at the first hitter. Let's see if we can get him out. Marcus threw 8 straight out of the zone to start his outing, and so 2 4-pitch walks really put him in a tough spot. We'll see how he attacks Kelly this time. First pitch from Morgan is high and out, ball 1.
That was just the second home run that Marcus has allowed. You know, he only allowed 6 extra base hits on the year. Just opponents don't make a ton of super solid contact against Mark. Oof.
Can't find the zone there inside, and it's 2-0.
Or he found the zone and the umpire didn't recognize it.
Yeah, that was close. This one's high, ball 3. Hawkeyes struggling to find the strike zone. The starting pitching hasn't been stellar for Iowa today. Here comes the 3-0. Up and in, ball 4. I'm not sure why Kelly took exception to that. He wants to stare down Marcus and then toss his bat. Okay. Just take your walk, in my opinion.
Oh, I think he's mad. He's only walked 10 times on the year, and he'd really rather swing.
Yeah, no kidding. How many strikeouts does he have?
51.
Yeah.
So if he thinks Marcus wasn't trying to intentionally walk him, he doesn't really know baseball.
Iowa's got Aaron Savory going in the bullpen. Marcus has thrown 5 straight out of the zone to start the second. Not sharp yet. Here's Gurlitt. The 1-0 is outside again, 2-0. Marcus keeps looking down at his plant foot where his foot lands on the mound. He's refilling it in with the dirt and whatnot, but there's something else, I think, going on. Marcus is really struggling to start this one, having a hard time throwing strikes. We'll see Coach McGrath come out and try to fix it up.
Well, this is pretty much what happened to start the last inning with 4-pitch walk, and you kind of get out of the jam a little bit, and you think you might be safe and get a couple outs and then give up one big hit. So don't really need to keep testing the free base theory here.
Bottom of the order for Penn State really didn't hurt us that much in the first game.
Other than what we gave them.
Right. They had a triple from Kelly, so I guess he got on that way, but Kelly was okay down there, but grounding into double plays, striking out. So just go right at these guys if Marcus can figure it out. 2 balls, no strikes. That's the count. The pause and the pitch. Outside, ball 3. Just can't imagine Iowa sticks with this too much longer if it continues on this trajectory.
My guess is if this is ball 4, Sav's coming into the game.
Aaron is in the bullpen. The 3-0 is inside, ball 4. Just like the first inning, back-to-back walks to start this one.
I mean, you just can't wait. And, if you don't think you're going to play tomorrow, you've pretty much got everybody. So he'll go get Sav and go have him see if you can get an outing out of him like you got out of Whitlock. But
no move yet from the Iowa dugout, so it looks like Morgan will pitch to Steele. He's thrown 8 straight balls, and he breaks that now with a strike down the middle.
Giant lead out there at second from Kelly.
When Morgan was in this position in the first, he got a strike out of the third hitter of the inning. That'd be nice here with Steele. Popped up instead down the left field line. Peterson moving over towards the line. Sam's underneath it. He's got it for the first out. He'll get it in quickly. No tag, no advancement.
Almost as good as a strikeout there, and took one less pitch. So good job from Marcus, but now he's back to the top of the order, so he's going to have to be good, be active here.
Back to Hannon, who walked. Bramley on deck, same thing with him.
Yeah, just can't go to the get me over pitch here. He's going to have to throw good pitches.
3-0 Penn State. Here's a bunt down the third baseline. Moss will let it go foul and then pick it up. Good smart play there by Cade.
Hannon's a guy that likes to do that. First time we've really seen him actually square up and mean it in the series so far.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we hadn't seen it earlier. I guess maybe they weren't in a position to do it, but Counts 0-1. Morgan's got the sign from Moss. Here's the pitch. That's inside.
Boy, that ball is close. But again, you're not going to get any help.
And I think to your point that you make at times, that Moss was set up outside there, and Morgan missed his spot. Here's a foul ball over to the left side. 1 ball, 2 strikes now.
Now Marcus has done a really nice job a couple times coming into the left-handers, but he's just not catching any, any edge of the plate that the umpire is willing to call.
There's a good fastball, but it's high. Ball 2. Got to keep playing, but limit the damage, right? Down 3-0 in the second. 2 on with 1 out, and the count will be full now to Hannon.
Yeah, that one just looked like he overthrew there, trying to come back inside. I thought it on the last hitter when he walked him, but I can't imagine he's going to get away with another walk and stay in the game.
Here's the 3-2. Not close. Low and in. Ball 4. And this is a tough spot if you do make the change, because now the bases are loaded with 1 out. You bring in a guy like Savary, who's got all the confidence in the world, and you almost put that on the line if he can't get out of it.
Well, but what's your alternative? You can't. Coach Heller's coming out of the dugout. There's just no question you have to make this move. I hate it for Marcus, but 3 is livable. 4 isn't even the worst in the world, but you got to get 2 more outs here to clean this up.
Starting pitching not great for Iowa at Penn State this weekend. Marcus Morgan will come out of the game after an inning and a third. We'll turn to the bullpen. Aaron Savary's coming in. We'll give you his stats right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Hawkeyes in trouble in the second. Already down 3-0 to Penn State, and they've got the bases loaded now with 1 out. We have to go to the bullpen. Early on in game 2, we'll go with freshman right-hander from Dubuque, Aaron Savary.
Appearance number 8, along with 2 starts for Sav. An 0.69 ERA, 13 innings pitched, 9 hits, just 1 run allowed. It was earned, 6 walks, 15 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .191 against Sav. And he's going to need to be good here, as Hawkeye starting pitchers today have gone a total of 2 innings. Marcus's line sounds a whole lot like Brody's. 35 total pitches, just 12 strikes. So,
third.
Yeah, just not, and Marcus had been so good. He'd been in that 60 to 62% range with strikes and, really commanding at bats and getting out in front. And you kind of see what happens when you don't. And again, Hawks have still just given up 1 hit. But 3 runs in, 3 base runners on. A lot of work to do to get out of this.
It's about the same as that first game. All right, Bramley's in the box. Savary is on the mound. The bases are loaded with 1 out. First pitch, ground ball and foul. Down the first base side, it was close, and thank goodness, because that would have cleared the bases.
First base umpire, first base coach is a little disagreeable.
He doesn't believe it.
Head coach is out there, but again, we don't have replay in the Big Ten, so we'll never know. Plus, I'm not sure. I mean, you can review that, but I don't know how you advance runners on that one.
Yeah, right. Instead, it's just basically a strike for Savary. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball, right side. Honar will pick it up, throw to second for one, on to first. Safe at first. Just took too long. A run will score. It's 4-0. This infield grass is so thick, it slowed it down.
Well, infield grass is thick, plus Savage just dotted the outside corner of the plate, and so when he rolls over it, it's just a slow ground ball. He kind of pulled in the hole. Honar did a nice job switching his feet to make the throw, but never really had any chance of getting the out. But, you know, you're fine. You just need to finish it right here, though.
It's got to be all you give up. Savary will toe the rubber with runners at the corners and 2 outs. Penn State 4-0 in the bottom of the second. Batter is Harry. The Penn State shortstop, he struck out his first time up. Savary's first pitch. That's in the dirt. Good block by Moss.
Nice job there. Breaking, kind of back foot breaking ball again. Couldn't quite get him to chase over it.
A little bit of a shift on the infield. Seeger's playing closer to the bag at second. Big time gap in left center field. That could be trouble. Here's the 1-0 from Savary. That's low, ball 2.
That kind of looks a little bit like the new Major League Baseball shift with you have to keep the guys on, but shortstop rolls over almost to second base. Harry's got an interesting pre-routine as he gets in, those little high knee lifts as he climbs into the box.
This one's low again from Sav. Ball 3. There's a base open, but don't know how much you want to put more pressure on yourself.
And part of Sav's effectiveness is, you know, he can get ahead. You know, you get 2-0, you're not going to get anybody to chase that pitch right at the bottom of the zone.
3-0 from Savary. That's a strike at the knees, just above it. 3-1.
Good 89-mile-an-hour fastball hits the inside part of the plate.
See if he can battle all the way back here. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Runners at the corners. They'll check on the runner at first, back without a slide. Iowa will have Cade Moss, and then the top of the order in Ben Wilmus and Keaton Anthony due up in the top of the third when we get there. Trailing 4-0 as it stands right now. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That's in the dirt. Ball 4. 6 walks issued by the Iowa pitching staff. And we're not even through 2 innings yet.
That seems like a lot.
It's hurting. Bases loaded again for the Nittany Lions in the second. Just unnecessary pressure. You know, if teams earn it, you can live with it. Bases loaded and 2 outs. First pitch from Savary's fouled back to the net. Good start from Aaron.
Good aggressive free swinging there from Marsh after haven't really found the strike zone much, and he goes wheeling up there, and so now you got a chance here ahead in the count. You start doing work.
0-1 from Savary. Line drive. This is foul out of the stadium. It's 0-2 now. Good flip and turnaround there from Savary.
When we talked a little bit, that's one of the ways that Iowa done a pretty good job or Penn State does a pretty good job of not striking out a ton, is they are aggressive swingers, but Iowa's kind of taken some of that out by a lot of non-competitive pitches here, but good job from Sav so far.
Here's the 0-2, swing and a miss. Good job by Savary to get us out of trouble in the second inning. Just 1 run across for Penn State. They'll leave them loaded. Iowa down 4-0. Third inning coming up. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, You deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
John Evans and John Leo in State College. Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Iowa down early, 4-0. As we get to the top of the third, feels a little bit similar to the first game we played today. Iowa's got to keep chipping away, find a way to generate some offense to get us back into this one.
Well, Iowa's going to need to do a little bit better job against Morales right now, as he's kind of kept Iowa from posing too many threats. Just 26 pitches through 2 innings, and had a little bit of a rally last inning, but got out of it on the line drive double play. So Iowa will have to kind of go back to that, good at bats, be patient, make him come in the zone, because he hasn't thrown deep into too many games so far this year. So through 4 innings in relief.
Cade Moss is the batter, and the first pitch is inside to him for a ball. We talked about in game 1 burning through a couple of arms in the Penn State bullpen. Well, this is where you got to make it pay, right? You got to get Morales out of the game. There's a strike. It's 1-1 now.
Right. If all the work you did to see the top 3 arms in the first game isn't going to do you any good if Morales goes 5 against you.
One's outside, 2-1. Moss could find a way to get on, base hit, walk, hit by pitch, anything along those lines. Here's a chopper to short. Harry will wait for it. He's got it. He'll step, he'll throw. 1 down. Never mind.
Conceptually, it was very good. I was with you the whole way.
I just feel like setting the table for our guys at the top right now is putting us in good hands. Wilmus, Anthony, and DeRiggi, Tello, and Peterson. You kind of just go all the way down. You string some things together. Iowa's still trying to figure out Morales as it stands right now. We're in the top of the third. Penn State 4, Iowa nothing. Here's Wilmus. Swings at the first pitch and fouled it straight back.
Love to see Ben drop a bunt right down the third baseline. Left-handed pitcher. Be hard to come off the mound and throw him out at first.
One drifted inside for a ball, 1-1. I like where your head's at there, John, because the third baseman, Norris, just playing pretty deep. He'll move forward a bit at times, but still playing pretty deep. It's 2-1.
He's got a little slow walk in as he takes his prep step, but still behind the bag.
Wilmus has had a really good eye at this at bat. He's worked a 3-1 count now.
I'll take a walk. He doesn't have to bunt for it.
Yes.
That's fine too.
Yeah, a walk would be fine with Keaton Anthony on deck. Keaton was 5 for 6 in the first game, was hit by a pitch earlier today. That one is high and tight, ball 4, and Wilmus is on. The Hawkeyes have had a base runner in every inning. Haven't found a way to push anybody home yet.
Now batting,
Got the runner in scoring position last inning with just 1 out, but couldn't finish it off. See if Keaton can keep the 1-out rally going.
Infield again, shifting over to the third base side. First pitch to Anthony, high and away, ball 1. Anthony, the right-handed DH, been hitting it all over the place, and now we'll have time called and a mound visit for Penn State's pitching coach. He'll go out and talk with Morales.
Well, kind of interesting because obviously when Keaton hit the home run, they were trying to bust him in. You got the strike thrown to him on allegedly the inside part of the plate, fouled off the next pitch off his knee, ripped one down the line to the picnic pavilion, and then got another inside fastball that he hit out of the ballpark. You look now, you've got the infield in a major shift, so it makes you kind of think, hey, they're going to work him inside again. But then you look and see where the center field's playing. He's playing not a little bit to the right of second base. He's quite a ways over there. So there is a giant gap into the left center field area that Keaton could enter it into there. So I mean, and it's a place where he does elevate the ball to. It's not like he never hits the ball in the air there. So,
well, in the way this feels right now in the third, trailing by 4, this seems like a big inning for Iowa, especially with the runner on already. You make this 4-2, make things interesting. There's a nice pitch on the outside corner, 1-1.
Ish.
Boy, that was a backdoor breaking ball that must have just touched the corner at the very last second. A ball and a strike to Anthony. Find a way to get on the board here and get some momentum back. That one's too far outside, 2-1.
Yeah, but you want to keep having good at bats, and then you want to get paid off for it here. So just keep making good swings, keep doing the right thing.
There's a swing and a miss. Anthony chased that one. That was low.
And that's something you really haven't seen him do on the run he's been in.
That one never really started high. Didn't have that much a break, really. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Keaton trying to find a way on here with Wilmus at first base. Here's the pitch. Ground ball up the middle. This one will be stopped by the second baseman. He will throw it to second, but way late. And we'll have 2 on right now.
It wasn't the smartest play from Hannon, who seems like an exceptionally high IQ baseball player. As he made the diving play there out of position, Wilmus was basically on second base, and he tried to throw it from his back to Short, who was covering second. Ended up actually being a good throw to third if Wilmus would have kept going, I guess. So maybe his IQ is higher than I think it is.
As we talked through that, maybe it made a little bit of sense, huh? First pitch strike to DeRiggi on the outside corner. Brennan's hitting .333 right now. He's got 7 home runs, 38 RBIs. Like to add to those last 2. That'd be all right. Here's the 0-1. No, they'll wait. They'll throw it to second base. Wilmus is back. Iowa down 4-0 in the third, but 2 on with 1 out. Good hitters coming up. DeRiggi in there now. Tello's on deck. 0-1 pitch, up and in. That'll bend Brennan back, 1-1.
Strange inside move to second on that last pitch when almost looked like he balked as he just picked the foot up and he dropped it behind the rubber and then kind of spun around and threw it.
The 1-1 line drive into left. That is just foul. Had that tail on it that pushed it over there, and it's 1-2 now.
Went down and got that changeup or a little bit of a breaking ball out there and just kind of poked it out into left. And again, with the shift on, that would have scored Wilmus easily and might have even give Keaton Anthony a chance.
And a swing and a miss on the next pitch. Chase the low one. We're chasing the low one from Morales.
Well, and, in Brennan's defense there, and that might have been a little too low. Umpire's been a little inconsistent on what he's called on that low strike. So you kind of got to be, I'd rather see him doing that, but kind of stay on it and try to drive it somewhere. But
now it's up to Raider Tello to bring home these runs. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. The Hawkeyes trying to get on the board. I'd go a long way to do that early and give Savary a little confidence.
Again, you're out hitting the Nittany Lions and you're down 4-0.
Yeah. Here's a chopper to Short. Picked up by Harry. He'll throw it to second for the force. Iowa's getting base runners, just haven't scored yet. We'll go to the bottom of the third. Penn State 4, Iowa nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities. For award-winning claims and sales service, find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmill.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
All right, bottom of the third. Penn State 4, Iowa nothing. Hawks a little bit flat here in game 2, trying to figure things out against Penn State.
Yeah, it's I guess if you're gonna be a little particular about game 1, the Hawkeyes did leave, 13 runners on base in the first game, so scored 9 runs, but didn't really capitalize on all the opportunities that were there. And seen that already here through 3 innings, left 4 guys on and had another runner. So 4 total runners today thrown out on the bases or with getting doubled up. And
I'll have to hold strong with Savory back on the mound in relief of Marcus Morgan, who only lasted an inning and a third today.
So you got to tell me, though, how Norris can hit a 3-run home run in the first inning and only have credit for 2 RBIs.
Well, Marsh reached on a fielder's choice.
Still an RBI. Maybe earned or unearned, doesn't matter.
Line drive over to short. Seegers bobbles it. He'll pick it up. He'll throw it. Got him at first. How about that?
Michael Seegers, good play on the backhand side. Kept it in front of him, was able to pick it up out of the sky and make a good long throw. Good scoop from Derigi, 1 out.
So we've got Norris out. He's still connected on that one pretty good, but didn't elevate it at all.
I think he got it off the end of the bat, actually, but kind of a good curveball there. That's why I thought it was just going to get roped into the hole. Siegs had a good chance to make the play.
Good job by Savory to get that first out. The leadoff guy, keep him off the base paths, relinquish that pressure a bit.
Yep, start throwing. Throw strike 1. He's down here 1-0, but try to bounce back here quickly.
This is fouled back over towards us.
We're going to have to open this window. I want a ball.
We got a shot here from where we're at. We're just to the right of home plate. Here's the 1-1. This is skied in the air. High fly ball to left. Peterson coming forward. He'll look up into the cloudy sky. He's got it 2 down. So far, so good from Savory here in the third. The first relievers have been good for Iowa to come in for the starters who have struggled today, but be onto the Iowa offense now to pick things up when we get there in the fourth. It'll be Peterson, Huckstorf, and Honar trailing 4-0. Here's Kelly.
Yeah, we need to work our way there right now. Go ahead and get a good quick out here.
First pitch strike from Savory. That's a good hard fastball in the inside corner.
Yeah, Sav's doing a nice job with the fastball, being able to kind of work both sides of the plate and then come back with the good sharp breaking balls.
Ooh, that one's too far inside. Almost hit him. It'll spin him out of there like a ballerina. 1-1.
Kelly was grouchy last time we threw inside too, so maybe just to irritate him a little now.
Savory gives him the sauce on the inside. Here's a liner into right. Wilmus moves forward, then back a couple. He's got it. A 1-2-3 inning. Hey, that's a good start. Let's get to the fourth. Let's get some runs here, trailing 4-0.
Smells like runs. Let's go do it.
All right, this is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Peterson, Huckstorf, Honar. John, you say it best. That sounds like runs.
Sounds like runs.
Need to start getting a few on the board here. Iowa with just 2 hits. No runs yet. Penn State's got 1 hit, but 4 runs. Made us pay with that.
It was a loud hit.
Home run, yeah. 3-run shot in the first. Iowa's capable. They did a lot of run scoring in the first game today, winning 9-6 over Penn State, but boy, a sweep sounds so much better than a split.
Oh, 100% accurate on that. You just got to, just have to keep having good at bats. The guys have been locked in now for quite a few games, and you don't have to do anything you're not capable of. That's the good news.
Morales has been good, though, for Penn State. Got to give him credit as he starts Peterson off with a first pitch strike. Next one is swung on and missed, and it's now 0-2.
Yeah, you'd probably like to see this be, I don't think this is going to be his last inning. I think you're going to have him one more inning unless Iowa can really string together things. I think you'll see Morales at least into the 5th inning, but you start stretching him long and you start working some good at bats. Maybe you can create some havoc as he approaches 50 pitches.
Here's the 0-2. That's high for a ball. Wow, you really notice he changes up his delivery method. That time he held the leg lift a lot longer. Sometimes he barely even has a leg lift. He just brings it home a lot sooner. Here's the 1-2. That's high, 2-2.
I would just think from a rhythm standpoint, that has to be really weird. I mean, just for your own, I know you're trying to throw off the hitter's timing, but for your own sake of throwing strikes.
And I think he might have done that, John, because he hasn't thrown a strike since then. It's a full count now to Peterson. Petey's got to have good plate discipline here. You got to watch out for that low changeup.
Right. Don't go out of the zone here. And obviously really easy to say, but try to identify, stay in the zone.
Here's a line drive to left, foul.
And that's just fine. Petey's fought off a couple good pitches. Really, one of the first guys to really get deep into an at-bat with Morales. Everybody else has gone relatively quickly, and Petey's done a nice job here, worked the count full, hit a couple foul balls.
Another full count pitch, hit him, hit Petey, and they called him out. They said that he leaned into it. And so Petey is out number 1. I'm
going to look at TrackMan. I'm going to have to say he kind of did. So
it would have been a strike more than likely if Petey didn't get hit by it.
And that's exactly why he got called out, was umpire just pops up. And if you're Petey and you got fooled, lean into it, see what happens. Unfortunately, didn't fool the home plate umpire, and he got punched out anyway.
Didn't really get much of a reaction from the Iowa side of things either.
No, and you didn't even really get one from Petey.
Huckstorf quickly down in the count, 0-2. And boy, this doesn't have a good feel to it at all right now.
No, you feel like you just stole a whole bunch of momentum right there.
It was the right call and whatnot. It just 0-2 to Huck. That one definitely hit him. There's no question about that. It bounces off the elbow guard, and Huckstorf will take first.
Well, there was no question the other one hit Petey either.
That's true.
That part was not up for debate. It was where he got hit, whether he was in the strike zone or not. And fortunately for Huck, he was just outside of the strike zone. Now he's on first, and now maybe we can flip that momentum switch again.
Here's Honar. There's a pitch outside, ball 1. There's plenty of time left in this game. Plenty of innings to get through. I've seen enough of Morales personally, but I don't know how Iowa's going to adjust. You hope to get to the bullpen sooner rather than later. There's nobody down there, but Iowa's hitters got to stay locked in and keep fighting, keep battling. Yeah, he's got the best of you the first time or two through, but you just got to stay confident, stay positive in there.
Honar is capable of hitting it to left center when he stays in and doesn't pull off of it. And there's a giant gap out there, and that wall is a long ways away. So
hit one into that nook out there in left center. That'd be nice.
If he could stay on that changeup, drive one out to left center field.
Fouled it back. 2-1.
Snuck the fastball in the inside part of the plate.
Huckstorf stands at first. Iowa trailing 4-0 in the fourth. Here's the pitch from Morales. Honar chased that. It was inside, and he foul-tipped it. 2-2.
Yeah, that was that changeup again that he shows. He doesn't have a lot of speed variance to it. Fastball was 87, changeup was 82, but enough to keep Honar way in front and miss the barrel of the bat.
Runner takes off. This is a high fly ball down the line and left. Hopefully gets out of play. Shortstop, third baseman is over there. It hits off the top of the half wall leading into the Iowa bullpen. It's a foul ball.
Yeah, actually had a chance. I thought that ball would be in the bullpen, but if the third baseman would have been able to get there, it was a really, really long run, especially with a left-handed hitter.
Somehow he almost got there. It was a pretty high pop-up, I guess, but
never really was able to track it, though.
Right.
That was going to be an exceptionally difficult catch.
2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Long pause on the mound. Quick throw over to first. Safe. Close.
Well, and with his movement, and with kind of varying the lift of the foot and the hold of the foot, he's obviously going to be really difficult to steal a base on and get a good read.
Huck is digging in over there at first. The 2-2's in the dirt. No chance to move. That's okay. Full count now for Honar.
Good take by Honar there, as that was that firm changeup out and away from him. Didn't chase it, didn't swing over top. Now he's got to have good discipline one more time.
One more. Full count pitch? No, not quite. They'll throw it over to first. Huck gets back there safely. Got Seegers on deck. Seegers has had a good day today. All the way back to game 1. A lot of room on the left side for Sam if he can just push one over there. Another move to first. Close play again. Huckstorf is back there.
Yeah, his regular move isn't that great. His step-off move is really good.
Very good. Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Fastball right on the outside. I think Sam was thinking change up and that it was going to drop away, but it just swept right into the outside corner of the plate. And the Hawks will need to find a way to keep it going here.
Puzzled by Morales to this point. Iowa has struck out just 3 times, but all in relatively crucial spots. Seegers drives this one to left. This one moving towards the track. The left fielder dives, and he caught it. That one was going to get into the corner, and it's a basket catch out there in left by Marsh. And that'll do it for the fourth. Tip your cap there. That's just a good play. We'll go to the bottom half. Penn State 4, Iowa nothing. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Bottom of the fourth inning in Happy Valley. Penn State 4, Iowa nothing. Hawks have to hold again with Savory back out to deal another inning of work. got plenty of time yet, John, but it has a little bit of a different feel than the first game, don't you think?
Well, and the Hawks have created plenty of traffic, but it doesn't feel like they've really, the first game it felt like every at-bat somebody was going to walk up there and get a hit. This one's been a little bit more maybe wishing. Morales has been better than the other two Penn State pitchers to start the last game.
Bottom portion of the order for Penn State. First pitch swinging. Here's a chopper to Tello. Step, throw, out number one. One pitch, one out. I'll take that. That's pretty good.
That's a good way to start and get it moving the right direction here.
So Gerlot is out. Here's Anthony Steele. He just made, no, he's the designated hitter now.
Yeah, we made that switch around.
That's right.
There's Marsh that ended up making that catch.
All right, so Steele's in the box. Savary deals him a strike to get things underway in his at-bat. He lined out to Peterson in left. Look at the shift the Hawkeyes have on for Steele. 3 infielders to the right of the bag at second, and he sends one over to left, foul and out of play.
Well, and that's because Sav gave him a fastball, almost blew it past him. So he was late on the fastball and sent it that direction, but you could back foot curveball him here and just be done with it.
Here's the 0-2. Yeah, there it was. He didn't go around, though. Good pitch from Aaron, but low. The check swing by Steele, he holds up. You got Tello playing in shallow center, really, where maybe Honar would play at double play depth. Honar is over closer to the line. DeRiggi hugging the line at first. 2-2 is the count now. Outfield plays relatively straight up. I guess Huckstorf's towards the right field side of center.
Yeah, a little bit of pull side there.
Here's the 2-2 from Savary. Swing and a miss. Down goes Steele. Strikeout for Aaron.
Cade Moss again. That shift really screws him up. He started to throw it down to third, then found Tello all the way out by the second base umpire and had to kind of sling it out that direction. So,
all right, well, if time called by the batter, he'll go talk with the first base coach. We'll wait for just a moment here. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Iowa's got some work to do, down 4-0 to Penn State. Feels like this would be such a good win for the Hawkeyes to get back home for 8 games in a row or so.
Well, again, you're assuming we aren't going to play tomorrow, but
I keep making that assumption, yes.
You're likely correct, but
back to the top of the order with Hannon. He's walked twice today, and Savary throws a first pitch ball. Two outs, the bases are empty. The 1-0 pitch. This is hit hard to right. This is big time trouble. Wilmus is back, and it is gone. It's a solo home run with 2 outs by Kyle Hannon. His 7th of the year, cleared the wall in right, and the Nittany Lions are up a nickel.
377 out there to right field. Not a bad place for the fastball. 89 miles an hour, clear up at the top of the zone. But he got ambushed there, and Hannon went up, got it, hit home run number 7 on the season.
He was ready for that. I agree with you. It was a good spot, good place to put it, but Hannon he must have guessed right.
Right, either, you kind of go through did he tip it? Did he guess right? Did he just kind of sequence it the wrong way?
Next batter is Bramley with 2 outs. Bases empty. And Savary missed low to him to start off his at-bat.
Just the second run that Sav's given up this year.
And the first one was ages ago.
Yeah, first one was against the Division III team.
Right. and that was in early March?
I feel like that, yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch from Savary is outside, ball 2. Like to see some good fight out of the Hawkeyes here.
Well, yeah, now you're kind of in that zone where you just need to buckle in here.
2-1 is hit hard. This one to left center. Huckstorf is over. He'll catch it on the run for the 3rd out. And that'll do it. We've played 4 innings here in Happy Valley, game 2 of the doubleheader. Nittany Lions out in front of this one, 5-0. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Ooh, got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
All right, top of the 5th inning, Penn State 5, Iowa 0. Hawkeyes trying to get going and get back into this game. It'll be Moss, Wilmus, and Anthony due up in just a moment. New pitcher into the game for Penn State. You got to be kidding me with this guy's size. He's a right-hander from Penn, Laird, Virginia. Transfer in from West Virginia. 6'9", 256. You want to talk about a specimen? That's in the shape of Daniel Outerkirk.
And it probably tells you a little bit about what Penn State thinks about the possibility of playing tomorrow as well, as they've now thrown the 5 guys that have started the most games for them this year. So you kind of get where their head's at right now. Outerkirk 2-3 on the season. He's made this will be appearance number 11. He's made 9 starts, 5.72 ERA, 2-3 record. 39 1/3 innings, 32 hits, 28 runs, 25 earned, 29 walks, 57 strikeouts, as you might imagine from a big human being. 216 is what opponents hit against him. He has hit 10 guys. You're going to see a fastball that gets up there around the mid-90s, curveball changeup with a big curveball slider. So you're going to have a lot of variance in the pitch there. But again, a guy that doesn't necessarily throw a ton of strikes. So Hawkeyes will have to be very disciplined. They can force their way onto base that way, and then maybe make some of those free bases hurt, because that's what you really didn't see. Morales had a great line. As Morales 4 innings, 2 hits, just 1 walk. So he hit 2 guys. So Hawks created some traffic but could never really pile it on. So see if they can do a better job drawing some free bases with walks and things here.
I'm all right with this change of scenery for the Hawkeyes. Cade Moss will take a first pitch strike on the outside corner to get things started for him. Top of the 5th, Iowa down 5-0. Outerkirk is ready with the next one to Moss. Ground ball up over the third baseman's head. Moss digging for 2. He'll slam on the brakes and stop at first base. A leadoff single for Moss. Now that felt like we were playing on turf.
You feel like he caught a break there a little bit. Well, and, I was watching, it was Thursday night when we were here. The coaches were hitting choppers to see what happened, and the dirt right in front of home plate was super bouncy. And you saw it right there as that ball just launched right over the third baseman. And now Wilmus will have a chance to kind of keep building the pile.
Third hit of the game for Iowa. Wilmus squares to bunt and hit it foul.
Got a perfect pitch to bunt. Breaking ball right in the middle of the plate and up a little bit.
Spun off his bat. Real funny, didn't it?
Fouled it straight back almost.
You mentioned this guy's strikeout rate. I have to believe that most of those are chase.
I would guess so, and he's visually intimidating.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. He's got the downward angle, so keep that in mind over there at first base, Cade Moss. Anything in the dirt, have a shot at advancing. There's no 5-run home run, so just got to piece some things together here. We got the top of the order up right now with Moss having set the table nicely. 1-1 pitch, that's in there for a strike. The breaking ball looks pretty good from him.
Well, and that's what the scouting report shows. Ben bunted that first breaking ball, and it says once you see one, you're going to see a bunch of them, especially if you chase or you get behind. So can probably plan on seeing another one. Problem with sitting on that then is 95 sneaks past you real quick.
Right. A ball and 2 strikes to Wilmus with nobody out in the 5th. Runner at first is Moss. The pause and the pitch. Way outside. Snow cone catch by Bramley over here. You can see the ball kind of peeking out of the glove when he grabbed it. His catcher's mitt.
Yeah, just a 78-mile-an-hour spinner working away from him. See if he sticks to that or if he tries to sneak a fastball past.
Here's the 2-2. Wilmus connects on it and drives it to left, but this will be caught by the left fielder. That's out number 1.
Yeah, got it inside. Another breaking ball, got it inside. But Wilmus couldn't get the barrel of the bat around. So we ended up just kind of hitting it off the handle a little bit and a soft fly ball out to left.
Sun starts to peek out a bit here this afternoon.
Pure craziness.
That's just not what we thought was going to happen at all today. First pitch to Keaton Anthony. That's a strike. Breaking ball at 78 right at the knees.
And same way here now. If you're Keaton, I think you're just going to see breaking ball after breaking ball. So be ready, get the head of the bat out there, and
it's a drivable pitch. There's not a lot of break on it.
Well, exactly.
There's a fastball there at the knees at 93. So that's quite the difference there. 0-2 for Anthony. Hasn't been able to get the bat off his shoulder in this at bat.
Top spin lob out to left center field here on this breaking ball.
That'd be good. He'll send it to right instead. This will get foul. Into the Penn State pen. 0-2. The count remains for Anthony with 1 out in the 5th. Iowa down 5-0.
Hawks have had base runners every inning, just haven't been able to string things together this game.
Here's the 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? No, he didn't.
Eek.
Close.
I was not going to be surprised if Keaton was walking back to the dugout.
I think either way, we might have been on the same page there. So just outside with that one. Here comes the 1-2. That's off the plate again, 2-2.
That's great pitch sequencing, though, through the fastball that just missed outside that Keaton kind of started to offer at. So then he threw the curveball just inside a little bit more and broke it off. But Keaton holds on. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Got to be anticipating a strike here. Probably back to that fastball. The 2-2. No, slider or breaking ball, whichever. And it's fouled off.
Penn State likes their sound effects, don't they?
Yes, they've always got these little chimes that they're playing.
Bowling strikes, whatever it is. They got.
And who could miss the recognizable roar of the lion that we have to hear after almost every single pitch, John? I will say I'm glad we don't do anything like that in Iowa City for any sport. The 2-2, that's low and out, ball 3. Okay, we play back in black when a team comes into the arena or football stadium. That's about it. We don't do the screech of the hawk every single second possible.
Sammy, get on that. I like that.
But the roar of the lion here in Northwestern is brainwash you with that stuff. Full count pitch for Anthony. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 4. Good at bat there by Keaton.
Fell behind 0-2. Battled his way all the way back. Kept good patience. You got a good part of the order here. There's runs to be scored here.
Iowa's down 5 within striking distance. They've been here before, though. Haven't scored yet. DeRiggi's due, don't you think?
I don't see why not.
And he's 0 for 2 today. Struck out his last time up. 2 on with 1 out. First pitch to Brennan. He drives this one deep to left. It's carrying well towards the corner. Left fielder is there, and it's off the wall. Here comes Moss. He'll score. They're waving Anthony. He'll score 2. And the Hawks are finally on the board. A 2 RBI double. Brennan DeRiggi.
Took the 95-mile-an-hour fastball up and away and just poked it. I got to admit, after what we've seen, I fully expected Marsh to make that catch at the wall, kind of slam into the wall and sling it back into the infield and double somebody up. But
I'm not sure how much he tried to catch that.
I think he had some nervousness about crashing into the wall. Interesting walk out to the mound here because there's nobody in the bullpen. This is purely a get your life together talk.
Well, Iowa trying to scratch back into this one. It's 5-2 now.
Tell me, though, is Brennan DeRiggi not the best? How do I want to phrase it that doesn't sound exceptionally mean? I don't have any clue what I'm doing, and then all of a sudden has this great at-bat. and I mean, he's just so funny about how he can just flush that of okay, yeah, you got me. It's fine. I don't care. Because then he comes back and just puts together, 95-mile-an-hour fastball up and away. You want to pitch me there? Great. I'm going to hit it to left field because you guys are all shifted over there anyway.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, and that was not – you weren't out of line in saying that. I agree with you. He did one strikeout in the first game, right? It was just very uncharacteristic of Brennan. That's what it's like. When he just gets off the path for a second, and now he's back on it with a crushed double to left. Raider Tello is in the box. We're ready for the next pitch. Iowa on the board, though. Feel the momentum kind of coming around. The hitting can be contagious for the black and gold. We'll see if Tello can keep it going.
Well, exactly. You've got a chance here to keep building. You know what you're going to get. Hawks hit this type of guy.
First one to Raiders way outside. DeRiggi's there at second with one out. Iowa down 5-2 in the fifth, hanging around.
You keep him. You make him come to you in the zone. And this is the type of guy Iowa can hit. Good job. It started with Anthony battling back from 0-2.
Tello drives this into left. That's a base hit. Hooks inside the line. They're waving DeRiggi. He'll score with ease. Tello digging for two. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. RBI double. Raider Tello, and he's fired up. It's 5-3.
Tello time changes places with DeRiggi. And all of a sudden you feel like, right back in this. And, just in the fifth inning, halfway through the game. Now you're one swing of the bat away from even it all up.
Great job there by Tello. He hooked that top spin sinker over the third baseman's head and into the outfield. He's at second base now. One out in the Hawkeye fifth. Iowa's hit a three-point shot, and it's 5-3. Peterson is the batter, and he's certainly capable of keeping things going.
Yeah, Petey 320 on the year. Actually 349 with runners in scoring position, so be a good time for him to up that.
Petey squares the bunt, and it hit him. He went to pull it back, and he got hit by the pitch. And Petey, he'll take first base.
It's twice he's got hit, and he's only got paid off for one of them.
That one I'm putting down with the ink into the book. That one, we're not taking that one away. Petey's on first. Tello's on second. Here's Hucksdorf. How about a clutch hit from Huck?
You got guys moving in the bullpen down for Penn State now.
First pitch to Kyle. That's high at the letters, ball one.
Good hold there. He really wanted to swing that bat there. But with that 95-mile-an-hour fastball, you're not going to get to that one. So good job. Wait for a better pitch and drive one.
There's a strike. I don't know if it was a better pitch, though, for Kyle to hit. It was a high breaking ball. I don't know if he was expecting it. It's 1-1.
Yeah, high spinner from a guy that's having trouble throwing strikes. You go ahead and take that one.
1-1 delivery. That's outside, ball two. Look at the gap in left center. What's up with that scout, John?
Well, right, and Hucksdorf is mostly a pull guy, and with his speed, with Petey's speed on first, this could be a tie game in a heartbeat if he can rope one into the gap there.
Really concerned about Tello at second base.
He has a stolen base this year.
That's right. He does have one, a singular. We're 41 games into the season. He does have one stolen base.
He's been thrown out once, but that's because teams were keeping him close.
2 balls and a strike for Hucksdorf. Here's the pitch on its way home. Outside, ball three.
Could very well have been a botched hit and run, too. When he hit
I don't remember that one too well, but Hawkeyes are in business in the fifth. Putting a lot of pressure on Penn State. They're trying to warm up somebody fast in their bullpen. Here comes the 3-1. Oh, he chased ball 4. Kyle with the half swing through the zone.
All the great compliments we gave him for laying off the first fastball. Boy, he got a breaking ball there that was easily ball 4.
Hopefully he can get it on this pitch. Here's the 3-2. He laid off that one. Good job, Kyle Hucksdorf. That's ball 4.
Well, you had to know if you're Huck, they're going to double you up.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, bases loaded for Sam Honar. There's one out in the inning. We've got time called. Looks like Penn State's making a change. They will. The Nittany Lions will go to the bullpen. Hawkeyes are putting the pressure on Penn State. It's 5-3, and Honar, the team leader in RBIs, he's in the box with a chance to add to that tally right now. Penn State 5, Iowa 3. We'll step away for a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Top of the fifth inning, Iowa is on the board, trailing Penn State by 2. It's 5-3. Sam Honar is in the box with the bases loaded and one out. New Penn State pitcher into the game is Anthony Steele, sophomore lefty from Shelton, Connecticut.
We saw him pinch hit at the end of the first game. He's 1-0 on the season. This will be appearance number 7, a 2.89 ERA, 9 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 were earned, 6 walks, and 17 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting just 171. Good live arm. Fastball will be low to mid-90s. He's got the mix of pitches. He's got a changeup or a curveball and a slider, but you're really going to see a real heavy fastball mix. And if Iowa can kind of stick to plan, identify spin early and stay off of it, he doesn't throw a ton of his breaking stuff for strikes. So, if he lands one, you kind of tip the cap and move on and wait for the next one. But look with a good moving fastball, not quite as fast as Outerkirk, but still a chance to do some damage here for Honar.
Come on, Sam. He's got the bases loaded with one out. He's usually good here. First pitch to Honar, way outside, ball 1. Iowa down by 2. A base hit could tie it. A special base hit could give us the lead.
You talked about it when Sav had to come in. Bases loaded, you're coming into a spot. This is not easy for a relief pitcher.
1-0 pitch to Honar. Ground ball right side, foul. Thank goodness. He was out in front of that one.
Got that fastball in on him. Sam hit it off the handle as he got jammed up. Couldn't get the barrel all the way around.
Looks like the defense playing straight up. Maybe a little bit to pull on the infield, but outfield playing straight up against Honar. The 1-1, swing and a miss. Out in front of the off speed, came in at 77 miles an hour.
Yeah, it was actually going to be a strike anyway, but Sam really didn't identify it much, was way out in front.
1-2, chased it. Swing and a miss on a pitch low, and Honar's out number 2. It'll be up to Seegers now.
Well, you got to kind of know if you get if the pitcher gets the better of you on a pitch, that they might come right back to it and see if you've improved at all. And Sam swung over the top of both of those, so see if Seegers can pick him up.
Bases remain loaded with 2 outs. First pitch to Michael. That's a strike right down the middle.
Good fastball snapped right off there.
Michael's made good contact today. Lined out in the second, flied out in the fourth. Got to find some grass somewhere. Here's the 0-1. That's low, ball 1. Tello at third, Peterson at second, Huckstorf at first.
I'd love to see him get just a little bit more hook right down the line like he had earlier in the game.
Here's the 1-1. Fouled back towards us, right in front of us. And now it's 1-2.
See, if we'd have had the windows open, I'd have been laying outside. I'd have fallen. It's probably best we had him
for it, huh?
Best we had him closed.
That was close up here. Boy, Michael's got his work cut out for him right now. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs, the pitch. That's in the dirt, and luckily bounced right in front of Bramley. He was able to knock it down.
Yeah, the ball's kind of scooted up, and somehow Bramley stayed with it and pounced right in front of him. He was able to pick it out of the sky.
2-2. In the air to right. Fly ball. It'll be caught by the right fielder. Iowa leaves the bases loaded. Just haven't been able to get that clutch hit, but we got a few runs across, tightened it up. Penn State 5, Iowa 3 as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At U.S. Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit U.S. Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. U.S. Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes get 3 runs in the top of the 5th, making it 5-3. Penn State still with the lead. Got to throw up a 0 right here. Savary will come back out, face a good part of the order.
Right, you need Sav to keep doing what he's been doing. Gave up the solo home run back in the 4th inning, but otherwise he's been pretty good in his 2 2/3 inning of work. That's the only hit he's allowed. Has a walk, a couple strikeouts. Still hasn't thrown as many pitches as Marcus did in his inning in the 3rd. So
really,
yeah,
wow.
He'll get there right here, probably in this first batter. But
well, it'll be Harry and then Marsh and Norris.
Yeah, Hawks have left 8 runners on base in 5 innings. That's the part that feels like it stings a little bit. You know, don't have a hit with 2 outs yet. A couple of hits with runners in scoring position though.
First pitch strike from Savary on the outside corner.
But runners on 3rd and less than 2 outs. Neither time they've had the situation have they been able to get a run.
This one's lined foul past DeRiggi. Nothing in 2 now. I think that's the frustrating part right now because we were getting to Odekirk, right? And Penn State did a good job. They got him out of the game when they felt was necessary. It was bases loaded with less than 2 outs. Just couldn't get to steal. He came in and shut us down. Here's the 0-2. This is popped foul to the opposite side, now over the Iowa dugout.
You know, and Steele's a guy that, why do we insist on a sound after every pitch?
It's driving me crazy, John.
Every single one.
Oh, man. Here's the 0-2 from Savary. Line drive, base hit into left. Got him down 0-2. And then threw one out of the zone, and this guy went after it and swung at that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good pitch. Breaking ball out, you know, it's 3-4 inches off the outside edge of the plate. Harry's kind of he's certainly not a prototypical 3-hitter. You know, he's got a little bit of happy feet when he gets in there and just kind of went with that one, poked it out there, and have to work around the leadoff man getting on base now to get that 0 up there.
An opportunity to turn a couple of double plays today, but I don't know if we've really converted a traditional one. Could use it here with Marsh in the box. Savary missed downstairs.
Yeah, the only double play was the 4-6-3-4.
Right.
Caught it off the dugout wall.
Short lead at first base. 1-0 pitch from Savary. Here it comes. Tapped foul to the right side. Some activity in the Iowa bullpen. I believe Jacob Henderson. He's getting loose.
Yeah, he's kind of the I need you to get me between innings or out of an inning guy.
Really like to see Savary get through this. Then you could go to Henderson, 6-7, and whatever else you need as this one's driven to center. Huxdorf moving back. He's got it. On the run, Kyle catches up to it, one down. No advancement by Harry.
That ball was 108 off the bat.
Penn State's rocked a few pitches to center today.
Which you'd think if you play in this field long enough, you'd know that's a bad plan.
Yeah, it doesn't work out for you.
It's a long way out to, from left center field, the wall actually creeps in a little bit and then has a traditional curve to it. But, it's a long way to that gap.
Batter is Norris. Here's one in the dirt. Good block by Moss. Norris hit the 3-run home run in the first. That hurt us. Penn State with 3 there. 1 in the second, 1 in the fourth. Iowa just now getting on the board here in the fifth. It's 5-3. Savary's 1-0 deliveries in there for a strike, 1-1. Got Harry with any speed over there at first, John? Not really.
5 out of 6 on the stolen base charts.
Mainly by surprise, you could guess. Doesn't really get going. He's got a good lead, though, there at first. Savary's not really looking at him. Here's another strike from Aaron. Good pitch there, 1-2.
I think your shortstop might have a little bit of speed and ability to get over there, but because he certainly doesn't look the role of power-hitting 3-hitter.
No. 1-2 delivery from Sav. That's in the dirt here. The runner's going for second. The throw down. Did we get him? We got him! What a throw by Cade Moss!
Just took the 75-mile-an-hour breaking ball in the dirt, picked it up, and gunned him. Great play there. It almost looked like a little bit of a delayed steal. I didn't think Harry was going right off the bat.
I wonder if it was because it was in the dirt. He thought maybe the downward angle. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. Bad read on his part. And see if Sav can finish it off.
Oh, it's a beautiful pitch that we thought caught the corner, but it's high and out. Now the count's full. That would have been huge.
Just tried to dot the outer corner. It was close. Didn't catch any break from the umpire. See if he can finish him off with a 3-2.
Yes, he can. Swing and a miss. What a turnaround inning there. After the leadoff single from Harry, we catch him stealing, and then we get a strikeout a couple of pitches later.
Big try there to put up the 0, get the momentum back in the Hawkeye dugout, see if they can add to the comeback.
We're hanging around. We're right there, down by 2 as we go to the 6th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans and John Leo in State College, Pennsylvania. The Nittany Lions leading the Hawkeyes right now 5-3, but Iowa coming to the plate in the 6th. Moss, Wilmus, and Anthony trying to get to Anthony Steele, who was inserted into the game as the pitcher to get the last 2 outs in the 5th. Iowa left the bases loaded. Feel like the momentum is really swinging into Iowa's favor right now. Thank you for listening to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball this afternoon. I know it's been a long day. We're in Game 2 of the doubleheader. We'll see what we can get accomplished tomorrow. Supposed to play Penn State. Series finale.
We're gonna play some baseball tomorrow.
That's a projection.
I'm just kidding.
That's a prediction. Yeah. The rain in the forecast just doesn't look good, but we'll have to see. I like what Moss is doing here to start against Steele. He's watched 2 go by, and none of them have been particularly close 2-0.
Moss has done a good job kind of turning into the everyday catcher, every game catcher, and does a lot of work behind the plate, especially to catch this stuff as that one comes across for a strike. I asked him one day, I'm like, so end of a weekend, how do you feel? He goes, I'm ready for Monday off.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you. 2-1 to Moss. That's inside, called a strike, 2-2.
Every pitch.
Yeah.
Every pitch that's something in favor of Penn State.
See if Moss can figure this one out. That's low, ball 3. No sound effect there, John.
Right.
No knock it down to the bowling pins for a strike.
So we know what we need. We need more bad stuff to happen to Penn State to eliminate sound effects.
We need more silence. The 3-2, Moss pops this up into left center, but Kelly will move forward, and he's got it out number 1.
See, we made it out. Then they get a chance to sound effect it. So we need to stop doing that.
Yeah, I've heard about enough of the bowling pins and the Lions roar.
Well, unfortunately, no matter what happens, we're going to make, 9, 10, 11 more outs before this game's over. We're going to hear at least 11 more Lion roars no matter what.
Yeah.
So let's at least try to spread the gap out between them.
Where it doesn't bother us too much. Back to the top with Wilmus. Ball 1 to him. Iowa down by 2. It's a bloop and a blast, and we're tied, right?
I like the way you're thinking. It's a good spot for a bloop and a blast.
Yes.
In this part of the lineup, too.
1-0 to Wilmus. Poked foul high and to the right side. Over the parents sitting in the suite. I mean, what was that? You got me thinking about it after every one now.
Yeah, a little
ringing of a bell?
A little bell ding for no apparent reason at all.
1-1 to Wilmus, goes to the backstop. Steele's kind of wild, isn't he?
Can be. I mean, and that's the idea is, you've got to do a good job of staying disciplined. Don't go chase. And, it's that old effectively wild thing. If he can come back in when he needs to, it's just you can't help him.
Wilmus is late on the 2-1. The time he swung at that was in the mid, 2-2.
All right, so we got a false Lion there. He did not strike out, and we got it. So they cannot do this again.
Ball 3.
Cheated us out there.
Yeah, they were playing their strikeout music for Wilmus. Maybe he'll take some exception to that and find a way on.
I hope so, for his sake,
yes.
For the Hawkeyes' sake, for not having to hear the Lions' sake.
Full count pitch. That's high, ball 4. Wilmus is on first, and it'll bring up the tying run to the plate in Keaton Anthony.
It's a pretty good guy to be the tying run at the plate.
Now batting.
He walked and scored his last time up in the 5th.
Grand slam that was the mostly margin of victory in the last game.
Right. Keaton's been solid all day today. He's technically 6 of 7 if you combine the 2 games. Wilmus with a short lead at first. First one to Anthony. That's inside, ball 1.
All right, so here's your trivia question for you.
Boy.
No, this is really, really easy.
Oh, don't say that.
No, it really is. How many guys in the country do you suppose have as many doubles as strikeouts and are everyday players?
1-0 to Anthony is a breaking ball. It's called a strike.
Keaton Anthony does. 22 doubles, 22 strikeouts. He's actually walked 23 times. That seems good.
Yes. One. Anthony drives it to right center. The right fielder, center fielder, they come together. The right fielder, Gurlitt, makes the catch. 2 down. Opposite field hasn't been Keaton's strength today.
Wow, and that's just a low inside fastball. That's an impossible pitch to hit with any real juice out there to right field. He, because he's such a good hitter, got a lot of bat on it, but just ends up being a routine out as the outfielders had him played up level. But DeRiggi can do some damage here.
That's in the dirt to start things for Brennan. He doubled in a run his last time up, got the Hawks going. Doubled in 2 runs, rather, had a 2 RBI shot to left.
That went off the left field wall, off the small sign out there.
This one hits Brennan, clips the jersey, and he's on. So 2 on for Raider Tello with 2 outs.
Well, now you've got a runner in scoring position for Tello.
Now batting, third baseman, number 28. Raider.
Come on, Raider. Extra base hit would be great. Find a way on.
He was really strong the first game. Wouldn't be against seeing him kind of continue that trend. 315 on the season now.
Tello hits it just foul down the third base line. It kicked wide of the bag.
Caught that inside. Caught the inside fastball, and Keaton Anthony tried to push that out to right. Tello just kind of went with it, dropped the bat head right on top of it. Just missed down the third base line.
Big gap in left center for Tello. Here's the 0-1. That's high. Rader will not swing at that. 1-1. Penn State 5, Iowa 3. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Steele's ready. The 1-1. Rader hit it foul.
It's well ahead of that little changeup up there. It just kind of floated to the inside part of the plate. Now it'll really be tough at bat here for Rader. He's going to have to stick with it. Just kind of find a spot and poke it out there.
Steele's been very unpredictable on what pitch he's going to throw. It's not really any rhythm. Here's the 1-2. Tello popped it up right side. This will get out of play and it'll find the seats. That was the fastball.
Might be Steele's last inning. You got a guy warming up with some meaning down there in the bullpen. So
I wouldn't be against this being it for Steele. I know he doesn't have a ton of innings pitched, but here's the 1-2. Runner takes off for third. Swing and a miss. Tello was late on that fastball.
That's twice we've done that. I don't think those are hit and runs because obviously with 2 strikes, you're not going to force a guy out of the zone. But that happened with Moss in game 1. Happened here with Tello as he goes and chases a fastball out of the zone. And that'll end the rally.
Bottom of the 6th coming up. Penn State 5, Iowa 3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Penn State 5, Iowa 3 as we get to the bottom of the 6th inning. Aaron Savory returning to the rubber for the black and gold. Again, more traffic for Iowa, but nothing doing. And so now, see what we can do against this Penn State offense. Middle of the order. It'll be 6, 7, 8, Spiegel, Kelly, and Gerlach.
Yeah, just need to throw up another inning of zeros here, give your offense a chance.
Nice strike to start things off for Spiegel. Savory's been in for quite some time now. Aaron has already thrown 3 2/3. 45 pitches. Pitch number 47 is outside. Ball 1.
Yeah, Hawkeye offense left 10 runners on base so far here through 6 innings. So they're creating the traffic. Just need to find that one timely hit to get right back in the game.
Great off speed from Savory. Got a piece of it. Hit it foul. 1-2. You feel like the opportunities will be there offensively the rest of the way. Just somebody getting the clutch hit.
Right. You're going to get chances.
Check swing. He absolutely went around. Spiegel is done. He's out number 1.
You're going to get opportunities. You're deep into their bullpen. There's still a couple guys that they lean on and use a lot. But they have to leave somebody for tomorrow too. It can't just be all right, we're gonna throw the Double-A squad tomorrow. So they'll have to keep some arms back there. So we'll see how they manage the last 9 outs they're trying to get.
Savory spikes the first pitch to Kelly. 1 out in the Nittany Lions 6th. Iowa down by 2. Good pitch from Savory there. It was just outside. Maybe a bit high, too, and it's 2-0.
And again, Sav's pretty deep here in the game.
He's pitched a total of 4 innings. He's fallen behind Kelly, though, 3-0, and had a little bit of trouble with him. Got him out on a flyout his last time up. Gonna have to work back here. Out of the windup, Aaron's pitch is on the way. That's slowing out, ball 4. 4-pitch walk. Wow, really squeezed him. I know that one was outside, but a couple of them were pretty close.
Sav went 3 1/3 at Minnesota. That was was his career high before today now, as he's stretched out to 4 innings here.
Use a ground ball. Go ahead, John.
Well, I'll just say you'll have the fireman, Jacob Henderson, just in case, but I'd like to see Sav go ahead and try to finish this off on his own.
Savory's got 4 strikeouts today, matching his career high. Goes inside to Gerlach. The Penn State fans chirping Savory now. He's missed a number in a row.
It'd be funnier if they hadn't stole that from Texas A&M.
Right. Brief pause, and here comes Coach McGrath to talk with Sav. And a brief mound visit. Iowa down by 2, trying to hold Penn State now in the 6th. Well, if we do play tomorrow, Ty Langenberg will get the start.
We were singing every word on the radio, kind of like them songs.
And he's been
somehow, some way.
on the come up lately. Had a really good start his last time up to finally figure things out. But boy, starting pitching for Iowa this weekend, maybe taking a bit of a step back.
I don't think there's any about to that. When you play in a doubleheader and you're starting pitching gets you 2 innings, that's a step back. But good news is it doesn't have to be permanent. It doesn't have to be insurmountable where you can't bounce back from it. But it's got to be better.
All right, the count is 1-0. Savory's ready. The pitch outside, ball 2. Well, the key right now, you got to hold him. So find a way to throw strikes. Let him put it in play.
You saw this kind of at the end of the Minnesota outing for him, too. Just kind of overthrew it just a little. We were trying to get him to get that save at the end. Just starts to labor a little bit.
There's one on the outside corner, 2-1. That'll quiet the Penn State crowd briefly. And that pitch right there from Sav on the low outside corner, that's your ground ball pitch.
Right, that's a good job there to not swing at that, roll over double play ball. So see if Sav can get him
way outside. They'll try a backdoor pickoff move at first. It's late, 3-1.
Sav just can't really locate the fastball right now at all. And so having to rely on the breaking ball, but they're unwilling to chase because he can't throw the fastball for strikes. So it's kind of a vicious cycle that way.
Yeah. 3 balls and a strike with 1 out. Runner takes off for second. Pitch is high and out. Doesn't matter. Ball 4. This has got to be close to the end for Sav. And we got Henderson loose, and you got to imagine that he's ready. You also have Luke Llewellyn throwing again.
Well, because, the thing you do with Louis is, you're not expecting him to throw a lot. You just, hey, get us out of this inning, do your job, and that might be it for Louis. And then you turn it over to the rest of the pen. But Coach Heller taking the walk, so that'll do it.
Coach is out of the dugout, making his way to the mound. Good job by Aaron Savory to stop the bleeding in the first and hold Penn State down as best he could. Iowa going to the bullpen. It'll be Jacob Henderson. We'll get you his stats right after this pitching change break. Bottom of the 6th, Penn State 5, Iowa 3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmill.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
All right, the Hawkeyes turn to firefighter Jacob Henderson, the right-handed 6-foot junior from Gilbert, Arizona.
Hendo's 2-1 on the season, 17th appearance, 7.11 ERA, 12 2/3 innings, 11 hits, 10 runs. They've all been earned. 8 walks, 18 strikeouts. Opponents hitting just .234. And when Jacob's breaking balls on, he's kind of in that Savory Whitlock mold. Just a lot of really good hard breaking balls. And chance to get a rollover double play or make you look silly swinging a missed strikeout.
Gotta have it. Down by 2 as it stands right now as we approach the late innings in this one. Gotta hold them here. Runners at first and second for the Nittany Lions with 1 out. They're up by 2. Here's Steele. He's pitching for them right now. First pitch from Henderson. Ooh, fouled back. Steele was trying to hit it into the seats and right.
Well, that was probably when you saw the switch at pregame as the positions. That was probably part of it, as Penn State realized they might use Steele to pitch. Having him in the DH spot allows you to slide him in and out of that spot. Whereas if he's in left field, all of a sudden life gets really interesting having to shuffle around that way.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. A little bit of a shift on, pull to the right side. Here's the pitch from Henderson, way low and in. Ball 2.
Jacobs tried to sneak a couple of fastballs past him here and hasn't been able to get it done. The first one was close. That one was way low and in.
Henderson was lights out in the Friday game with Indiana a few weeks ago. Trying to find that form today. The 2-1 is low, ball 3.
See if he can bounce back here. You really don't want to turn to Hannon in the top of the order with the bases loaded after all the work you've done to get back in the game.
3-1 delivery, ground ball right side, and foul. That would have been close. It was low. It was in the zone, but low.
Yeah, you were going to test the home plate umpire and wouldn't have been terribly surprised to see that call the ball, so appreciate the help. But now you got the help. You got to go finish it off.
That's right. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Henderson comes set. Here's the pitch. Inside. Ball 4. Bases loaded for Penn State with 1 out. And we go to the top of the order. Henderson's a whiff guy. He's a swing and miss guy. And if the guys aren't swinging at it, it's kind of been a problem lately.
Well, that's, you have to get ahead. You know, you're not going to get guys to chase when you're behind. And he's tried to spot up that fastball a couple times and just missed on the inside part to the lefties. Certainly not getting the call. Doesn't deserve the call. I mean, it's not a strike, so it's not like he's going to go right to Louis.
Yeah, that's it for Henderson. Going to the top of the order with Hannon coming up, and Coach Heller is out of the dugout. He taps the right wrist. Hawkeyes going to the bullpen. That'll do it for Henderson. We'll take another pitching change break. When we come back, we'll give you the stats on Louis, who just pitched in Game 1. He'll hop over the bullpen fence and jog in from left field. Still 5-3, bases loaded with 1 out. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the sixth, Penn State 5, Iowa 3. Bases loaded for the Nittany Lions with one out. We're going back to Luke Llewellyn. He'll come in. We already saw him today.
20 2/3 innings. Luke pitched the ninth inning in game one, threw a full inning, gave up a hit. Actually ended up allowing Jared Simpson's runner to score, but struck out a guy. On the season, 1-0 with a save. 20 2/3 innings, 18 hits, 8 runs, only 6 of those earned, 14 walks, 28 strikeouts, and the Hawks will need one of those right now.
Well, you hate to think about the times that Iowa's had the bases loaded today. A couple of times, including one with less than 2 outs.
Well, Hawks still out hitting Penn State, but have left 10 runners on base. Penn State left just 3 so far.
All right, Llewellyn versus Hannon. First pitch, he swings at it, drives it to left center. Huckstorf will catch it on the run, and the runner will tag and score from third. 6-3 Penn State on the sac fly to center.
3 bases biting the Hawkeyes again.
3 walks. I mean, you got a strikeout to start the sixth, and then walk.
Yeah, I mean, well, Penn State again has 6 runs on 3 hits, and Iowa has not made an error defensively. So you're causing your own damage here. You know, as a pitching staff, you've kind of made your own bed.
9 walks, I've counted.
That doesn't seem good. Especially after 6 in game one, as Louis misses low there. 6 in game one, that felt like 12.
That felt like a lot more, you're right. Batter is Bramley. Llewellyn got him out to end the first game. 1-0 pitch from Luke is popped foul down the line and left.
Yeah, Hawkeye pitchers, 9 walks, just 5 strikeouts, so not a ratio they go to very often. 1 wild pitch.
It feels like that number has been the case the past few games. So the strikeouts have just not been there as much for Iowa. 1-1 from Llewellyn, swing and a miss. Bramley chased the high heater, 1-2.
Still not an insurmountable number. You just have to finish it up here, get done. You've got Wheatley, you've got Christo that can still throw. I mean, you've got plenty of arms to get you 9 more outs after you score 4 runs.
All right, well, here's a pass ball. So now it's 2-2 with 2 outs. Runners at second and third.
Yeah, threw the breaking ball way outside in the dirt there. That'll go down as a wild pitch, I'm sure. Actually, just Louis' second wild pitch. He doesn't miss wide very often. He's an up and down guy with his release point the way it is.
2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Llewellyn to Bramley, fouled back. Hits off the top of the screen.
Unfortunately, those free bases put you in a spot where you can give up your top of the 5th inning here with just a little flare single somewhere.
The 2-2 downstairs, ball 3.
Really don't want to get to Harry.
No.
He's not a strikeout guy at all. He's kind of an unorthodox hitter, you know, not afraid to kind of walk around in the box, do some things, and just kind of poke a pitch here and there.
The 3-2 delivery hit the batter. I think it hit him.
Irrelevant.
Either it was that or just super low and inside. Whatever the case, Bramley's on first. Well, we had him down in a hole, too. And now we bring up Harry, who hit that single off of Savary on a pitch that was like feet outside the zone.
It was 3-4 inches up and away. Stuck with it, poked it outside.
Bases loaded, 2 outs for Penn State in the 6th. They lead at 6-3. Llewellyn's ready. First pitch. Must be inside.
Had to have been a foul ball because he called timeout. So, yeah, off the bat.
Was a strike. Must hit the handle of the bat.
I would guess so. Or just kind
There's
of.
no swing. There was no any movement at all towards that.
Well, he started. He kind of got started. But
They've got 1-0 on the. They've got 0-1 on the scoreboard. They've got 1-0 here. I'm not sure that was called a strike.
I'm not sure why he calls timeout if not, but maybe he hasn't flashed a sign. Nobody in either dugout asking it. Well, yeah, now they've switched it to 2-0, so.
Pressure on the Hawks now. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch hit foul down the first baseline. There's a strike, 2-1. I think he might have chased ball 3. John, what do you think?
He did a little. Yeah, again, you never quite know, but off of Harry's foot as he tries to shake it off, walk it off. Don't think he's going to high step into the batter's box this time after.
Well, feels like the game kind of hanging in the balance right now.
Well, 100%. He's got to battle back right now and get the out here.
2-1 is in the dirt. Ball 3.
Boy, Louis is just not even close right now. He just flashed 2-2. The scoreboard's wrong.
Oh, wow. That's a big development. It is 2-2. We've been all over the place with the count in this at bat.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bases loaded. 2 out. Scoreboard's wrong. There we go. They're making an adjustment.
That makes things a little bit better. An extra pitch to work with if you need it, Luke. The 2-2. Yeah, you're going to need it. Full count. Low and in. Just cannot throw strikes in game 2 today.
We've just had a really hard time, and they haven't even been. I'd love to tell you the umpire's squeezing us, and we're having a really hard time. The guys are throwing a bunch of great pitches, but that just hasn't been the case.
Runners will be going on the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Penn State up 3. The pitch. Up and in. Ball 4. And it's 7-3. Got to be hard for Llewellyn. I know he didn't pitch that much in the first game, but to get hot like that, to come in and close one out, and then you got to come back in the second. The second game, much later, hours later. He's not as sharp as he was the first time around. That is the 5th walk in the inning for Iowa, and it's 7-3.
Well, they don't have a hit, and so
that's wild.
We've just carouseled them around here. It's 90 feet at a time, unfortunately, and
2 runs across for Penn State in the 6th. It's 7-3, and that feels like a big-time lead.
Well, again, you're deep into Penn State's bullpen, so it's not insurmountable, but you have to stop it. We're not out of this inning yet, so unfortunately a single makes that hill pretty darn big right now with the bases loaded, and again, it'd just be one lousy hit in the inning to score 4 runs.
Or a wild pitch, and that's what it's going to be. 8-3. Kicked off a Moss and got all the way to the backstop. Oh, boy. And we gave back the 3 that we scored in the 5th. So it's back to a 5-run lead for Penn State. They're up 8-3. Runners at second and third and 2 outs.
Trying to call timeout down here.
Yeah, first base coach is coming down to talk to the batter, Marsh.
What chat are we going to have here? Don't chase?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what this could be.
And I'm not sure what takes so long about it. He did this once before with Hannon. He might have great insight. I don't know.
Penn State's got 8 runs on 3 hits. Is that right?
Sadly, it is. You walk 11 guys.
2 home runs for Penn State and a single.
And Iowa will go to their 4th pitcher of the inning.
Coach Heller's out again. Looks like it's going to be Chaz Wheatley. 8-3. Penn State on top. We'll be back after this pitching change break in the 6th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Still in the bottom of the sixth inning, Penn State 8, Iowa 3. Hawks are down by 5. The Nittany Lions have scored 3 in the inning. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. New pitcher into the game, right-handed sophomore from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Chaz Wheatley. Wheatley coming in and making his 10th appearance. Chaz has thrown 7 innings, given up 7 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. He's got an ERA of 2.57. Opponents hitting .241 against him with a couple of doubles. Wheatley into the game in a tough spot, but just needs to get, first things first, 1 out. Get us out of here a little bit. And send us back into the batter's box. Offensively, it'll be Peterson, Huckstorf, and Honar, but got to hold him here, down by 5 again, and we're getting to the late innings.
Well, it's funny how, not necessarily funny, haha, but funny how Iowa's run kind of the gamut of, can look so good and so dominant as an entire pitching staff, not just a guy, but hey, every reliever comes in, throws strikes, responded well after that game, was it in Illinois, Chicago, with the 11 walks, and then battled back and pitched really well against Bradley, carried that into the weekend, but boy, then came out here today, game 1, the 6 walks really kind of improved when Whitlock came in, and the relievers did a nice job, but just never really had anybody find any rhythm here, even when Sav was good. Kind of felt like he was teetering a little bit, and then got to where he went out for that extra inning, and the dam kind of burst, and nobody was able to step up and stop it right now.
So a mid-at-bat pitching change with a 1-0 count to Marsh. Wheatley deals it. This is a line drive into right. Wilmus coming forward. Ben's got it on the run. And there's the 3rd out. So Wheatley comes in. He gets the job done for the Hawkeyes, but Penn State scores 3, and they lead it now 8-3 going to the 7th. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
All right, top of the 7th, Iowa down by 5 again. Peterson, Huckstorf, and Honar look to get it going. These guys can get on. You get Seegers and Moss, who have been good today, and then you flip things over to the top. We're still going to be facing off against Steele, who's got fully rested up now. I guess he sat in the dugout for quite some time. Felt like that bottom of the sixth took quite some time, didn't it?
2 hours and 16 minutes.
Man, long time. Penn State scored 3 runs. There were 4 Iowa pitchers in the inning.
Iowa's thrown just 48% strikes so far in this game. 117 pitches, 56 strikes.
Man, that hurts.
61 balls.
It's
not a winning recipe.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to look at the line score up there and see 8 runs, 3 hits for Penn State.
That's less than ideal.
If you're going to happen to get beat, or happen to lose, it's because the other team earned it, right? And that is the frustrating part to this point. But, hey, let's generate some runs here, get back in it. Iowa down 5. Peterson will lead things off. Takes one in on the belt, ball 1. Steele's been kind of all over the place. He throws everything really hard, but how about we get some free bases here?
As a pitcher, his longest outing is 2 innings. He's got an inning and 2/3 now, so Penn State's going to test him, see how long he can go. And he's obviously not going to finish the game, so Iowa will have a chance the next 9 outs to get to at least one more Penn State pitcher.
Now he's struggling to throw it to Peterson as it's 3-0.
He sat there for 2 hours and 16 minutes. It's not easy to roll right back out there.
Petey should be taken here, and he does. That one was in on the shins. Ball 4. 4-pitch walk to start things off. Okay, good start.
Wouldn't surprise me to see their coach pop out of the dugout right now, but doesn't look like it.
They're going to stick with him for now. We'll see Huckstorf in the box for Iowa.
Patience, Hawk.
Yep.
Make him throw you a strike. Hawks still don't have a hit off Steele, but have had some traffic. There we go.
Time called. Movement out of the dugout. Is this a mound visit or is this a pitching change? Not sure yet.
They don't send the head coach out to make the poll either, so I'm not sure.
And it is a pitching change. So Steele is done, and the Nittany Lions will go to the bullpen. They'll pick somebody else to come into the game. They lead at 8-3, but we've got our leadoff man on first base. We'll take a pitching change break. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oaknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
New pitcher into the game for Penn State is Stephen Miller. We'll get you his information in just a moment, but first let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. All right, Miller's into the game. He's a fifth-year right-hander from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He comes in to the game for Penn State.
2-3 on the season with a save, 4.05 ERA, 33 in the third innings, 33 hits, 17 runs, 15 of those earned, 11 walks, an impressive 42 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .260 against him. Fastball is going to be right there in the low 90s. Got a good array of pitches, curveball, slider, changeup. But when push comes to shove, he tends to lean on the fastball slider mix. Hawkeye hitters will have to try to push that fastball down. If they go chasing that low to mid-90s fastball up at the belt and higher, it'll probably be a 3-inning save for Miller. And if they want to get to him, they're going to have to get him down in the zone and make sure they're seeing strikes.
Well, we'll have to earn it, right? Because this guy doesn't walk anybody.
Generally speaking, but again, if you start seeing a little bit of a little bit of action, you've got a chance.
There's a good start for Hucksdorf. That one bounced its way home. Ball one. Peterson over there at first. Penn State leading 8-3 in the top of the 7th. This one's inside, called a strike, 1-1.
Friendly corner.
Wow. Seen it been called a ball today. Huck is ready, the 1-1. That's outside.
Good job there from Huck. Lay off the spin.
Started out there and stayed out there. 2-1. Nobody out in the inning. Iowa trying to mount the comeback. Huck swings over the top of that one. 2-2.
Good fastball there. Miller doesn't have as high velocity as he's just really right now, just in the upper 80s, maybe touching 90, but good chance for the Hawks to get after this.
Here's the 2-2. Kyle hits it on the ground to third. This could be double trouble. The second for one, on to first, double play.
Ooh.
5-4-3. That wipes out both Hawkeye runners. And so now 2 outs for Sam Honar.
Now batting.
Okay, 2 tickets to paradise was pretty good for that one. I mean, I'd prefer not to have heard it, but that was one of their better little clip musics there.
Honar takes a first pitch strike on the outside corner. Yeah, it's better than just a random bell that rings on a foul ball.
Or the bowling pins for a strike.
Miller working quickly. Misfires to Honar there, 1-1.
Had that last fastball up at 93, so popped it in there pretty good.
Breaking ball that didn't break. It stayed high, 2-1.
Yeah, scouting reports got that Miller could throw some spinners that just kind of sit up there, so.
Honar can't connect on that one, 2-2.
Fastball does have good movement there.
Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Honar missed it. Iowa goes down 1-2-3 in the 7th. We'll stretch things out. Nittany Lions 8, Hawks 3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Your husband is pretty handy to have around. He makes the world's best mac and cheese.
Lunch is ready.
He's in the Tickle Monster Hall of Fame. And he can teach anyone how to throw strikes. But a busted pipe in a basement full of water?
Honey, I think we need a plumber.
Is a little out of his league. That's where a homeowner's policy from Shelter Insurance comes in handy. We'll help get your house back in order and your husband back to what he does best.
Find an agent at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
All right, bottom of the 7th. Iowa trailing 8-3. Penn State will send middle of their order to the box in Norris, Spiegel, and Kelly. Wheatley returning to the mound for Iowa. Chaz got the last out in the 6th on one pitch.
Pretty good rope out to right field, but right at Wilmus was able to send the Hawkeyes back in the dugout, but unfortunately couldn't muster any real offense after the leadoff man got on.
A bit of bad luck, but left a few runners on today. It's been the tale of 2 games. Very much different than the first one.
Yeah, they left a lot of runners on the first game, too. Just were able to find more timely hits. You know, Hawks with just 5 hits. Actually winning the hitting battle still, so a little scary on that end of it.
Wheatley's fastball is high to Grant Norris. A ball and no strikes. This one catches the corner, 1-1. Looking into the bullpen for Iowa. He's got Christopherson getting loose. He's still got his jacket on. The 1-1 is low, 2-1.
Ooh.
I believe Cade Obermuller as well.
Yeah, the Hawks are 30-1 when they out-hit their opponent, but the ones they've lost have been when walks have killed them.
Yes.
The one they lost has been when, and the one they're in position to lose here.
Don't figure things out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wheatley out of the windup. He's ready for the pitch to Norris. Here it comes. That's low, ball 3. 30-1, out hitting opponents.
30-1 when Iowa out hits the opponent, which you would expect. You'd expect to win a lot of those games.
Yeah, 31 probably today from game 1 of the doubleheader. This one's lifted foul to the right side, but
correct. 31-1.
Wonder what the 1 was.
Oh gosh, you're gonna make me think.
It could be any of those games against like Maryland or Indiana. 3-2 is popped up left side. Cade Moss will be able to grab it in foul territory, and got him out there on a weak pop-up. There's one down.
Good job there from Chaz to battle back, get the first out as he got him fishing a little bit. Yeah, the 10-inning loss at Indiana.
We out hit Indiana.
6-3, lost the game, but that one wasn't the walks killed us. That was just one bad luck. And
yeah. First pitch is driven out to right. This one will find the seats as Spiegel hit it foul.
The other interesting thing that's about the opposite of what you'd think it would be is I was actually 8-2, well now 9-2 when the opponent scores in the first inning.
How about that stat?
We're about to allowed Penn State to score in the first inning both games today, and unfortunately we're probably 6 outs away from splitting them up.
Here's the 0-2. That's low and out, ball 1. One-two from Wheatley. Popped up again to the right side. This will get foul. We'll do it again. 1 out. Bases are empty for Penn State in the 7th. It's 8-3. We'll try to play these guys tomorrow at noon Central Time. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there from Chaz. 2 down.
That's what you need. You need Chaz to do his job. Get another out. Send us to the 8th inning, and then you just got to go start chipping away. I mean, that's Iowa hasn't had a bunch of comebacks this year, unlike some other years where, at least late, they've had them where they were behind early, but haven't been able to really string them together late.
2 up, 2 down in the 7th. Here's Kelly. Fastball low and out for ball 1. Downstairs on the next one from Wheatley, 2-0. I think Chaz at least gets through this inning unless he runs into trouble here, and then maybe we see somebody else in the 8th, depending on the score. Hopefully it's a little bit closer. Here's the 2-0. That's low again, 3-0. The first 2 outs real easy, and then it's always that third one that's kind of a problem, isn't it?
Well, and it's just, I'd have to go back, and I don't keep a count in the scorebook, so it'd just be interesting to see how many 3-0 counts we've had today. Boy, especially in game 2 here, it's just been tons of 4-pitch walks. We've let that front row of Penn State fans chirp a lot because we've brought it on ourselves. It's been easy.
Now batting right fielder number 35, Billy Gerlach.
12th walk of the game just drawn there for Penn State. So Kelly's on first. Here's Gerlach. And Wheatley missed inside to him.
Boy, that was close. But again, when you're not close with the other ones, you're not gonna catch anything. Gerlach jumps out of the way like he's about to get clobbered, and
Pickoff move at first, about threw it over Riggy's head. Brendan had to jump as high as he could to get it. Well, the Penn State hitters right now have red lights.
You would think so. Continue to add to it, although they've stretched the zone a little bit from time to time.
1-0 delivery from Wheatley, low and out, ball 2.
You're at the bottom of the order. I don't know why you'd send a guy swinging up there right now with 6 straight again. And
we've walked the bottom 3 guys 6 times today in game 2.
We saw that in Minnesota where they just killed Iowa.
Another check on the runner at first. Kelly's back there safely. There's 2 outs in the inning. Focus on the strike pitch here, Chaz. Runner takes off for second. There will be no throw. In fact, it'll get by Moss, and the runner's going to get to third.
No, he's not.
Throw down to third. Did Tello get him? He got him. It bounced off that brick right to Moss. And the runner tried to go from first to third. Had a great jump. He had second base easy. Tried to get to third. Good tag by Tello for the third out.
It's a great throw by Moss. Way to stay in it. And, really bailed the Hawks out. You've got 7 straight balls you're looking at there. You're going to walk another base runner. And instead, you make a base running error and get thrown out at third for the last out of the 7th.
Seegers, Moss, and Wilmus will try to get this comeback going. Iowa trailing by 5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
All right, put on your rally caps, sit in a different chair, change your shirt. Hawks down by 5.
Inside out.
Inside out. Do whatever you got to do. Iowa down 8-3. Here's a leadoff bunt by Seegers. They're going to try to let it roll foul. It's still rolling down the third base line. It's staying, and now it's foul. Oh, that was close.
I thought there was enough chalk to keep it in fair territory where it was just going to stay on the line, but just dribbled over right at the end. Good job there from the pitcher Miller to grab it once it got an inch or two on that side. Great bunt there from Seegers, though.
Really good bunt. It just kept creeping and crawling down the line. Counts 1-1 after that one rolls to the backstop. Michael is hitless in game 2. 1-1 pitch to Michael. Ground ball right side. Second baseman will welcome it in. He'll throw it over to first, 1 down.
See if Cade Moss can get the party started here in the 8th.
Hawks are down 8-3. Use a couple of base hits. A walk here or there. We'll have the good part of the order coming up. He's done a lot of the damage today. Moss takes a heater for a strike. High portion of the zone.
Very high portion of the zone.
Outside corner that time, 0-2.
Very outside corner.
Boy, just hitting all the edges.
And getting the calls.
Wouldn't go any higher, wouldn't go any more outside. That one is just outside this time. Right? Yes.
That one was outside. Got the correct call there.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Moss. Miller's working quickly. The pitch, Cade chased it, swing and a miss. He's out number 2.
Don't see Cade do that very often, but just got fooled with the spin, snapped it out of the zone, and sent him back to the dugout.
Now batting right fielder, number 19, Ben.
Well, back to the top with Wilmus. 2 quick outs in the Hawkeye 8th. Running out of time. Slider low and out. That kicks up some dirt. Ball 1.
Rather give Keaton a chance with a runner on here, so get something going here.
Strike on the inner half, 1-1. Good pitch from Miller.
Miller's doing a really nice job, though, just pounding the strike zone, recognizing that he's got a big enough lead. Not really afraid of Wilmus taking him deep. Ben thinks that's low, but that's just an easy strike call there, right across at the knees.
Here's the 1-2. Fouled back to the screen. Ben stays alive. Iowa's a team hitting 5 of 27 in Game 2, batting 185, 4 for 17 with runners on base. Here's the 1-2. This is shot foul to the right side.
But that tells you, again, 27 at-bats, and Iowa's had 17 at-bats with runners on base. I mean, that's the, you contrast that with Penn State, 3 for 21, but just 1 for 8 with runners on base because we keep walking them.
1-2's outside. On the flip side of things, Penn State is 3 of 21, batting 143, but we've walked them 12 times.
And unfortunately, their one hit with runners in scoring position was really loud.
Yes. And it cleared the fence in left. 3 balls and 2 strikes for Wilmus. Ben can find a way on. We'll see Keaton Anthony in the inning. Miller's ready. Here's the pitch to Wilmus. Fly ball, right center. Kelly moves over. He's got it in the gap. And Iowa goes down quietly in the 8th. All right, we'll go to the bottom half. Penn State 8, Iowa 3. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Penn State 8, Iowa 3. The Hawkeyes going to the bullpen. Once again, they'll go with right-handed pitcher, a junior from Bettendorf, Will Christofferson.
Christo making his 19th appearance. He's 2-1 on the season with a save, 4.41 ERA, 16 1/3 innings, 9 hits, 9 runs, 8 earned, 11 walks, and an impressive 33 strikeouts. His opponent's hitting just 155 against Christo.
Well, good to see Will out there, and hopefully he can throw up a 0. We'll see what we can do offensively, down by 5. Tomorrow's game scheduled for 11 Central Time. Not noon. I had said noon earlier. It's at 11 Central Time tomorrow, if we can play it. Christofferson and Gerlach. First pitch strike from Will at the knees.
It's going to be a long day of waiting tomorrow for a window.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. This weather system's a bit unfriendly. Had a really nice day today. Somehow we made it through. Ball and a strike from Christofferson. Check swing. Shouldn't have mattered. Must have missed high. Boy, that looked good. And it's called a ball.
That was a strike.
A minute ago, literally?
Yeah, that was a strike at the top half of the inning as we were peppering the zone around.
There's a strike. No question about that one. 2-2.
Gerlach pats his chest. It's like, yeah, that. I'm not sure who else you'd blame on that.
Yeah, there's nobody else that would be their fault for not swinging at it. The 2-2 is ripped back to the net. Look for a solid outing out of Cristo. Trying to find his way back to form as well. Out of the windup, the 2-2 delivery. Fouled back again. Gerlach feels like he's on it, just nodding in the box.
Like to see Cristo slide the fastball past him now as if he thinks he's got the slider timed up.
2-2, swung on and missed. Gerlach is down and out number 1.
How about the 89-mile-an-hour fastball low and away?
That's nasty.
As he pats his chest walking back to the dugout.
Yep. Pat it again, brother. Bottom of the order with Steele now. He's their DH pitcher, kind of doing it all today.
Back to DH. DH times 2 now.
Seager's playing his normal position at short. Tello moves from third to basically second base. As Christopherson deals a strike on the outside corner. It's funny, there's Steele squared to bunt.
Should have done it.
Really?
It was a good pitch to bunt. High and away with the fastball. Just punch it right down to third base. It's a base hit.
Pops it foul on the next one. It's 0-2.
His theory was good. He just didn't pull it off.
Surprised we don't see more people do that, right?
You saw Brendan Derigi try it, and he pushed it right back to the pitcher.
That's
so
true.
Guys that aren't built to bunt can't necessarily bunt, even when it's wide open.
Just feels like a week of practice, maybe. 0-2 pitch from Christopherson. Ripped foul to the left side.
Yeah, Steele's a nice hitter. He's 250, but he's not like he's your Keaton Anthony. I'm hitting 395 and not going to take the bat out of my hands by bunting. I mean, Steele's got a little bit of, he's got 1 home run, but.
0-2 is hit into the gap in left center. Hucksdorf sprinting forward. It bounces in front of him. That's a base hit.
Any ball that falls around Huck or in front of Huck makes him angry.
Yeah, he was irritated that he couldn't quite get up to that one.
Penn State closes the gap. Iowa leads 5-4 in hits now. We're going to switch stats that we're rooting for.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if I want us to out-hit them and lose, right? I mean, that Steele will come out of the game with a pinch runner in for Penn State.
Kaler.
All right.
Pinch running at first base for your Nittany Lions, number 40, Ben Kaler.
Certainly different in stature than Steele. Steele's a bigger body. Kaler much smaller. Now back to the top of the order with Hannon. Christopherson dots the outside corner there to get him started. Got any speed with Kaler? Got to imagine a little bit.
A couple stolen bases, 2 and 3 tries.
Hasn't played a ton.
Hasn't played a ton. And
this one's ripped right to Wilmus in right. He'll take a couple of steps back and make the catch 2 down.
When they put Kaler in the field, he's made 4 errors in 19 chances. So he's not going to get the field. He'll be go into the DH spot or stay in the DH spot. But
2 down in the 8th for Penn State. They lead it 8-3. They bring in Bramley now. First pitch from Christopherson is...
Boy, it hit right on the outside, low outside corner. But, again, not Hawk pitchers aren't catching any breaks.
Especially Christopherson. I mean, Will's been really close on a couple of them. This one is not close. Downstairs, ball 2.
Didn't miss by that much, though. It was, again, that was more one of those missed the spot for Moss as he went with the fastball again.
Swing and a miss on the 2-0. There was a great pitch from Christopherson. Low and in with the slider that had more downward break than anything.
Yeah, it went back to the Took a little bit of something off that one, just 85 mile an hour.
2 balls and a strike. The pitch, swing and a miss. Buried that one with a dive bomb right at his ankles.
Yeah, back-footed him with the same pitch again. Now see if he can get out of this and put on a big Hawkeye rally.
Will's got the sign. Here we go with the 2-2. Got him on 3 straight pitches. The slider low and in, a swing and a miss, and that'll do it for Bramley.
That kind of tells you a little bit about the what the Iowa could have been facing when you're throwing strikes.
Yep.
Because then you get those chases and you get that extra activity.
All right, top of the 9th coming up. Iowa down by 5. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever. Oh my goodness.
Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
All right, top of the 9th. Iowa down 8-3. Anthony DeRiggi and Tello trying to get things started for Iowa. Game 1 of the doubleheader, 9-6. Bit of a different story here in game 2.
Well, yeah, a tale of two pitching outings, and actually the bats. Of course, 5 hits, 3 runs isn't going to win you a ton of games either, and so you've got some work to do on both sides, as the offense had been really good for quite a while, and just ran into a little bit of a hiccup here. Just kind of looking back, Illinois Chicago held Iowa to 3 runs, and first game in Minnesota was 3 runs, but it doesn't happen very often.
Right. Anthony's worked a 1-1 count as he's in the box. Keaton in game 2 has been on 3 times. The 1-1 hit him. Oh boy, this one's going to hurt. Caught him in the abdomen, I think. Or maybe the arm. He tried to bend out of the way of it. Couldn't back up far enough. So Anthony is on, hit by the pitch for the 2nd time today.
And I guess that's just kind of the way of the world when you're hitting that well. 15 times now he's been hit by a pitch this season.
Now batting first baseman, number 24, Brennan.
Which I know I think Sam told me tied for 8th career doubles, 2nd on a season. But I don't know, his 15 hit by pitches feels like that should be way up a list too.
Got a ton of magnets.
Send Sam to the season record book
there
to check that one.
DeRiggi's in the box. 1-0 pitch to Brennan is in there for a strike, 1-1. He was taken till he saw one.
Yeah, it's kind of good old school baseball. Make sure you got to have a bunch of base runners.
Well, there's another strike. This one low and out. Ball it caught the plate. And it's 1-2. Nobody out. DeRiggi trying to put it in play. Here's the pitch. Ground ball up the middle. This one will get through into center field. Anthony rounding 2nd. He'll head for 3rd. Your runners at the corners for Iowa with nobody out in the 9th.
Boy, they make some weird throws. The center fielder just came in and just kind of randomly threw it back into the infield. And wasn't any place in particular.
Yeah, not sure at all where that was headed.
Yeah, that'll tie Keaton for 8th on hit by a pitch. He's got 7 more to go to break the record, or tie the record. Not one he probably wants to get to.
No, that's not a fun one. That's not a fun record to break. Tello watches it go by for a strike to start his at-bat. Runners at the corners, nobody out. Iowa down 8-3 in the ninth.
Let's just quietly sneak up on this.
Good pitch there from Miller. Low outside corner, 0-2. Rader had an RBI double in the fifth. Quiet game otherwise offensively. Here's the 0-2. Blast this to right, but this will get out of play. Try to straighten that out.
Yeah, other fun, worthless facts. Hawkeyes are 8-3 when their opponents score 8 runs.
Just been outscoring teams.
I'm sorry, 7-3 when it's between 6 and 9.
Okay.
They're 3-1 when they score 8. Oof.
Tello was way late on the fastball. Swing and a miss. He's out number 1.
Got fooled there. Yeah, 3-1 when your opponent scores 8 runs. So
Now batting, left fielder, number 11, Sam Peterson.
Risking that number right now.
Yes. Well, Iowa's 3 runs came in the fifth. That was it. Peterson squares to bunt, puts one down the third baseline. Anthony's trying to come home, and he will score as Petey puts down a perfect bunt down the third base side. Are you surprised all the third baseman didn't come home with that?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he wasn't really going to have a play, and so why throw it around and risk it at this point? You know, just kind of eat it, see what you've got, and now Huck's got a chance. Hawks within 4.
Mound visit coming for Penn State. It's 8-4 in the ninth with 1 out. Here's Huckstorf, runners at first and second.
And this is just a get your life together visit. There's nobody in the bullpen. Miller's going to, for better or for worse, Miller's going to finish this game because I don't even know if they've got anybody sitting down there right now. I mean, there's a guy sitting in the chair, but
I think he's a bullpen catcher, John.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, he's not probably active to get into the game.
Yeah, he's not ready to. He's not ready to throw. He's not thinking about throwing. It's never crossed his mind to throw.
Well, this has been a really tough game, and you know what they say about doubleheaders. You'd rather win the second one than the first one if you're going to split, right?
Well, yeah, we talked about that in between games where we knew the feeling when we left Minnesota after we won the second game of the doubleheader. Even though you got trounced in the first one, you went to the hotel feeling pretty decent, particularly with the way that Iowa's working their way to a loss here. It's not going to feel very decent.
Down by 4. Huckstorf in the box. Hits a ground ball to second. Double trouble. Flip to second for 1. On to first. Double play. That's how the game will end. Penn State wins it 8-4. Double play to wrap it up. Unfortunate game 2 for the Hawks. Penn State 8-4. We're back after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Penn State wins game 2 of the doubleheader 8-4 this afternoon. Will be scheduled for the rubber match tomorrow, a winner-take-all for the series at 11 a.m. Central Time. That'll be first pitch, 11 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. To stay tuned for weather updates as the morning unfolds. Penn State wins this one 8-4. This one hurts. It just doesn't feel very good, John.
Well, no, and it shouldn't. You know, you walk 12 guys. You only give up 4 hits as a pitching staff, and Again, you could argue the bats should have done more. 4 runs on 7 hits. Left 11 runners on base. So a lot of things you can look at on the offensive side, but it's pretty easy and pretty quick to just go back to you can't walk 12 guys. I mean, thank you, Captain Obvious, but it just can't happen.
Just those games happen every once in a while, don't they? And they've come at the most random times because Iowa pitched better in the first game. Probably wasn't the best, wasn't the greatest in the first game, but your second game was just not good.
Right, your bullpen came in and did a really nice job and pitched around, and then you get to game 2, and how well Marcus had thrown coming into the weekend. His last 3 starts had been just really shutdown stuff, and just didn't get it done today. And Sav came in, did a pretty nice job, but then he ran out of gas, and boy, then you just kept going to the bullpen, and it felt like Minnesota, where you couldn't get out of that one inning, and it felt that exact same way today.
Now, where do you think the Hawkeyes go from here? You're going to have Ty start tomorrow if we can play it, and you need a good start from Ty.
You need Ty to bounce back and throw exactly like he threw last week. With some toughness, with some grit, get it done. You're deep into the Penn State bullpen, so you'd like to think you've got a good chance to go get it done, but you thought you had the advantage headed into game 2, and you didn't go get it done.
All right, Penn State wins this one 8-4. We'll take a break. We'll come back with highlights and more post-game coverage right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to Us Mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
Well, despite the loss in Game 2, a couple of highlights to play from this one. Penn State wins at 8-4, but the Hawks, they pushed them in the middle innings. 2 on with 1 out. First pitch to Brennan. He drives this one deep to left. It's carrying well towards the corner. Left fielder is there, and it's off the wall. Here comes Moss. He'll score. They're waving Anthony. He'll score 2, and the Hawks are finally on the board. A 2 RBI double. Brennan DeRiggi.
Good job. It started with Anthony battling back from 0-2.
Tello drives this into left. That's a base hit. Hooks inside the line. They're waving DeRiggi. He'll score with ease. Tello digging for 2. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. RBI double. Raider Tello, and he's fired up. It's 5-3. 1-2 delivery from Sav. That's in the dirt here. The runner's going for second. The throw down. Did we get him? We got him. What a throw by Cade Moss. Runner takes off for second. There will be no throw. In fact, it'll get by Moss, and the runner's going to get to third.
No, he's not.
Throw down to third. Did Tello get him? He got him. It bounced off that brick right to Moss, and the runner tried to go from first to third. Had a great jump. He had second base easy. Tried to get to third. Good tag by Tello for the third out. So a couple of highlights in there, but Penn State takes Game 2 of the doubleheader today, 8-4. Iowa out-hit Penn State 7-4 as the walks that killed us in the second game. So we split it. We win Game 1 9-6, lose Game 2 8-4. We'll take a break. We'll wrap things up right after this. This is Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we believe in having healthy relationships with our phones, so we can have better relationships with each other. Introducing Us Mode, a way to set your phone for less distraction and deeper connection. So dinner can sound less like this and more like this.
What'd you learn today? The sauropod was the tallest dinosaur ever.
Oh my goodness. Visit US Cellular in-store or online, and we'll help set your phone to US mode, even if you're not a customer. US Cellular, the 5G network built for us. See uscellular.com for details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball today. Thanks for listening to Hawkeye baseball this afternoon. I know it was a long day, a doubleheader split. I guess we'll take it. A little bit disappointed we weren't able to get both games today. We'll try to play tomorrow. It'll be 11 a.m. Central Time first pitch from here in Penn State, but we'll have to see. It's weather pending at this point. All right, for my great board op down the line, Michael, excellent job as always. Thanks for keeping us on the air. My broadcast partner, John Evans. I'm John Leo saying so long from Medler Field in State College. Iowa wins game 1 9-6, loses game 2 8-4. We'll try and talk to you tomorrow. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, Hawkeye fans, every day is a great day to be a Hawkeye. Some are just a little bit better than others. So long, everyone.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.